Hi, my name is Gerard Daché, and I'm the Executive Director of the Government Blockchain Association. We're at the virtual booth of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition. And I'm joined by some esteemed members of the GBA. As you know, if you've been following so far, every hour and a half or so, we talk about a different topic. For the next roughly half hour, we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence and the need for blockchain standards in the artificial intelligence space. And so let me tell you a little bit about who we have on deck to have this conversation. We have Shauna Huffman, who I've had the privilege now of knowing since about 2020, I guess, for a couple of years. And Shauna has a very extensive background in both government and the public sector. She's worked she's at the national executive level. She's spoken at the United Nations before. She has I think she did her work at Harvard on national security, but she's been in blockchain and AI for years. I think you, Shauna, you were on the president's task force on AI or something like that. So I don't know your detailed background, but I know how impressed I was the first time I did hear it. So in a minute, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and then talk about why blockchain standards are important regarding AI, what some of the threats are and stuff. But before I do, let me just tell you about the other two folks that are with us. Mike Henson is with Perkins Coie, an esteemed law firm. He's also a great member of the GBA. They do a lot of work. He does a lot of work in the intellectual property area, and it's also a blockchain maturity model assessor. And if you need to know anything about blockchain and specifically IP, intellectual property, you definitely want to talk to Mike. And then Eugene Morozov really comes from an accounting and finance background, but he's been very involved with the DAO, the Distributed Autonomous Organization, and worked at the layer 1 protocol level, along with layer 2 protocols in elections and just all kinds of stuff. He's got a really deep background. He's also a blockchain maturity model assessor. So we've got a great panel here. I'm going to kick it over to you, Shauna. Shauna, what are some of the threats? What are some of the things that we need to worry about with regards to AI, and why do we need a standard, and to from a UN perspective, how is it related to some of the SDGs? So the floor is yours.
Well, and it's funny that you asked that. So my first day at the conference was Sunday, and as I was walking around and people were looking at, my company's name is Guardrail Technologies, which is a generative AI company. And the one question I was getting is, they're like, "Are you a fearmonger?" And I heard that in various different languages, various different accents. And so there is definitely a air of hesitation regarding artificial intelligence. So it's been fascinating to see many AI panels here in very different directions. You know, in the same hall that we're in today, we've got Microsoft, we have Meta's here. We're hearing from some of the really big companies. NTT is right around the corner. They've got their robots here, which is kind of cool. So we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence, and the one thing that I think, AI has been around since 1956. This is not a new technology. All that's happened is we've gotten to the point in society, we've got a lot of data. We've got a great group of people who now have provided very powerful artificial intelligence to the entire world through ChatGPT and other programs. So we're starting to get more of a buzz around the globe saying, okay, there is opportunities with artificial intelligence, but then it's also scary because they're starting to see what us in the industry have been seeing for years. And that's why we know that we need guardrails around the technology itself, because one of the issues that's very simple to see is the hallucinations. AI is a probabilistic model. In a probabilistic model, it's going to make best guesses. Best guesses sometimes are hallucinations. I think a good example that we have here, and I'll talk about why blockchain is important in just a second. The example, I had a good friend who, they were going to Italy, their daughter, who is, in high school, put into ChatGPT, provide me an itinerary, and she gave some descriptions of where she'd like to go in Italy. It provided 10 cities. Her mom's like, "Oh, this is great." I looked at the 10 cities, and we recently have been in Italy, and I thought, if there were a few on there that I had never heard of, but I would have gone definitely to those places with the way it was described. I looked them up, they weren't real. So we're seeing about a 26% is the statistics out there, depending on the AI model, that just isn't real. So I always remind people. I had recently actually a government agency. A bunch of us were having dinner one night, and she had looked up for me. I said, where would you like to go? I should have forewarned her, please don't go to Gen AI to give you the name. But she had looked up a restaurant and said, oh, let's meet here. It wasn't even a real restaurant. Sounded lovely though. And so we have to, as we stand back, those are some simplistic type of issues. We can talk about the Mata versus Ivanka case. I'm sure that we'll cover that at some point as we talk legal, maybe later on today. But, where you have an attorney uses ChatGPT, didn't check his work, turns it into the court. The clerk for the judge says, can't find these cases. The attorney, yeah, I know we laugh. The attorney then says, oh, I used LexisNexis, a very reputable company. They didn't. They used ChatGPT, and 2 of the 5 cases were not even real cases. The probabilistic model, again, AI had made it up. So where does blockchain fit in the case? We all probably can guess it easily, but we need, for all of the data that is in my opinion, that is going to be used to train these models, and then so the data going in, the data going out, and the determining aspects of how that data is being used. So again, what are the decision points? They all should be tracked in blockchain, because we need an immutable, we need a transparent ledger that keeps track of those really important decisions. So I think that when I was working at IBM, I led an IBM AI practice for about a decade. And I started off just thinking AI was my answer. I started adding, I think I added about 6 data scientists. And then in the end, ended up adding blockchain to that mix, because we really needed to make sure that we had a transparent and immutable place to put the decision points within the model. So I know that was a lot, Gerard, but hopefully that answered your question as to why I really believe that these two, it's a marriage made in heaven. And I was kind of made fun of, honestly, when I brought it. I had a conference years ago, one of the prime ministers and invited me to speak. And it was the first time I had spoken on AI. A gentleman after me had spoken on blockchain. And I almost jumped up in the middle of the conference saying, these two have to go together, because I really know it is my answer to a heartbreaking fact of where is the data.
Yeah, Gerard, if I may add to that, I think the conference is very cognizant of the problems that Chana discussed. In fact, both the opening greeting address by United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Gutierrez, and the following speech by Japan's Prime Minister touched upon the responsibility we have to verify the data. In fact, there is an initiative which started here in Japan called Hiroshima Artificial Intelligence Program, defines the important step that we must take before placing any reliance on any data or any text or any conclusion generated by artificial intelligence engines or machines that have been trained before we apply them in real life. So there's a big issue today of how to responsibly use artificial intelligence. I would encourage everyone to look at the Hiroshima AI initiative to get more details. Back to you, Gerard.
I would just add to all that, these are all great points they're making. I look at it through a different perspective. I mean, all this is true, but there's also the idea of not only the accuracy of the data, but the attribution to the content creators themselves that have this data. There's a lot going on in the legal space where, with ChatGPT, and it's Sean is right. AI has been around for a long time. I think the difference is it is so accessible through these devices now, like it never has been before. And people are utilizing it in so many ways. But what you have to understand is that it's utilizing content that other people created, and it's creating derivative works or copies of those works. And so we have to appreciate the holders of that, the authors of that information that it's using. And not only can we ensure that the information is accurate through blockchain, but I think we can also trace attribution rights through blockchain so that maybe some of these content creators can get rewarded for the use of their work and derivative works from it as well. And there's that's obviously with copyright, that's obviously a worldwide consideration when it comes to copyright aspects.
I love what Scott Stornetta said last week too. Gerard, at your conference, that was probably one of the most shocking things to me is Scott Stornetta, the founder of blockchain, had shared a story where there was an author who someone had used her name and her likeness and created a book off of literally who she is. Probably went into any of these Gen AI programs, said, hey, write a book in the theme that typically would be by this author, and they published the book on Amazon. And because she hadn't copyrighted her name, there is an argument right now. I don't know how the legal argument will go. I mean, we'll see as to, it's her likeness. The Gen AI is really just, copied who she was, and then all of a sudden there's a book out that she did not write and she's not making any sort of financial gain from it. That would, as an author myself, that would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, and in law firms and other companies, as I know you're aware, people are trying to figure out what are our own internal policies around the use of this generative AI and ChatGPT, because from a legal perspective, if you have lawyers putting information into ChatGPT to crank out a brief or do something, well, this information is going on servers outside the law firm. So now do we have client confidential information maybe crossing boundaries that it shouldn't? And these are all very important considerations for law firms, and I think other entities as well, when it comes to their trade secrets that might be utilized.
And blockchain's the only answer for it, honestly.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things you guys have said so much, and there's so many different paths I want to go down. So let me just put a pin in this. I want to come back to the BMM AI supplement in terms of how can this supplement impact those spaces. I also want to talk briefly about the idea of personhood, right, with Mike. So Mike, you said a bunch of things. What does the issue of personhood have to do with these AIs, and what and liability, right, and culpability and recourse, right? We've got all of these issues from a legal perspective that not only are we trying to figure out the AI thing, but now we're trying to figure out the legal and regulatory framework. And so, Mike, talk to that briefly. The legal and regulatory framework, is the technology outpacing it? What are some of those issues in terms of if an AI commits a wrong, is the person who built it liable? Are the people who trained the models liable? What if an AI creates an AI that commits a problem, right? So
can't give legal advice, but go for it.
Gerard, I really wish there were some black and white answers to these questions at this point. There are so many issues that are cropping up through the use of this because it is so fresh, and courts and everybody is really struggling to find. The Copyright Office is trying to determine, when people use generative AI and then file for a copyright application, then who owns this? Who owns this copyright? And so, and there's issues at the Patent Office when you use AI to invent something or come up with a new chemical formulation. And I think what the Patent Office and the Trademark Office and the Copyright Office are looking to is, to what extent is there actually a human input that's kind of pulling the levers of creativity that is affecting the AI engine to help generate the output, and that helps determine to some extent, to the extent to which it can even be protectable. Because you have patents are owned by inventors. Copyrighted materials are created by authors. There has to be a human involvement in these things. Yeah. So and courts are going to really be struggling with this. And just real briefly, we're also seeing I think a cottage industry of lawsuits coming out through companies that are utilizing content, removing attribution, putting it into a learning engine, AI engine, and then generating output from it. And we have to be very respectful of the authorship and the use of that information.
And so if we talk a little bit about, the law oftentimes deals with interactions between people, right? One person commits a wrong against somebody else, right? And there's typically some kind of legal recourse. Well, we're now entering into the world where we have situations with people versus people, or person versus person, maybe using AI, a person doing something with an AI, having interaction with an AI, right? And an AI having interactions with another AI, right? Because in all of these cases, you potentially could have a wrong, and you could potentially have some kind of recourse, right? By the way, I want to put a shout out to Gerard Blockchains. They are a fascinating technology that has trained their blockchains to be able to read court orders. Mike, I don't know if you had a chance to talk with them, but court orders are very structured documents, and so their nodes can actually read the court orders, and then once a consensus of the nodes agrees, then they can go ahead and execute the order of the court. So it's a fascinating technology. Gerard Blockchains is a GD. Eugene, I want to talk a little bit about how the BMM. So we've got all these complex issues, right? And you come from an accounting space, very, very regulated. How do you think the BMM, and particularly the artificial intelligence supplement, how can that help and address some of these topics? Then I want to throw it back over to Mike and then end it with you, Shauna, and give you guys a chance to get over to your next appointment. So, Eugene?
Yes, Gerard, thank you for that question. So it's complicated. And depending on which position you take, it may be somewhat different. Now, there are different members of Government Blockchain Association that are focusing on particular aspects related to blockchain and looking at how can you assess the maturity or a good fit of a particular solution. Like I personally work with like an elections service provider. And for them, it's very important to ensure that elections are indisputable and there's an immutable record of election results, which is open to public and can be used, in any question being raised. There's a member that deals with central bank digital currencies. And for them, clearly, the company called Broxus, and for them, clearly, it's very important that a centralized government entity is able to trace all the financial flows and that they go to the right people and that there is no somebody in the middle that is using AI to screw up the payments or screw up the identities of people, which brings up the next issue. Like we have Everx, which deals with security cards, which try to help identify an individual using blockchain-based identity so that there is no question as to who are you dealing with. There's also a variety of other types of members, such governance, right, which kind of unites all of those things. And if governance is based on blockchain, it allows you additional possibilities such as proper consensus building or consensus protocol, so that the decision you're looking at is indeed the decision made by, let's say, DAO members or organization members. So there's a variety of issues that come up when you look at how blockchain can be used. And now, for folks out there, especially for government officials, it's very complicated and very difficult to make sense out of this all. Remember, this is all brand new. So where can people turn to? Well, here's where BMM and the Government Blockchain Association come in to help. When they are looking for answers, which particular solution is acceptable, which particular solution has been assessed by somebody independent, technically competent, before a government official or any other user can actually apply that particular solution. So, Gerard, it's complicated, and I think it's great that we are right in the middle of this process, both understanding the technical side of the issue and also understanding the pain points of people that are using or trying to use new technologies today to help them provide with a guide or compass to do so. Back to you.
Those are great comments. I want to throw it over to Shauna for a second. Shauna, tell us just a little bit about what you're doing, right? Just about a minute or so, and then tell us a little bit about the AI supplement and what sort of things are you looking at in terms of establishing standards for training models and what some of the things that are part of the AI supplement. But tell us a little bit first about what you're doing.
Absolutely. So I, as I had mentioned, I've been in AI for almost 20 years now. I actually ended up in AI after being an expert witness, and judges would ask me all the time. I actually worked with Mike's firm before as an expert witness, and it was kind of fun to do that. But the question I would get from every judge or even the attorneys I worked for would be, did you collect all the data? And I was like, data is everywhere. And I saw Watson win Jeopardy, IBM's Watson. So I said, I'm going to go work at IBM. And it's going to be the answer to all of my problems and the answer to that major question. Well, I realized very quickly quickly, AI was not just the only answer. It was really a combination of technologies, including blockchain and including others. So when generative AI got really big, I had moved from IBM to ServiceNow for a little while. I wanted to work in the cloud, ran their AI ops program for the federal government, had a great opportunity to work with the CFTC. I was the chair of their blockchain or distributed ledger committee, really blockchain committee, for about 3 years, really during the height of COVID. And then after that, I had been wooed by Dell to be their chief technology leader for legal and strategy. I realized very quickly when ChatGPT came out to the marketplace and how quickly it grew, and because it was free, that there was a huge miss in the marketplace, and it was that responsible artificial intelligence. So I joined a group of professors. They've had a company for about 5 years, and I came in as their president to really bring them to market with their responsible AI programs. We have quite a few programs. We have a generative AI program specifically called Guardrail for Generative AI. It puts guardrails around the generative AI so that humans know what facts are. So let's say that they run their generative AI search on the front end. It protects the prompts so that the generative AI sees the correct thing. So there's no bias in those prompts. There's no personal information in those prompts. There's no company information, etc. It also does a data masker so that the AI can't learn from from the prompts that were put in. That's on the front end. It goes to the generative AI on the back end. We have a fact checker and a contradiction finder to then confirm those hallucinations and get those out of the answers that the Gen AI gave. So it's been fun. We really are focusing on putting the humans back in control of AI.
Wow. Well, that's a great segue into what are you putting into the BMM? Because it sounds like you've thought through a lot of these things. What are some of the things that the BMM AI supplement, and I know it's not done, so you can't say that these are requirements, but what are some of the things you're drafting?
Yeah. Well, so near and dear to my heart is making sure that the AI, often with AI, the problem is the data in, the data out. The data in is going to be key, and we need to make sure that that data does not come with bias. It is a very strong data set, and it is very inclusionary. For example, years ago, one of the big companies was using AI and had trained the artificial intelligence system on resumes. Majority of those resumes were males' resumes. So if my resume had gone in with all of these other great technology people, mine would get ousted because I was a female and I didn't match what the AI thought was the perfect candidate. So we have to really start to think about genders. We need to be thinking about all of the inclusionary aspects to that data and also training the system. So if we look at the principles that we've been talking about, that bias and inclusion, of course, is right at the top. There's other levels, but that for me is, I think if we can get that right out of the gates, then us having a maturity model that really does assess that in a very strong way as one of our principles, I think is going to help the marketplace in make sure that everyone is included. It's about equality. We're here at the UN. That's what we talked about yesterday. It's all about equality.
And then just an extension of that, use cases, DEI initiatives at corporations.
Yeah.
And there's obviously an understandable focus on that, and I think AI can definitely be used to help, as you said, make it more of a level playing field.
Well, and with the maturity models that we've seen out in the marketplace, we have big organizations like BlackRock that use these maturity models to provide an assessment. So I really do believe that with what we're building, it's going to be important globally, and for some of those organizations to start to understand the best way to assess the companies that they want to work with. Most of the big organizations are wanting to work with the companies that are doing right on the SDGs and within the maturity of an organization like themselves, so they don't end up getting in trouble, honestly.
Well, that's awesome, guys. It's a 1 minute past when I promised you I'd let you go so that you wouldn't be late for your next commitment. But if folks want to watch, there's going to be a panel on the use of models for maintaining the integrity, trustworthiness of blockchain solutions. It's going to be on one of the UN main stages. If you go to the gvaglobal.org site, actually I think it's if you're watching, it's going to be on the same link that we have here. So I'm going to let you guys go. We'll go to commercials for the next 15 minutes. Maybe we'll set the timer, and we will see you guys at the next broadcast.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm excited to be live here from the United Nations and the Internet Governance Forum. I'm excited to be live here from the United Nations and the Internet Governance Forum. Hi, my name is Shauna Hoffman and I'm the president of Guardrail Technologies. Guardrail Technologies is working to foster a future where AI, data, and technology are harnessed for the collective benefit of society, guided by strong ethical principles, fairness, and a deep sense of social responsibility. Together, we can create a world that thrives on the advancements of AI while ensuring it remains grounded on our shared values. I'm a proud member of the Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition. I'm also a very proud member of the GBA and have been for many years. Today I'm here to discuss a topic of the utmost importance in the realm of technology and innovation, AI standards. We will explore why AI standards are crucial, the process we have followed in their development, the key stakeholders involved, the content of these standards, and the future direction we are headed in this exciting field. First and foremost, let's address the pressing questions. Why are AI standards even important? Artificial intelligence is transforming the world in remarkable ways, from enhancing healthcare to revolutionizing transportation. However, the rapid proliferation of AI technology also brings ethical, safety, and compatibility challenges. The absence of clear and universally accepted standards can lead to fragmented development, security vulnerabilities, and ethical dilemmas. AI standards are essential to ensure the responsible and safe adoption of these technologies, protect individual rights, and promote global collaboration. So on another note, developing AI standards is a complex and collaborative endeavor. It requires the input of experts from various fields, including technology, ethics, law, and policymaking. We are engaging in a rigorous process that involves extensive research, public consultations, and collaboration with international organizations. We have sought input from academia, industry leaders, governments, and civil society to ensure a comprehensive and balanced approach. Now, AI standards development is not the work of a single entity or organization. It is a collective effort. Leading technology companies, research institutions, governmental bodies, and nonprofit organizations have come together with our team to really shape these standards and look to see what they should be in the future. Our collective aim is to create a set of guidelines that are not only technically sound, but also ethically and socially responsible. The content of our AI standards encompasses a wide range of topics. These include guidelines for ethical development and deployment of AI systems, best practices for data privacy, security, transparency in decision-making, and interoperability standards to ensure the AI systems can work together seamlessly. We, as the Government Blockchain Association, also have a focus on blockchain and its collaboration with artificial intelligence. As you probably have heard, many of us who have worked in both blockchain and AI do believe that both components together, both technologies together, are very important as a joint collaboration to really solve so many of the world's problems. So furthermore, our AI standards address issues related to bias and fairness, accountability, and the responsible use of AI in critical domains such as healthcare and finance. Looking ahead, the path for AI standards is clear. We must continue to refine and expand them to keep pace with the evolving technology landscape. This includes addressing emerging challenges in areas like deep learning, reinforcement learning, and autonomous systems. Additionally, we must foster international collaboration to ensure that AI standards are globally acceptable and uphold human rights and dignity. We do believe that blockchain is important to also support the policy making of AI, and we will dive into that further as we continue to grow our AI standards program. So in conclusion, AI standards are not just a technical matter. They are a fundamental necessity for the responsible advancement of artificial intelligence. They serve as a roadmap for innovation, ensuring that AI benefits society while minimizing risks.
By following a rigorous process involving diverse stakeholders that are from all over the globe, we will continually refine the content as we forge a path toward a future where AI is used as a force for good, and it is accessible to all and guided by a shared commitment to ethics and responsibility. Thank you so much for your attention today, and we look forward to seeing you at other sessions.
intermediaries, you push the control to the edge, where the actual instigators within a network are in control of their data, and therefore they can see what it's doing and how it can be interpreted. And that's not just for the sake of Shana. We have to worry about AI, but we also have to worry about the 7 or 8 billion versions of natural intelligence that are attacking these networks as well. And that's part of the control and corrupt evident thing, that we can create the transparency and auditability.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And I see that we have Amelia that's joined us. Amelia, are you available to answer a question, or can you hear me?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I had some connection issues, but we got those solved. So
we're glad you're here. Thank you. We're I'm not sure at what point you joined us, but we're of course discussing the blockchain maturity model. Can you tell us of maybe industry specific that you're involved with when considering the blockchain maturity model?
And Lori, Amelia, really quick, you're in a very unique position. So if you could talk about, from the role of government, why and how governments like yours would be interested in the BMM.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So I'm actually not in industry. I'm actually an elected official, and I'm in government. And we utilize blockchain for several different things in our county. We utilize it for marriage licenses and creating certified digital documents for marriage certificates, as well as for voting for overseas and military members and people with disabilities. But one of the issues that we particularly face in government is when we put out a request for purchasing, oftentimes in government, because we tend to be a very low risk industry, if you will, we'll say things like, when you reply to this with your sales package, we want 10 years experience in government, or we want you to give us the last 7 projects you worked on in government. And when you're dealing with an emerging technology like blockchain, there just simply isn't anyone that has 10 years experience working in government, or there isn't anyone with 7 government projects that deal with this technology and blockchain. And so the blockchain maturity model is a way for us to be able to gauge and judge whether a company can do what they say they can do when they don't have a decade of experience in that, right? So as I look forward to looking for providers, I can't use the regular clause of give me your last 7 government projects and give me 10 years experience working in government. What I then have to say is, well, give me a third-party assessment of your product and let me know that it's a viable product. And the blockchain maturity model does that. So we can recommend, we want a third-party assessment of your product and your viability, and we can recommend that they utilize the blockchain maturity model to do that. So from a government official standpoint, it really is a good way for us to judge an emerging technology, since we can't use our standard processes to do that.
Thank you, Amelia. I was hoping you could introduce yourself because this is what we did at the beginning.
So as they said, my name is Amelia Powers Gardner. I'm currently a county commissioner serving in Utah County, Utah. A county commission form is kind of like a city council and a mayor combined into one. And our coverage area is about 750,000 people. And as the commission chair, I basically serve as the mayor for my region. Prior to that, I was the county clerk auditor for several years. So I ran elections, marriage licenses, and budgeting for the county. And then prior to that, I worked at Caterpillar for 12 years as a field service engineer, a continuous product improvement engineer, and in marketing for parts.
Thank you, Amelia. It was really important to have your perspective as a government official, and I couldn't agree more with your remarks about the importance of relying on third-party assessments, especially in circumstances where governments, as custodians of taxpayers' funds, need to make sure that there is a certain level of oversight and accountability. And so having that, third-party validation is super important to protect governments from reputational risks, performance risks, and legal risks, which are usually the kinds of risks that institutions that handle public funds have to be aware of and need to mitigate. Thank you. Thanks again, Amelia. I have a question about digital identity, Dino. So the goal of digital identity supported by blockchain solutions is to enable SSI, self-sovereign identity. Can you tell us how blockchain solutions comply with the data protection laws?
Thank you, Benedetta. So first and foremost, I would like to share my experience in the GBA and in adopting the BMM, specifically in my case for a digital identity solution. I think the value proposition of having a non-profit association that works in this area is actually that it was able to bring together practitioners. Like Amelia just said, she firsthand experienced the adoption of a blockchain solution to solve a practical problem in her county. For example, the issuance of marriage certificate, especially I remember her telling our story during the period of COVID where people were not able to physically access public services. In my case, my experience is that when I became Chief Information Officer of the UN Pension Fund, I was presented with a 75-year-old problem. And this was the problem that the pension fund on a yearly basis needs to prove that those who are receiving the benefit, the payments, are still alive. And the uniqueness of the United Nations Pension Fund is that it has 84,000 retirees in 192 countries around the world. And as you can appreciate, determining and confirming that these 84,000 people are still alive, it's quite a challenge. And also, we can also appreciate that inevitably, in some cases, there could be potential for fraud. So the way for 75 years that the pension fund addressed this problem was to send a form, a piece of paper, using 192 postal services around the world, asking the beneficiary to sign and return this form as a proof that they are still alive. Now, aside from the fact that using 192 postal services created a lot of problem, often this piece of paper got lost. Most frequently, they were received with delays. And of course, this had an impact both on the operation of the pension fund as well as on the livelihood of the beneficiary. Because when the pension fund did not receive this form, after 2 attempts, they had to stop the payment. So there was always this level of uncertainty from the beneficiary side as, did they receive the form? Am I going to receive the money next month? So forth and so on. So this issue was presented to me as the only process that within the pension fund of the UN had never been automated. And the problem was that the pension fund was often questioned by its governing bodies, by its oversight bodies, as to how can you prove that there is no fraud? And of course, proving a negative is impossible. So the only way that I could try to address this challenge was, okay, let's prove a positive. So we worked on designing and implementing an application that uses biometrics, facial recognition, with a blockchain, creating an immutable ledger where each step of this process, from the initial onboarding to the various payments that are made during the month and through the various instances where people are proving that they are still alive, are recorded on this immutable ledger so that we can also prevent collusion. So that nobody can say, well, there is someone within the pension fund that went into the system and maybe manipulated the record, as Paul Dowding was referring to, because the blockchain, even though you may try to attempt to manipulate the data, the evidence, it remains on the general ledger. So through this system, in January 2021, we went live. We deployed the system, and now 35,000 retirees of the pension fund have an application on their phone that they have downloaded. They went through an onboarding process where they captured a biometric profile on their phone only. So their biometric profile is not stored in any server of the United Nations, and it's not transmitted in any way on any office of the United Nations. It remains on their phone after being onboarded by a representative of the pension fund. So the beauty is now they can use the phone to confirm, for now once a year, but the frequency can change at any time, that they're still alive. And we have a proof, a tangible proof on the blockchain that this occurred. Now, going to, apologies for giving this long background, but I think enable us to put issue into context. So when it comes to complying with data privacy, aside from the fact that the United Nations is not subject to national legislation, nonetheless, the United Nations tried to align itself to the principle that are adopted by various countries around the world in order to make sure that we are consistent with the expectation of what we call the taxpayers of the world, to whom we are ultimately accountable to the General Assembly, the 193 countries that are represented there. So the point being here is that we are very much aware of, for example, the data privacy principle, the GDPR, or the European Union, or other legislation across the world that fundamentally share more or less the same concept of transparency, independence, verifiability, and many other principles. And by creating a blockchain in alignment with the concept of self-sovereign identity, we created a system where the user is in control of his or her identity because they have their biometric profile on their device. They are confirming when they are alive or not. We are not in a position to manipulate or to use or to act on their behalf. And ultimately, we are not putting any personal identifiable information, any PII, on the blockchain itself. So there is a misconception that people think that private data, when talking about digital identity, are stored on the blockchain. And that's not the case. On the blockchain, there are information related to addresses that are connected to the public keys of each individual that is being created with a digital identity that then are recorded on the blockchain. But the information itself, date of birth, name, first name, last name, information about the pension detail are never recorded on the blockchain itself. And in this way, we are avoiding all the concern, all the risk that are identified into privacy laws and regulation.
Do you mind if I just add a quick?
I was about to ask you a follow-up question, so please go ahead, Mark.
I just
reading my mind.
I don't know if it's the same question, but I suspect, and maybe Dino, you can comment on this, that the fact that there's a blockchain running under the hood is the users don't really know that. They don't understand the underlying architecture. They're not aware of it. And I think there's a lot of applications that are developing today that are utilizing blockchain technology that the average consumer doesn't know that's running behind the scenes. But maybe you can comment on that with respect to the pension fund.
Yes, absolutely. And indeed, as you're alluding to, the beauty of processes of this nature that are transparent to the end user. And actually, what we encountered at the very beginning when we went live with the application was that people were very concerned. First of all, because they heard the term biometrics. Second of all, because they heard the term blockchain, and automatically they start thinking about cryptocurrency, about Bitcoin, about proof of work, about the exploitation of natural resources, because as you read from the news, Bitcoin and the proof of work are mechanisms that create and consume a lot of energy. So we had to engage in a campaign to actually explain and to reassure our end user that they did not need to worry because we were using blockchain for different purposes. The blockchain is different than Bitcoin, although it's the technology that it's adopted. And therefore, there was a process of, if you will, awareness and education, but at the same time, a process of reassurance to make sure that they did not have to know the nitty-gritty detail. Hence, the need for BMM or for independent verification that basically give them that level of trust and assurance.
Shanna?
Yeah, no, and what you've described is probably one of the best use cases I've ever heard for AI and blockchain and how they work together. Because only with blockchain can you mask the individual's information, and it doesn't have to go into the blockchain. So it doesn't go into the ledger, but AI can be used to provide facial recognition, some really powerful components. That all stays at the end user. So I'm still in control of my data, but what happens is blockchain can actually be the log for that data and can provide, of course, those tokens. So we won't get into those details, but it's a really great combination use case that you're doing. Awesome.
Eugene?
Yes, and then to take this one step further, let's talk about the art of the possible, what can be coming next. So if you add to, let's say, biometric identification that is used by Dina's group right now, if you add to that a blockchain-based security card, and a combination of other identification factors, and you uniquely identify an individual, that opens a variety of further possibilities. First and foremost, governance. How those people can govern the society that they live in, not only in the financial applications where receiving their pensions, for example, but also expressing their will in elections, right, which are probably having the need for the most secure environment and for the most safe environment. We want people to be able to safely express their will, so it becomes possible as part of general governance. Then if you add a frequent requirement by constitutions of many countries of true anonymity of the person voting, and you add what's called zero-knowledge technology, which is available today as a result of a number of scientific breakthroughs of the recent years, you can have people express their will in a truly anonymous way, which is incredible. Then if you add that to the central banks can interact directly with individuals without any financial intermediaries to allow people to have essentially accounts with central bank of their country, and therefore the whole financial industry is going to go through very serious transformation because of that, because again the role of intermediaries will be significantly reduced. So all of that is coming, and we should be cognizant and we should be aware of the new recent advances in technology and utilize them. So the blockchain maturity model allows users to make their steps more confidently with less risk, and ultimately improving the way we govern ourselves and our societies. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments that Mike was making earlier and ask you about potential risks in relation to claims and disputes in this area. What are your thoughts? It's quite broad, but I mean, we've been talking about, all the positive aspects of the model, but if there ever was a claim, what would you think that would focus on, and how, as an attorney, would you advise your client?
Well, there's a lot to that, but let me just tell you some of the issues that we're seeing, like in the law firm when it comes to blockchains, and we talked about this a little bit in our previous session. You want to obviously make sure that the data you have has not been tampered with. But a lot of what blockchains are doing, they're storing data, and then you have AI engines that are coming in, like ChatGPT, that's taking that data and creating new results from it. There's authors or creators of that underlying data that theoretically, they created it, and was it faithfully put on the blockchain? As Paul was alluding to, you can track the provenance of and the history of something, but you can't actually confirm the underlying accuracy of the data that was put on there in the first place. So with blockchain, you can at least, when it comes to content creation, track what is happening and for copyright and authorship, you can give attribution for people's works that are being used. And when it comes to privacy, I have the right to the publicity of myself and my own privacy, and blockchain can help further that objective, because now I can trace my data that was on the blockchain and the extent to which it has been used by somebody, perhaps surreptitiously, and I can track it back to my own personal data. We're seeing a lot in I think there's going to be a lot of lawyers that continue to be productive because of the legal issues that are arising out of blockchain when it comes to some of these issues. I track just internally within my firm from the patent side. I'm a patent attorney predominantly, and I track all the blockchain related patents around the world. And what I'm seeing is, you can't patent blockchain in and of itself, but you patent what a lot of people are doing is the intersection of blockchain, AI, and IoT. I'd add that to this discussion. And there are so many interesting use cases, and we're in an environment that's in many respects very open source and philanthropic in its nature. But I can assure you there are companies that are investing a lot of money to protect their blockchain solutions because they all want to play in the same sandbox, and there's going to be consolidation in the space. So we are just now starting to see patent infringement actions coming out because some of these blockchain related patents they were filed several years ago. They've since issued, and now there are people that are infringing them. So I think I've tracked about 3 or 4 lawsuits that have just come on patent infringement related to blockchain.
Thank you.
Benedetta?
Yes, I was about to give you the floor, Gerard.
Thank you. I want to make sure that we cover the topic of what this panel is about, which is how can blockchain maturity models be used? We're covering a lot of really important ground on identity and IP and stuff. But I'd like to take a minute and I can share a video. We have about a minute and a half video on what the BMM is, because we've talked about it, but I don't think we've really explained what it is. So I'd be happy to share my video, or maybe we can just take a few minutes to explain what the BMM is. Would that be all right?
Sure. Would you like to, do we share the video from here or? Okay.
I think I can share it. I think I can share it from here. Let's give that a shot.
Let's try.
And if it doesn't work, then we'll just explain it. But let's give this a shot. Are you involved in the blockchain and Web3 space? If so, listen to this. There's this awesome thing called the blockchain maturity model that you need to know about. It's designed for individuals and organizations to evaluate blockchain solutions by leveraging their expertise in blockchain, Web3, and digital assets. As the interest in blockchain solutions is growing among governments, enterprises, investors, and donors, they're spending money on various blockchain projects. But there's a catch. Just like the internet bubble, many of these projects end up failing. So the challenge here is to find a reliable and trustworthy solution amid all of the overhyped vaporware that's out there. And that's where the BMM comes into play. It's a framework created by the GBA, a nonprofit organization with members in 500 government offices around the world. And the model is showcased by the UN Internet Governance Forum, Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization, as a way to help assess blockchain solutions and achieve 2 very important goals. It provides a roadmap for solution developers to create and maintain trustworthy blockchain solutions. It gives confidence to potential customers, investors, and other stakeholders looking to invest in blockchain projects. The BMM is already being used by various public and private sector organizations in different industries. Now, here's the exciting part. The organizations implementing the BMM need experts to help them with the process. By joining the GBA, taking the training, and becoming an authorized BMM consultant or assessment team member, you can play a vital role in enhancing the trustworthiness of these solutions. This not only adds credibility to their projects, but it also gives you a chance to earn credentials and income. If you'd like to learn more, shoot an email to bmm@gbaglobal.org or check out the links in the description below. And we've got a couple people on the, let me just go to stop sharing, on here that are BMM assessors that were involved in writing the model. Paul was involved in writing the model from the very beginning. So maybe, Paul, could you explain a little bit about the process and what some of the levels are? Because I don't think we talked about levels at all. And Alejandro is the lead assessor, or I'm sorry, Alejandro's an assessor. Maybe he could talk a little bit about the assessment process, because I think that information is going to be really important for somebody to understand how models can be used to ensure the trustworthiness of blockchain solutions? Paul?
Sure. The process was, I mean, there was a team over 18 months to 2 years came together to say, how do we make this assessment model? And we honed in the idea that there'd be elements to be assessed, and then there'd be layers of maturity. So there was a lot of back and forth and debate about what should be a unique element, but we honed in on the 11 that came out. I'll quickly go through them: distribution, governance, identity, interoperability, performance, privacy, reliability, resilience, security, infrastructure sustainability, and synchronization. And then with those, and just two of those are pretty critical in some of the earlier conversations: resilience and infrastructure sustainability, because you don't just want to know that the data's got integrity, but the system will last as long as the life cycle needs it to, and it has some resilience to attack or going, downtime in terms of various nodes of the network. So those are two elements. So the group had to work on deciding what those elements were, and then choosing their name, which was an interesting discussion, and even their definitions. And then we took those elements to look at the 5 layers, and really we're looking at all spectrums of maturity. We start with level 1, which is an idea, which may be partially documented or partially implemented. So there's a sort of statement of intent rather than just something that works. Level 2 assessments is that it's documented. So this is a fully documented, full requirement spec solution. The third one is that it's validated. It's a proof of concept. So somehow technologically the design's been proven. Fourth is that it's actually in production. And then fifth, we termed in terms of optimizing, which means that there's multiple instances, or it's been running in various use cases, such that it's being developed and enhanced in its future state. At the moment, we're only doing level 1 assessments, just to, even if people have, like we had, production-ready software, but we went for that level 1 assessment. But the process of defining what the requirements of those levels for each element, if you think about it, that's 11 times 5. So that's a minimum of 55 discussions. There were many more over the 18 months of 2 years to get it to refine, because I think it was Dino said it earlier. The idea of the BMM was it's applicable for all types of blockchains, public, private, various use cases, applications, otherwise. And that's what led us to the supplements. But I'll let Alejandro explain the assessment process.
Alejandro, you want to talk? You've been involved in some assessments, and those assessments are very different than audits and inspections. Do you want to talk a little bit about what a BMM assessment is?
Yes, Jared. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. I'm Alejandro Mandujano. Let me present first. I'm the lead of the Mexico chapter and the Latin America region for GBA. I'm a certified BMM assessor. So let me tell you how the process consists. So once we have the authorized program to start, we have to make the planning. In that part of planning, we have to define, as Gerard mentioned, a team. The team is led by the assessor, the lead assessor, integrated by different members, certified assessors that are specific for the process. So we have the domain lead, the domain member, which is specialized on the domain we're talking about, we're assessing. Then we have 3 different members which are specialized in domain. Sorry about the legal part, such as Mike. Then we have the digital assets specialist. Then we can have a distribution or even someone from the identity working group. So we can all start reviewing all the different procedures that the client present us. So in a way that, as Paul was saying, depending on the level, is the type of requirements that we must fulfill. So as we have the first level, which is the initial level, we have to have an idea, and things need to be assessed as we have them documented, planned, and even that are mentioned by the client to us. Then once we have that information, we get a team reunions in which we gather all different issues that we discovered in a way that we all cooperate among us. So in that process, at the end, you have like different approaches that need to be maybe fine-tuned with the client. So we have meetings with them, with the client, and we start with different officials of the company. And we start reviewing element by element and part by part of the different issues that we discover. So they have to be defined and precise by the client. So when we find that there's something that they have to missed, instead of saying it's a yes or no that you are assessed, we find like areas of opportunity. So we guide the client to tell them, well, you have to do this, you have to do that in order to comply with the requirements. And they just get that as homework. So they start refining things or adjusting. And at the end, we can present if everything is fine. We can give them as a consensus. We give them a rating. So if they're, no, excuse me.
Yeah, and Alejandro, I'd like to just tag on to something you said that's really important. An assessment is very different than an audit, because one of the things that's a unique attribute of an assessment with this kind of model is that members of the solution being assessed are actually part of the assessment team, because it's absolutely important to have a balance of objectivity and insight. You know, if you take your car to get inspected, right, they can tell you that the brake pads have to be, I don't know what the number is, 3/32 of an inch thick, because they've got millions of data points that say that when it drops below that, the car is unsafe, right? We don't have that in blockchain. In blockchain, it's still very immature. So an assessment using this kind of a model is a collaborative process in which we bring industry experts together. I mean, the qualifications are very high. We bring industry experts together, and they essentially are in partnership with the solution being assessed, because our model is that the solution being assessed and the assessors both are combined and joined with the objective of maturing and making that solution better. So it's very, very different than anything I think that we've ever seen before. And I'd like to throw it over to Lori. Lori, can pretty much anybody jump on an assessment team, or what are the qualifications to be on an assessment team? And then I'd like to throw it back to Paul to see, what value. This is one of the questions that Benedetta, I know you were going to ask anyway. What's the value that comes to an organization that goes through an assessment? Lori, why don't you talk a little bit about, can anybody be on an assessment team, or is there some process to go through?
Well, that's a great lineup, Gerard, of questions. So thank you for handing that one to me. So in order to form a BMM assessment team, the team member needs to go through the training process, and there's some requirements before an assessor can take place or take part of an assessment. The first requirement is, of course, the courses that GBA offers, which are BMM specific. We have 3 blockchain maturity model courses that are available, and we're developing 2 more. But the courses go through a thorough understanding of what are the 11 elements that a blockchain solutions provider will be rated. And those 11 elements then have 5 different levels of maturity, let's say, maturity ratings. So we have a level 1, which would be somebody with an idea or a startup with very limited, let's say, anything more than the idea and the documentation. And then we also have the full production level, which is all the way to the other end of the level 5. And so it's a really comprehensive maturity model that a blockchain solutions provider would go through. And we do have a real strong team that's been trained and also trained in how to have an assessment. And then we have a lead assessor as well. And Dino and Paul are 2 of our lead assessors on the blockchain maturity model team. and as well as Gerard. So we do require that training to be done before somebody can actually become an assessor or even a blockchain consultant. So again, once somebody takes that training with the GBA, which is also the Blockchain Assurance Coalition, once somebody takes the training and is interested in becoming a blockchain maturity model advisor, they can also become a blockchain maturity model consultant. Now that consultant is available for a blockchain solutions provider that doesn't have as much knowledge about the assessment. And so a lot of the solutions providers we're finding do need to have the help of readiness and preparation to take part of an assessment. The assessment.
Can I say that's an excellent point, because this really applies to the UN's SDGs too, right? In terms of economic development. One of the things really important about what Lori just said is that there are people all around the world that are looking for economic opportunity, right? And by developing blockchain skills, the nice thing about this is blockchain is global. So you can have somebody in Cameroon or Kenya developing these skills and providing consulting opportunities and capabilities, because blockchain is everywhere, right? It's ubiquitous. And so we can, if we think about this from an economic development perspective, we can get dollars globally into a local community because they have these skill sets. Well, that's not something we haven't really talked about a lot. But the other thing that I think is really important to understand is if you're going to use a blockchain maturity model, anyone, the BMM or any other one, you don't have to do it with the GBA. I'm not aware of other models. I think we're out in front, but if somebody wanted to develop a model, the one advice I would give them is make level 1 easy, right? Because I can't tell you how many people have thought that they have arrived, right? We have people coming in the door all the time saying, oh, we're level 5. We're going to do this thing just to kind of prove to the world how great we are because we're so great. Oh, by the way, let me tell you about the PhDs and all of these experts we have on our board and this math, and look, here's some white papers. And as soon as we peel the onion back, what we realize is they don't have the basics, right? They don't have, Paul could share some examples where somebody said, well, here's our schematics about our system. And they had a lot of really, really cool stuff, but they just didn't include a blockchain, right? And they had just forgotten to leave it off. And we would ask people, can you identify what your critical components are and how you monitor the operational status of it? Crickets, deers in the headlights. So I would say that if somebody is going to use a model to develop trusted solutions, they've got to make the entry point easy. And I am shocked at how immature this industry is. I'm completely shocked about that. Paul, can you share just a little bit about what the value that people get from these assessments? Maybe you can genericize some of the findings that would be beneficial to people that are building blockchain solutions.
Sure.
We'll go to Paul, and then afterwards, Alejandro has a question or would like to add.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was talked about at the beginning that really this is, I think Eugene made the point, this is a means for buyers of blockchain solutions to have a means of measuring or looking at this, the use cases they're considering the solutions they're using, and then their suitability for their use cases. And I think it also gives a credibility to the solution providers that they've actually gone through this process and reached assessment. And I think, again, a key thing about confidentiality is that the GBA only publishes that your solution is there and it's reached this assessment. But part of the assessment process is actually to get a full feedback on each of the elements or any supplemental requirements that were, if you considered those in the use cases. And that's to you as a solution provider, which then you can share. So that's information that's confidential to you, but you can now share it with your prospective investors and clients. And I can say, as representing a startup, this is another arrow in our quiver that could, as a credibility that we've actually gone through this process, and we can talk to the detail and thoroughness and objectivity of the assessment to allow people to understand that we've met the requirements of the elements, and that's I think that's that's a huge value to the solutions. But the idea that there's been an independent assessment for the buyers of solution is another a benefit to them, and those are the two great values.
Alejandro?
Yeah, just to mention, George, that help the people, let them know that we have accomplished quite different things that regarding to how we develop the BMM assessment. We have the advantage of including in the working groups competitors of the same domain, of the same industry, and the same type of voting solution. So when we start assessing, they for example, what company accepts to be partially assessed by their competitor. So we have a true input of the real knowledge of the market, of the domain. So we help each other in a way that we can, instead of being competitors outside the market, we can help us better up our solutions. So I think it's one of the very best things that we have been doing. That's what you're. Thanks.
It's one of the things that's fascinating about this. One of the things that's fascinating about this technology, this group, is there are three characteristics that I think represent the people in this group. They're out-of-the-box thinkers, they're willing to take a risk, and they're interested in something bigger than themselves. And when you look at the people that are building blockchain solutions and trying to solve problems that relate to, healthcare or hunger, poverty, many of these issues, right? Economic inclusion. By and large, these are really, really good people. Now, the problem is there are also scammers out there, right? But by creating a culture where we can come together, recognizing that the market and the problems are so huge, they're much bigger than any one of us can do. By coming together and working together as a cohesive fabric, as a family, right? Bringing competitors together to see how can we work together for the rising tide to lift all ships. We can create a fabric of people and of technology to solve problems that some of our traditional institutions have struggled with for many years. And we had recently had the one of the chief strategy, I don't remember his exact title, I think he's like the chief strategy and innovation person at Oracle. And so he said that he believes that the BMM is a game changer. And again, we may be the only model right now. I'm not aware if there's others. We don't need to be. We really want to create an inclusive environment where if other people have models or want to build models, let's share, right? Let's share the common vocabulary. We use the vocabulary of the ISO organization because that was there. But let's get different organizations, different multi-stakeholder organizations together. Let's get the IADB that are working on LACchain, and let's get these people together, right? So that instead of us all building things in silo, we can create a common family, a common framework of standards. I think that's what the industry needs, and the world needs us to mature blockchain because we're not mature yet. We can't solve all the problems that we want to solve because we don't have our own house in order. But we've got to get our own house in order so we can actually have the impact globally to make a difference. So with that, I apologize for monopolizing this, but I really wanted to get some of those things out there.
No, that's great. Thank you, Gerard. Paul, you have a question, or would you like to add to that?
Sure. The one thing I was going to say, just to add to it, was I think someone made the point earlier. The internet made communication pervasive because it was a communication protocol. But the technology is basically invisible. It's in the background. All we know is we clicked a link today and we're all talking on a video link. The distributed ledger technology in blockchains has the potential to be a transacting protocol. And therefore, what's going to happen is the technology is going to become invisible. You're going to be transacting. So the ability to truly assess the solution, by the people that need to know how to do that, and also, again, variations on the elements, the performance or otherwise, can help you assess the solution to the use case. And I think that's a critical thing as well, because So you've got those two things because it is going to become invisible. And so the ability to really understand it, because it's a very technical and diverse set of solutions, it becomes critical for why the BMM is so important.
And I'd like to hear from Mike, because Mike has been involved in the legal aspect and also the digital asset management. A little bit about why that's important. Dino's been building out the identity management solution. So we have about 50 working groups that are all working on different aspects. Sean has been involved in our AI supplement, right? And it's critically important to understand that all of these different pieces have to be built independently, right? Because you have different skill sets, but they have to be built in an integrated sort of fabric kind of way. So, Dino, do you have any thoughts about how the identity management supplement kind of fits into the overall framework? Because you've been involved pretty close from the very beginning.
So just a little bit of a context before. The concept of a supplement is about qualifying the requirement of the blockchain maturity model. So having a maturity model that is technologically agnostic helps anybody to conduct an assessment of the maturity of a blockchain solution. However, with a supplement, we try to go beyond that, meaning that we're looking at the specific context of in which industry, in which sector, which problem is a blockchain intended to address. So we may have the use of a blockchain to support voting and election. We may have blockchain that are utilized to support supply chain. We may have blockchain supporting land and titling. Or we may have identity and management and digital identity. So in preparing this supplement, we try to go beyond the core and foundational criteria that can and should be used to assess the maturity of blockchain by asking specific questions that only pertains to a specific sector. What are the risks of using a blockchain in identity management? What are the risks of using a blockchain in voting an election or in healthcare records management? So the supplement in digital identity has been developed. It is now almost 90% done. It will be issued by the end of this year. I'm speaking as a lead of that working group. And what we realize is that it's not just enough to go and identify the risk, but because of that level of relative immaturity about knowledge of blockchain, their functioning, their purpose, their risk, and their control, we realize that there is also a need to explain the foundational concept of each one of these use cases. So when we're talking about digital identity, we're talking about self-sovereign model. We're talking about selective disclosure. We're talking about verifiable credential. So we realize that in order for a team of assessors to appreciate the meaning and the benefit of using a maturity model, we also need to explain what are these foundational concepts that apply specifically to that domain. So the supplement on digital identity is being built with that approach. We have an appendix where we're explaining what are these foundational concepts: self-sovereign identity, verifiable credential, selective disclosure, zero knowledge proof, and then we have a body of requirement, of criteria that pertain, that relate to those foundational concepts, so that both the assessment team as well as the team and the organization being assessed can put all this information into context and understand exactly the what, the why, and the how. Thank you.
If I may just add some color to that. So we remember that Amelia mentioned earlier today that the government officials kind of want a more safe and secure and verified solutions to be used, yet the technology is so new that none of the teams perhaps have the adequate number of government work or particular contracts that they did for the government. And on the other hand, the developer teams, they possess the knowledge and the understanding that is brand new in the world. So BMM assessment, in my opinion, is very much a two-way process. On one hand, the government learns from what has become available due to technological breakthroughs in recent years. At the same time, the solution providers understand much better what is it that they need to do, both in terms of practical abilities and in terms of documentation that is required for their solutions to become more widespread and find user acceptance in the world. That's why I think this work on its own is extremely valuable, because this new technology finds its way to its users through a dialogue, through common interests, through sharing the thoughts and ideas and also the requirements of the practical government or private industry users. And it relates to the whole breadth of technologies that we are discussing here, from software supply chain security solutions such as GOSH, to security cards such as Surf by Everex, to voting and solutions by Devote, and to central bank digital currencies issues that Brox has developed. So this process is creative. This process is very challenging and amazing. So I would encourage all the users to approach Government Blockchain Association and join the process of developing our common knowledge and our common products. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene. Any other questions from those who are connected online?
No? Let's see. I have a question here for one of our panelists, and who would ever like to answer it. And it is, why is it important for a blockchain solutions provider to go through this assessment?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, I think you did earlier.
Yeah. Well, give me 1 minute, because let me tell you the story about one of the organizations that went through an assessment. In fact, if we have a listing of companies that have successfully gone through the assessment. So when they are assessed, they're listed on a directory of trusted blockchain solutions. But let me, rather than me tell you, let me let the president of that company tell you directly. So I'm going to share my screen and show you this guy. All right, let's see. So let me just explain. This right here is the president of. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. This guy here is the president of a company called Access, and they work in the casino industry. So there's a lot of money laundering that happens in casinos. So they built an IoT device that goes in the handle so that whenever somebody pulls the handle, it writes the transaction to a blockchain. And this way the regulators can know that it's fair, it's transparent, that there wasn't any money laundering going on. So they came to us and they said, hey, we want an assessment. And it was amazing as we went through this, over the period of time, we exposed to them the vulnerabilities in their own system. Right. And so we delivered the findings. Alejandro was there and some of these other folks. But these were the words out of his mouth the minute we finished delivering the findings. And this answers the question of what the value is. So let me just share his words. Again, it's about 1.5 minutes. Except
you let me share the volume.
And walked access being said, for the team that has put this together, built the process, and walked access through this, it is nothing short of incredibly impressive. When Nick would come out of a meeting and he'd share what he learned, what he went through, it goes to show that there's, I'd say, thousands of hours of accumulated work to get us to this point. And probably the most important part I'd like to say is I'm trying to hide my smiles and stuff, but I'm really, really proud of this. This is an exciting moment. Leadership is from the front, folks. So the fact that, Gerard, we were able to get access through this with your team is a great way to get GBA to the next step of ensuring that the world embraces this amazing certification. So I'm very proud of Access, but at the same time, I'm equally as proud and thankful to the GBA team.
And so he is also the president of the International Gaming Standards Association. And so one of the things that he wants to do is, because of the challenges in the gaming industry, he wants to take the BMM, well, first blockchain because of all the problems it can solve, and then BMM because it can verify that blockchain is solving the problems. He wants to take that to the entire gaming industry. So as we are encountering more and more organizations and they're going through the process, what the BMM does is it shines a spotlight on the problems so they can fix it. And then the BMM team, it works with them collaboratively to help them fix it. So at the end of the day, we have better, more trusted blockchain solutions. And that's what this panel is really all about, is how can these models be used to effectively get trusted blockchain solutions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mike, I believe he has a question for Dino.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise something that we really haven't talked about. I mean, we're sitting here at the UN IGF, and we have north of 190 countries being represented here. There's also a jurisdictional component to this BMM model and some of the supplements that we've done, especially when it relates to privacy. You know, people have their own privacy laws in different countries. So I don't know if Dino, you experienced this directly in doing your models, such as GDPR and where the data is stored, and depending on jurisdictionally where these individuals are located. But I wonder if I think it'd be helpful to comment about that, because this has to be adaptable to different jurisdictions and different use cases around the world.
Yep, thank you, Mike. Indeed, and again, here this shows the flexibility of the model. The model does have a component, does have one of the 11th element that is exactly about compliance with rules, with regulation, with applicable standards that may vary country to country. So in our case, as I mentioned before, the United Nations, being an international organization, is not subject to a specific national legislation. Nonetheless, within the privileged immunities, the UN itself built a structure, framework of policies, of procedure, of requirement that are represented by, of course, by the UN Charter, in terms of hierarchy of norms, by the General Assembly resolution, by the Security Council decision, as well as at the administrative level, by the Secretary General Bulletin and administrative instruction that regulate and that are applicable to all the operation of the United Nations. So in so doing, by addressing that specific element of the BMM, we refer to the applicable requirement and norms to demonstrate compliance within the UN system, so that when the oversight bodies of the United Nations, being the internal auditors, being the Board of Auditors, being the advisory committee, being the governing body, will question whether, how, and when we were in compliance with the UN rules and regulation, we were able to demonstrate that indeed there was a discrete step in the process that required us to check, verify, and confirm that the mechanism, the control that had been put in place were in alignment with those norms.
I'd like to complement at this point just by adding a couple of important considerations. Normally, the UN does not make any reference to local laws, first because it's an intergovernmental organization that has 193 member states, but also because whenever there are member states regulations that are referred to, those have substantive provisions that very often are relevant, but also procedural provisions that involve enforcement actions and other administrative measures that the UN would not be able to comply with because of the inviolability of its documents, of its assets in accordance with the UN Charter, but also the 1946 Convention on Privileges and Immunities and the 1947 Convention on Privileges and Immunities. However, as Dino correctly pointed out, it is important for the UN to take into account national requirements when devising its policies and procedures because of the standards that are put in place. And that's why the BMM is so important, because once you have a high-level standard that the UN, but also other government organizations and private institutions, non-governmental organizations, that the entire community can reach, then you have an important standard that is also relevant when funding sources entrust funds to the UN. So, for instance, even in cases where there can't be reference to local legislation, donors such as the European Commission will carry out pillar assessments and other kinds of assessments before transferring any funds to institutions that could potentially expose them to substantial risk. So I hope this clarifies the query that you had. I think we are close to wrapping up. I wanted to ask for final remarks from those who are here in Kyoto, but also from the colleagues online. And I personally wanted to conclude just to say that I've heard many ways, to describe the model today, but certainly the one that I personally liked the best was the game changer reference. And I would like to also highlight a very important dimension, which is how the system ensures that the Sustainable Development Goals can be reached. And so I'd like to have some thoughts about it from the team here. And also I would like to ask if people in the room here have any questions. Dino, why don't you give us some thoughts on the intersection between the model and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals?
So, well, one, of course, as the term identifies, is sustainability. So what we have discovered, what we were able to demonstrate, for example, in the specific case of the United Nations Pension Fund, is that by digitalizing a manual process using blockchain technology as well as biometric, as I explained before, we have been able to cut substantially a lot of manual processes, a lot of paper-based processes, a lot of scanning tasks that were previously conducted at the fund, along with archiving. So because of the manual support of a process that for 70 years ran and asked people to sign a piece of paper, 84,000 people returned that piece of paper to the UN Pension Fund. The organization had to equip itself with a system of verification, of validation, of archiving. So by just introducing this technology, we have substantially cut the amount of energy, the amount of space, the amount of labor that was involved in this process, and definitely, I think, demonstrated with tangible result that this is a sustainable solution.
I can share one other, and that is the concept, and I don't remember if it's SDG 16 or 17, but it's the one that talks about strong institutions. I think it's peace, justice, and strong institutions. And, the BMM didn't just kind of come out of thin air. It actually was developed from who we are as an organization and what those things that are important to us. And to give you an example, when we started the Government Blockchain Association, the very first thing we wrote, and the most important thing on our website, is our ethics statement. And I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen and just tell you what this is, because this really is the underlying foundation of where the BMM came from. It says the GBA commits to reflecting various viewpoints and positions from many perspectives among its stakeholders, among its members. Yet technology, like an inanimate object, is neutral regarding human motivations. Therefore, the following tenets will guide GBA leadership and its members as we engage with public policymakers, industry influencers, and citizens at large. And these were numbered, but so I'm just going to number them. That's how I know them. 1, technology is a resource that can and should be globally used for good on behalf of all citizens. 2, the resultant uses of technology, such as blockchain technology and related innovations, strive to improve the quality of life for all citizens. 3, governments, government employees, and laws are instituted by citizens and nations to serve and protect, not suppress or hinder the free and positive pursuit of the governed. 4, the inalienable rights and dignities enjoyed by citizens shall not be unduly suppressed by the authority of governments as they carry out their mandated role and responsibility. And finally, GBA will only pursue goals that serve to form a more perfect union between and among governments and the citizens they serve. We do this by establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, providing for the common defense of citizens' rights and welfares, and securing the blessings of liberty in a free society. And those are the tenets that were the foundation that blockchain was built on top of. I'm sorry, that the blockchain maturity model was built on top of. So if we go to look at what the SDGs are, right, and where they connect, well, this is very similar to what the United Nations is looking to pursue, right? It's really about establishing a long-lasting peace. And I believe very firmly that what we're attempting to do really aligns with all the SDGs, because all of those SDGs in part connect to the mission of the GBA and the UN. And I think the blockchain technology is the enabling technology that allows us to build those strong institutions. So that's how I think that they connect.
Thank you, Gerard. We have a question from a gentleman in this room.
Sure.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, please. Hello, good morning. My name is Ashem Songwe, and I'm a member of parliament from Malawi. But I also, most importantly, I'm a member of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. Sitting in here as a gatecrasher, I've been very much intrigued, but also enlightened by the presenters on the subject of the blockchain. And also my view and understanding on the matter has also been broadened, getting to see that coming from the public sector and being able to understand how blockchain could enhance public sector reforms in service delivery and notwithstanding the attainment of the SDGs by the UN. What was most fascinating is, as presented by Dino, the use case in terms of pension fund management, and I'm also mindful of the various social protection programs that member states of the UN are involved in their respective countries, and one of the critical issue that they come across with is the positive identification of the beneficiaries. And Dino said it's difficult to prove a negative. So it was quite a very, very enlightening. And the point I want to raise as a lawmaker, there are serious gains to be made from if countries were going to adopt this kind of technology, but you know the issues of mistrust. But I think Shona did also lay off those fears that blockchain does offer the platform that can be trusted, provides traceability, and also is transparent. But these are the issues that are not being communicated to the government, so that government can start transitioning into digitalization transformation. As a lawmaker, I represent the APNIC. As I said, the General Secretary is over here. Would appreciate to have some kind of working relationship, because some of these issues eventually they will have to be translated into legislation. Either would accelerate policy enactment or legislation enactment that would fast track the adoption of this kind of technologies. At the same time, another question going to the United Nations. We're talking about a deficit of 2.6 billion people that are not connected. But at the same time, we've made a decision that digitalization and the internet governance and information technology is the way to go. We are not going back. It would be appreciated if the issues of the SDGs could also be supported in terms of encouraging countries to enact policies that are going to utilize blockchain as an accelerator towards the attainment of those goals. So I don't know whether this is something you would consider as UN. As parliamentarians, we will be simply waiting to enact laws, but we need this. We have some capacity areas that should be improved upon. As I said, through the APNIC, to which I'm a member. It's quite enlightening, and thank you so much for allowing us to get crushed into this very important session. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a very easy comment I'd like to make.
Let Amelia handle this, because she is a lawmaker, and I think
Gerard, sorry, Gerard, we reached the end of our time, the allotted time. So let's please allow people to ask the question. At least we all hear the question, then maybe we take it offline, because it's 11:15, it's the end of our session.
Yeah, if one of you guys will give him my contact info, I can show him the model legislation that we run.
We will.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely.
We have one more question.
Thank you all. I'm Lee McKnight, Associate Professor at Syracuse University School of Information Studies. I'm here now inviting you all to get up and join my class at 6:30 a.m. to hear about a sustainable development blockchain my students are building for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. But that's an aside. We can take that offline. The question is, I've heard a lot, obviously, the name's Government Blockchain Association, and I applaud the work being done, but there's also research, industry, you're in this multi-stakeholder forum. What about the rest of the world? What's the interface between the rest of the world and the Government Blockchain Association? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an easy answer. You should join gbaglobal.org, and we will definitely help resolving the issues that we've heard today. Everybody is welcome.
I know time is not our best ally. I'll just use half a second, because blockchain is still very much associated with cryptocurrency. I don't know how you're going to break that and get it off the minds of the people. And of course, when you talk about cryptocurrency, we know of people who have lost their money through that. So I don't know what you're going to do to ensure that you break that, that association of blockchain with cryptocurrency and mistrust.
So very quickly, we are over time, so apologies to the coordinators of the room if you allow us to just 1 minute.
My name is Sarah Opendi, a member of parliament from Uganda.
Uganda. Thank you so much. So first and foremost, thank you everybody for participating, both in person as well as online. Very quickly, the name Government Blockchain Association definitely refer to government, but also is intended for all citizens or all entities that work with government and for the government. So it's not limited to government. Actually, entities, private sector, really the multi-stakeholder philosophy approach of the IGF, it's mirrored in the GBA. It's open to all representative of all sector, industry, civil society, academia, and NGOs. In terms of breaking that association blockchain and cryptocurrency, there are over 50 working groups in the GBA that address way over the use case of cryptocurrency. As alluded to before, we have working group on digital identity, working group in digital asset, working groups on the supply chain, healthcare, artificial intelligence, voting and election. So really, we go very well beyond that. And the point is really training and awareness. There are 2 conferences. One usually takes place at the end of September, October, and one in May, that really have a wide variety of topics that are discussed and presented by practitioners and representatives from the multi-stakeholder community. Thank you very much. We can definitely continue this conversation both offline, in person, as online. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Dowding, co-founder and head of design for Alpha S Core and our differentiating platform Tapestry X. Today, I'm going to explain the banking and finance supplement to the Government Blockchains Association's blockchain maturity model. In conjunction with the UN's IGF, the Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition has adopted the Government Blockchain Association blockchain maturity model. First, a quick reminder of the blockchain maturity model itself. The blockchain solutions are assessed on 5 layers. The first one is that some portion of the element is documented or implemented. The second layer is that it is documented. The BMM element description have been incorporated into a solution documentation package. The third level is that it's validated. It works as a proof of concept, that there's adequate evidence that the solution demonstrates that it functions as intended. Fourth layer is that it's in production. The solution is capable of an operational deployment. The fifth layer is called optimizing, and this is where it's maintaining a continuity of their operations with consistent and reliable performance over a long period. Now, looking at those 5 layers, the solution is assessed against 11 elements. Distribution, where we're looking at concentration risk of hosting from homogeneous to heterogeneous. Governance, so that there's effective management of key components of the solution. Identity ensures that controls are in place for identity and access management. Interoperability, facilitate the ability of blockchain solution to share and use information and other assets with other legacy or blockchain solutions. Performance, ensuring that the transaction volumes and speed are suitable for the use of the blockchain. Privacy, ensuring that the solution has adequate encryption and protections of personal identifiable information. Reliability, assurance that adequate controls address and mitigate the resolution of disputed forks, blocks, errors, or fraud. Resilience, ensuring that the continuity of operations during unforeseen events, limitations, and failures. Security, assurance that adequate controls address and mitigate the end-to-end security risk of the solution. Infrastructure sustainability, ensuring that the availability of all resources required to maintain the capabilities and satisfy requirements throughout the life of the solution. And lastly, synchronization, assessing the means for the network to achieve consistency and completeness for finality of the distributed and Government Blockchain Association maturity model, and we have the version listed there. So there's the blockchain maturity model, which can be used for all solutions. But we realize that within particular use cases, and in case the Global Blockchain Association has looked at banking and finance, voting, identity, and healthcare, each of those use cases needs specific supplemental requirements to be reviewed as well. And this is the banking and finance supplement. So the banking and finance supplement group identified a spectrum of use cases which have unique or differentiating products, services, and functions. Against all the use cases, the working group defined a set of requirements against which the use cases can be assessed. But please note, these requirements represent peak requirements, so will not all be applicable in all the use cases. And again, like the blockchain maturity model review, it is a collaborative process where we're looking to help the solutions identify that they can meet the requirements or what they need to do in order to do so. So looking at the use cases, and these are many and varied, but I'll go through them quickly. You've got a value transfer business, which deals with any type of, points or value or credits in any kind of transaction, investments. Institutional banking, where you've got big companies interacting with the banks themselves. Community banking, which could cover credit unions as well as local banks. Micro lending and payments, which is obviously a very prevalent topic for emerging markets. Credit cards in general, and debit and prepaid cards. Central or national banks have their own use cases, and separately there's central bank digital currencies. There's capital markets, which is the issuance of debt and equity and trading and investments in those products. There's structured products, which are around asset-backed securities, exchange-traded derivatives, and then there's over-the-counter derivatives. There's retail investing, institutional investing, and then governments obviously have their own banking and finance needs. And then there's supranational bodies that also require that kind of facilitation, including the UN. Then there's now the new world of cryptocurrencies, centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, NFTs, peer-to-peer distributed apps. So looking at the supplemental requirements of all those use cases, and the idea is that you should be able to find yourself a solution in one or more of those use cases. Let's look at the potential supplemental requirements. So that you should have auditable records. The solution should generate ledger reporting to meet the general or use case audit requirements. Credit and risk management, transaction data, payable receivables. The solution's ledger reflects the underlying transactional obligations to measure credit and risk exposure. This again may be applicable to certain specialized use cases. Clearance and settlement reflect the settlement finality of executed transactions for digital assets controlled within the network. Process clearance and settlement, where applicable, include transfers, trading, financing, and lending transactions. Confidentiality. The transaction on the shared distributed ledger shall be anonymous and confidential between counterparties and any network intermediary. Digital securities issuance. This is the issuance and control of securities that are only perfected in the network which they hold. And this covers certainly the crypto and DeFi world today, but eventually legacy assets may be issued purely as digital assets, not as electronic or even paper as they are sometimes today. Distributed ledger records. The solution requires that ledger is distributed among several nodes. Distributed settlement. The solution requires that any settlement of a transaction is recorded without the need for a central authority. Double entry accounting. Use double entry accounting standards to record transactions on a mutable ledger. Produce one-to-one reconcilable transaction and balance records for any downstream ledger. Fractional reserve accounting. This is related to banking. The solution should provably reflect the loan assets versus the liabilities and reserves that bank them and show the money supply increase. Future dated transactions or obligations. The solution shall record future dated payable receivables in the mutable record on the date it was agreed and reflect on the date it will be settled. High capacity. The solution meets the capacity requirements of high transaction volume use cases. Identity verification. The solution shall comply with applicable Know Your Customer and Know Your Counterparty regulations. Interoperability, legacy infrastructure. The solution shall include the capability to bring value into or deliver value out of the network. Interoperability with other networks. The solution shall have the capability to transfer or reflect tokens of assets between networks operating in the same blockchain DLT protocol. Interoperability with other protocols. The solution shall have the capability to transfer or reflect tokens of assets between networks operating in different blockchain or DLT protocols. Lending, payables, receivables. The solution shall have the capability to reflect current date or future dated obligations of loaned asset transfers as journal entries within the immutable distributed ledger. Real-time settlement. The solution shall have achieved settlement finality upon the first recording of an executed transaction in the distributed ledger. Reconcilable records, internal trial balances, and balance monitoring. Regulatory reporting and monitoring. The solution shall record the data to report and monitor and regulatory reporting monitoring of the use case or jurisdiction. The solution is scalable. The solution shall be linearly scalable, vertical, and horizontal for transaction processing. Tax audit accounting. The solution shall records data in formats that generate cost-based tax laws. Third-party legal responsibilities. The solution shall be capable of executing powers of attorney to authorize or confirm transactions and to indemnify the network and participants from errors or fraud, either caused or erroneously approved by any third-party validators within the solution. Transactions and balances. The solution shall generate bank statement or asset custody reporting. And so here we see a matrix. Down the left-hand side
Hello, welcome to this session on digital asset management standards, accounting, legal, and tokenomic principles for the blockchain age, brought to you by the Digital Asset Management Working Group of the Government Blockchain Association. We're thrilled today to be able to present at the Internet Governance Forum. You can find us online at www.gbaglobal.org. Today, we're going to cover our presenter bios for me and my co-presenter, Allison. Why does digital asset management matter? How the GBA is developing digital asset management training, the Digital Asset Management Working Group, the core content of the Digital Asset Professional Certification, and the future of certified digital asset professionals. I'm Stacey Ferris. I'm a certified public accountant in the United States, a certified fraud examiner. I have over a decade of forensic accounting and audit experience. I co-lead the Digital Asset Management Working Group. I'm an adjunct professor of accounting at the University of Maryland, teaching a graduate course on blockchain and digital asset accounting. And I'm also a digital asset assessor for the blockchain maturity model.
Hi, I'm Allison Maffett. I'm a practicing attorney in the blockchain and fintech spaces. I am an attorney with the Cogent Law Group, and I am also co-designing the digital asset management course for the GBA with Stacy. And I'm a digital asset and legal assessor for the blockchain maturity model with the GBA. And I'm the co-chair of the GBA Legal Working Group. So why does digital asset management matter?
Digital asset management coursework supports the sustainable innovation aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, specifically SDG 16.6, to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. And additionally, financial inclusion is referenced in the targets of 8 of the 17 UN SDGs. The digital asset management coursework encourages effective, sustainable business practices that support financial inclusion of small businesses and young companies, startups around the world, many of whom the UN works with and supports.
Why this matters? Most Web3 businesses have not failed because they have bad ideas or the tech isn't good. They have failed due to neglecting or simply not knowing the accounting, legal, and internal control risks for their operations. Things that are small issues start to balloon into insurmountable problems that crush a young company. Digital asset management aims to provide the general business knowledge necessary to navigate this landscape.
Additionally, the coursework will support the blockchain maturity model assessments. This is because each assessment team must include one certified digital asset professional. The reason for this is that it supports a holistic evaluation, not only of the tech and the blockchain, but also of the business environment, the business practices, the governance structure, the accounting, the legal, and so forth.
So how is the GBA developing the digital asset management training? Our process came about from an idea in the summer of 2022 from discussions during the development of the Banking and Finance BMM supplement. The working groups outlined the content and began building it out. Originally, it was a little smaller, and now it's expanded to a full certification course that will provide practical knowledge for all participants. The working group meetings are held weekly to discuss incremental progress and incorporate group feedback.
We'd encourage you to join our weekly discussions by becoming a member of the GBA, or you can join the Dynamic Coalition to participate in monthly reviews that will have some element of digital asset management. So our working group. The working group, of course, is led by myself, Stacey Ferris, and Allison Moffett. I provide the accounting expertise, and Allison provides the legal expertise. We also want to acknowledge some of our significant contributors, including Gerard Daché, who's the executive director of the GBA, Lori Souza for her legal content that she's provided, Marcus Veith, who's provided accounting insights and review on the business side of the content. Alejandro Mandujano, who is Latin American, Spanish CPA, and he has provided input on the international accounting standards and international treatment. Mohammed Salim doing the same thing from a Middle Eastern perspective. Eric Guthrie for contributing legal content, and Alison Ugarte for her accounting and banking knowledge. The core content of the Digital Asset Management Certification. The major topics we cover are digital asset taxonomy, accounting and taxation, legal considerations, banking and financial services regulation, internal controls and risk assessment, and tokenomic design considerations. Now, this is the digital asset taxonomy. I developed it as part of teaching at the University of Maryland, and it was published in the Journal of Accountancy in the July 2023 magazine. It was technically reviewed by the AICPA's Digital Asset Working Group, the Government Blockchain Association, Peter Rem, and also the Crypto CFO community. The reason why we introduced the taxonomy is that it helps to understand the accounting or the business perspective of how different types of assets are treated and how you assess risk on different types of assets. For example, Bitcoin would fall into the fungible crypto assets, fully decentralized bucket. And the way you treat Bitcoin and the risks associated with Bitcoin are very different from, let's say, a reusable NFT. For instance, a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT would be a reusable ownership NFT. The risks and the accounting for those two items are very different. And so this taxonomy provides definitions and standard ways of looking at the digital asset landscape. Then we move on to accounting and taxation, where we talk about accounting standards. US GAAP is soon to incorporate a crypto asset accounting standard, which will cover some but not all types of digital assets. We talk about accounting systems, the information through those systems, and where your risks are going to lie in terms of ensuring that data is correct, crypto subledgers and when they should be used. We discuss valuation principles, including valuation from a forensic perspective, from a GAAP perspective, and also tax valuation. We talk about taxation, core tax concepts, calculating cost basis. When does a capital gain or loss apply? We discuss fraud risk. How can you determine fraud risk levels and mitigate that fraud risk? And also record keeping. What constitutes good records? Our digital asset manager resources will also include a directory of links to crypto guidance of tax authorities around the world.
And from the legal side, we give an overall perspective on the legal landscape, and we do try to make it jurisdiction. The course is jurisdiction and digital asset agnostic. So we are trying to make it to where somebody can understand the issues that will face their own digital assets. And we look at smart contracts and the different types and how they may or may not bring in legal obligations. And then liability and insurance, intellectual property. And again, these are jurisdiction specific once you get into the digital asset. So we're trying to provide a broad overview, and securities law, and that can tie in quite a bit of nuance in changing rules, and then licensing and permit. And we go all the way down, using the US as an example, to state levels, and dispute resolution, and then cross-border considerations. So banking regulation, we're going to use the US as an example again. We walk through the considerations for money service businesses, and we start at the federal level, where you have the US Bank Secrecy Act of 1974, and FinCEN crimes enforcement, FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. And then you go down a level, and that's the state level. So you have money transmitter licenses. And then go more globally, know your customer, anti-money laundering, and internal controls apply to companies all over the world. And the specific rules might be jurisdiction specific, but the general principles will overlap considerably.
And even companies that are operating overseas, very frequently they will have some kind of corporate piece that might be sitting in the US that makes them subject to US regulation. So it covers a large percentage of companies in this space. Internal controls and risk assessment. This is one of the final modules within the course material. Within this section, we talk about how to describe and assess a risk. Is the risk low, medium, high? How do I know if this is a critical risk? What's it going to affect? How do I determine that? What are internal controls? Why do you need them? How do you determine what's a good internal control for a specific type of risk? We talk about the types of digital asset risk. That is risk that is specific to blockchain, to crypto, particular implementations. How do you detect these risks? And what are some mitigation strategies? Now, mitigation strategies are effectively internal controls. And then we also talk about common red flags of potential control failures. Now, this content is very important for, let's say, a BMM assessor who needs to be able to look at, let's say, the corporate governance structure of an entity. Does management have sufficient information, reporting, et cetera, in order to ensure the success of the company and the responsible stewardship of investor funds? These are all important considerations for the longevity, the governance, and the sustainability of any entity that undergoes a BMM assessment.
And to add to that, the idea that the companies need to, it has to be a holistic approach. So that's one of the big emphases of the BMM, that you have legal, you have with the digital asset management, you have accounting, you look at the whole picture.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the whole picture of the entire company, not just looking at, well, this is really cool tech. It's obviously going to succeed because it's really advanced and it's cutting edge, right? We're currently, as we record this and as you watch this, the very well-known FTX case is ongoing, and that business didn't fail because the tech was bad. That business failed spectacularly and resulted in horrible losses because they didn't understand how to run a business, how to mitigate risk, and how to have internal controls and oversight of customer funds.
Another area we focus on is tokenomics. So what are tokenomics? And then the scarcity and demand on a token value, how to look at the incentives and rewards, and staking and governance, and something like a burn mechanism. What does that mean? And then will the token have a vesting period or lockup period? How that will impact how to value the token, what it turns into, and then tokenomic models. And then that also will look at community engagement and token values.
This is particularly important for any kinds of projects that are incorporating a DAO to govern the project or that are trying to be more decentralized. That's when tokenomic considerations become very important. A BMM assessor needs to understand this because when they say, well, show me your governance model, if it's a DAO, when I say DAO, I mean decentralized autonomous organization. If it's a DAO that is the governance model or the business management model, they need to understand the tokenomics that are governing how this DAO operates, how people buy into the DAO, how people make decisions, and how they get out of perhaps being part of a DAO. And that's why we believe tokenomics is very important for a holistic education on digital asset management. So in the future, we see a world with certified digital asset professionals.
The certification will be required for at least one assessment team member, and the course can also be used to prepare or train auditors, legal risk assessors, Web3 personnel, and other risk assessment professionals. This will support professional career development for individuals who want to launch or deepen a career in digital assets, Web3, or the blockchain industry.
Finally, the complete digital asset management certification course will debut next spring in conjunction with GBA's annual spring conference, The Future of Money, Governance, and the Law. So we hope to see you there in Washington, D.C. in May 2024. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation from myself, Stacey Ferris,
and Allison Maffett
on digital asset management.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the blockchain maturity model. This is an overview which we are going to look in and try to understand about what the blockchain maturity model is all about and where it started and how it's going ahead. So that's what we're going to look into this particular presentation. And I am Mayappan Maslamani. I perform as a volunteer at Government Blockchain Association, holding roles as Director Standards and Certifications and Working Group Leader for the Standards and Certification Working Group. So this is, the next slide is going to show about my knowledge and experience which I hold. So I'm in this particular, my overall experience holds by around 24 years. And I'm a practitioner of ISO standards, audits, and my standards are related to ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001, ISO 27001, and ISO 18295. So these are the standards what I practice as auditor and also lead auditor. And also I hold qualifications on ISO 37001 and ISO 20000. So these numbers are all in a very different manner. Each standard has its own requirements. So basically, it is called as I can just give an example for 9001 is quality management system, and of course I'm a principal auditor from International Registrar for Certified Auditors, and I'm a chartered engineer by the Institute of Engineers, and of course, I've completed my blockchain and distributed ledger technologies related to the blockchain revolution for enterprises and the blockchain foundation course from GBA. So this is about myself, and moving forward, let's see the agenda, what we have here. So we are going to cross around 27 slides, and the slides are going to start saying about when it started, who created it, and why do we need BMM, what is a BMM, how the who are the audience for the BMM, then purpose and scope of BMM, then principles of BMM, the core elements of BMM, levels on the elements of BMM, BMM supplements, integration. So where does the integration happens? What goes into a BMM assessment, and then the roadmap of BMM's travel. So let's start for this session. When it started. It all started when we found multiple organizations claiming of having a blockchain solution or product. So it's not only that, when people also started confusing between the terminology of Bitcoin and blockchain. And we had multiple discussions about crypto asset, which is presently termed as digital asset, where people were misled by the cryptocurrency. So GBA, as part of multiple working groups, we formulated a working group called as Standards and Certification. and we wanted to ensure that standardization should be a parallel growth to the blockchain industry or the blockchain technology. So that is where we started, and somewhere in 2020, we formulated this working group called as Standards and Certifications, and we moved ahead. So this particular Standards and Certifications working group consists of around 66 members distributed across multiple industries and multiple domains, including government and regulatory bodies. And we have a good set of knowledge repository people, that is a resource, which has formulated this particular model, blockchain maturity model. So now coming into the Standards and Certifications working group, what is this working group doing around? So this group focuses on assuring and ensuring the quality, accountability, reliability, and sustainability of blockchain solutions. So this particular group also insists on the risk-based approach for standards and the establishment, implementation, and maintenance of blockchain solutions. So this particular working group focuses on ensuring a standard needs to be rolled out. Okay, so this is the focus of the group, and the standard can and should be used for the assessment and evaluation of products, process, and the organization to support acquisition, management, and source selection. So this is one of the requirement of this particular group, and also we are exploring more and more ways to understand how to have a decentralized autonomous organization over a governance model. So basically, this blockchain maturity model over a period would become a decentralized autonomous organization and ensure that the product, that is the blockchain solution, which is going to be provided to the society, is being governed for giving a quality outcome. So that is the focus of this group. And why do we need a blockchain maturity model? This is a very interesting question, wherein we are talking about standardization, right? So standardization is a basic concept where it requires us to have across the world having the same interest and terms and terminologies. So that is basically a concept of standardization. And why we need, of course, some governments and enterprises are in the process of purchasing and acquiring blockchain-based solutions. However, they have little of any experience in acquiring, implementing, and maintaining blockchain-based systems. So that is where the standardization plays the role, where when the standardization starts up, it is common between the buyer and the seller. And also user also has the same feel of standardization. So coming into what is blockchain maturity model? The blockchain maturity model is structured framework to compare a proposed or instantiated blockchain solution against the attributes or elements of a reliable solution. So it includes an assessment of both product characteristics and process used to develop and maintain the solution. So it's all about development, right? So it's all a blockchain solution. When you talk about blockchain solution, it's all about development. And we are specifically talking in this particular blockchain maturity model about the product characteristics and the process which is used to develop and maintain. So that these are the two very important points, because this particular model is a product-based model. So it is more focused on the product, how it is going to be rolled out. The product is to be called as blockchain solution. This model is technology agnostic and is equally applicable to public, private, or hybrid blockchain solutions. So it is meant for any type of blockchain solution. It is not associated with any specific vendor, domain, or industry. It is intended to be equally applicable to all blockchain implementations. So the interest of saying this is this particular blockchain maturity model is applicable to any type of blockchain solution. So it doesn't covers a specific domain or a specific industry. So it covers each and every type of blockchain solution. So who are the audiences for the BMM? So the audiences would be starts from the blockchain solution provider, the basic organization who's going to develop a product and roll it to the market. So then the investors, so who may invest on a blockchain solution provider, or acquisition professionals, so wherein a government agency can ensure for acquiring a product, or the customers who are going to be a part of buying the blockchain solution, utilizing it for their own needs, or the end user, the person who's going to get the benefit, or the person who's going to be a part of the blockchain solution. So all these 5 type of participants are there as the audience for the BMM, wherein anyone can understand the blockchain maturity model and take the feel of how the product is going to support them. What the purpose of and scope of BMM? So that's what we are going to look in now. The purpose of the BMM is provide a roadmap to mature blockchain solutions from startup to production environment. So that means we are having the blockchain solutions at a very nascent stage. So we require to have them created from the startup and until the production environment, that is the live. So where it can be used and can be giving the benefits to the society. That until that, we are going to ensure that is one of the purpose. The second purpose would be to demonstrate that a vendor's solution can be trusted to meet blockchain industry standards. So what is the purpose of the blockchain maturity model is to ensure that it is going to showcase the trustability of a blockchain solution. Then provide acquisition professionals with the information needed to evaluate a blockchain solution. This purpose is a very specific purpose because the blockchain solution provider alone is not going to understand this particular model. Even the acquisition professionals would try to understand this model and take a call to evaluate whenever they are going to procure any kind of blockchain solution product. What is the scope? The scope covers blockchain, applications. Blockchain is the top layer, then the second layer, applications which are inbuilt or integrated into the blockchain layer, then the supporting ecosystem. So even the supporting ecosystem would be a part of this particular scope. So whoever supports to the blockchain solution. So in blockchain solution, blockchain maturity model, which is meant for a blockchain solution, has a basic document which is called as blockchain overview. Okay, so this particular blockchain overview has a primary principle, and this principle starts like from the first conceptualization of the technology to explosive growth of blockchain. Trust has been the single most important factor in requirements of the blockchain solution. So by which you can understand that there is a trust protocol available in this particular blockchain maturity model, which has been considered as the basic principle. And we have drilled that principle into a point where it is getting rolled into a primary major principle called as decentralization and distribution. Okay, so these two terminologies are playing the major role of the principle, and decentralization is a part of data is distributed amongst a network of independent parties that validate transactions. Distributed, the function of recording information in a blockchain solution is distributed among a network to mitigate the risk of network outages and tampering with data. So these are the two definitions which we have formulated as a principle. Then comes the secondary principle. So in secondary principle, we have a set of factors which are going to be understood. Like it starts with consensus. So the first secondary principle would be the consensus. The state of verified information is confirmed by a group of entities that mutually agree on the integrity of the information. This may be performed by a wide variety of consensus and synchronization mechanisms. So this is a concept where which is a part of blockchain solution. Then the cryptography is a part of a secondary principle which has been placed inside. Then the immutability. The immutability is the information recorded on a blockchain may never be changed. However, new information may be appended to record a change in state. All information and any appended information is permanently recorded. So the permanent recordability is to be termed as the immutability over here as a principle in the secondary level. And coming into the incentive mechanism, of course, we have also phrased as incentive mechanism as part of secondary principle. Blockchain solutions include an incentive mechanism to motivate the stakeholders to sustain the solution. So that is a holistic interest of including incentive mechanism. Then peer-to-peer. So blockchain solutions use communications directly between stakeholders without the involvement of a third party. That is a whole, one of the important secondary principles which is being considered. Then comes the resilience, where we are very much aware about multiple attacks and other things happening around. But apart from multiple, there is always a single point of failure or a single entity which may rule over. So that is being considered in this particular resilience in the secondary principle. Then comes the transparency. So any change to the information recorded in the blockchain solution is visible and transparent to all users and administrators of the solution. So transparency plays a major role in the secondary principle and also in any kind of blockchain solution. So trust, transparency, honesty. So these are the factors which are coming around the blockchain maturity model. So with these two primary and secondary principles, we have formulated the blockchain maturity model. And this particular blockchain maturity model is governed by two documents. One is the overview document, other one is the assessment document, BMM assessment document. It is one is called a BMM assessment document, other one is called as BMM overview document. So let us see what is available inside this particular blockchain maturity model. Inside the blockchain maturity model, which is the core requirement document, it has elements. Okay, so and each element is around having a set of goal which has to be fulfilled. So what are the elements? The elements starts from distribution, governance, identity management, interoperability, performance, privacy, reliability, resilience, security, infrastructure sustainability, and synchronization. So these 11 elements have been formulated inside the BMM requirement document. So that is a basic document which is going to be providing the requirements and the expectations which are required for the blockchain solution. And each has a goal. And after the goal is available, then you have some kind of level-based requirement. So I'm not going to go in detail about all the levels of each of the elements. I'm just going to give a briefing about how the levels has to be interpreted when you're trying to read through the documents, because all the documents are available freely with a website. Within the website is called as gbaglobal.org, and each of the document you can always reach and read. And when you're reading, you need to understand how to interpret the particular document. That's why I'm talking about the goal is available for each element. So the goal has to be attained. So to attain the goal, you need to attain some level-wise requirements. The levels are 5. So the number is just a mere number, okay? So it's a 5-level which has been formulated, and it has a definition. So level 1 is initial, level 2 is documented, and level 3 is validated, level 4 is production, and level 5 is optimizing. So each level has its own kind of definition, and there are some constraints also available, which I'll be providing you in the end of iterating these levels. So level 1 is a baseline level where any kind of solution can provide information in a holistic manner, but with some supportive informations. So which can give confidence to the person who's going to visualize the requirements and ensure that it's getting established. The level 2 is a part where it comes into documented. So any kind of requirement which has been placed inside the element, you need to ensure that the elements requirements are being provided and supported with a specific type of document. So which will increase the confidence of a person who sees or who visualizes the solution. Yes, this solution has been developed or is being developed with the real-time documentation. Okay, so then comes a validate. So level 3 talks about validate. What is validate? Validated something like the documentation is in place, but whether is the documentation getting demonstrated? Okay, so demonstrating the documentation would be a part of validation. So where you will also look into a proof of concept. Okay, so then comes level 4. Level 4, as you can see, it's production. Production means it is live. So it should be in a live pattern where whatever we have documented, whatever we established, whatever we documented, whatever we are demonstrated has been rolled into live and gives a strength to the user to understand and use it. So it should be functionally working around, right? So that is one of the part where it talks about the production. So the next level is optimizing. Here, optimizing is something little bit ahead or more than what is required. So it may be possible or may not be possible by a solution which has reached level 4, that is production. Production is a place where anyone can give a live product. But over and above, when you come to blockchain, so there are few points of transparency. So which may not be possible for some of the use cases, which may be possible for some of the use cases. So there is a difference between public, private, and hybrid. So these 3 formulates one of the requirement, and it is left up to the blockchain solution whether they can disclose all the informations or not and provide optimizing solution. Okay, so that's why there's a note. It is not mandate that a blockchain solution need to achieve level 5. It all depends on the transparency of the blockchain solution. So transparency plays a major role over here, and the more the transparency, the more it becomes system driven. More it becomes system driven, it more becomes a decentralized autonomous organization sort of thing. So wherein it's going to work only with the within the basic concepts, and it over and above becomes an AI, almost like an AI. Okay, so these are the levels which are available in this blockchain maturity model, and also the part is we have to ensure these levels are interpreted accordingly. So whatever you have seen now until now are only the definitions for each levels. So it needs to be interpreted when you are trying to establish the or implement and maintain the requirements within the elements. So each element will have all the 5 level type of requirements. Then comes the supplements, of course. As we already said very clearly that this particular blockchain maturity model is meant for any type of domain, any type of vendor, any type of industry. So what to do for the domain specific requirements? That is why we have built the BMM supplements, and this particular BMM supplements are industry and domain specific. So wherein if an organization is going to seek for is going to develop a product, okay, which is a blockchain solution, and that particular blockchain solution is going to become a banking and financial product, then you need to complete the blockchain maturity model requirement implementation, then establish the requirements and implement them into the solution from the domain specific requirements, which is nothing but called as BMM supplements. So after you are covering the BMM requirement core document, then you will be having BMM supplements in place. According to your industry, you can always use them as a guide and ensure the levels. Basically, there are not you may not find level wise approach in the BMM supplements. So basically, the BMM supplements are very specific to the domain requirement. So you need to ensure that you are able to complete those requirements in each place. So it may the supplement requirement may fall in level 1, level 2, or level 3, level 4, level 5. Apart from that, it may fall under 11 elements. Also, there are possibilities. So you can always fix them in each element accordingly for that particular domain and ensure it is going to work for that particular industry or the domain. So we have almost 50 plus working groups which are working around on these kind of supplements. Presently, we are having 3 supplements completed, and other supplements are in progress. In fact, we are also having the AI related supplement, so which is coming up. So shortly, you'll be finding more supplements which can be visualized in the GBA global.org website. Integration. So now we are going to talk about the integration, how does integration happens and where. So basically, we have considered the ISO standard requirement, which has been rolled out in 2021, I think. And this is related to, you can, sorry, in 2020 itself it started, it was rolled out, yes. Blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. This particular document is talking about the terms and definitions. Okay, so the terms and definitions has been considered. Almost you can see similar type of terms and definitions which has been used in the ISO standard has been used in our BMM blockchain maturity model. This is basically part of standardization. Okay, so that is where the standardization happens. And then we have IAC playbook, American Council for Technology and Industry Advisory Council, which is basically there is some we can say a similarity in that particular area, and also we have multiple plans to have a bridge with the other international standard bodies, so that we are going to provide a standardized document, standardized model, and also ensure that we do not reinvent the wheel. There is one more integration. This is a basic, it's a very interesting integration. The people who are aware about ISO 9001, which is basically related to quality management system, which is a very basic standard for any kind of business run organization. Basically, it's not a product standard. It's an organizational standard, organizational quality management system standard, meant for delivering a right product with a right quality. Okay. So that means the organization, if it's going to have the ISO standard implemented, then automatically they're going to deliver a right product. That is the interest. Process-based approach, system-based approach, and it's basically not person-driven, it is system-driven. So, wherein you can see over here the processes A, process B, process C, process D, process C, E. So, when you start with any kind of input, there will be an activity, then an output will be there, and it starts from 1. And if you could see, there is a continuation, right? So it's a continuation from process to process, process to process, process to process. At last, it comes to output 35. So in process E, where it is going to get delivered to the customer. So there is an input, there is an output, and the holistic pattern of process approach is followed. If you see a miracle root or a miracle tree, so it also plays the same role in blockchain. So there is a similarity. Okay, so you don't have to worry about where to start. It's very simple. So if you could able to understand what are the process measures are nothing but transactions, and how the transactions have to be linked to ensure to get a overall outcome. So that is a hash 0, 1, 2, 3. If you see this, if you're able to get this, then automatically there is no breakage, right? So if there is a single breakage, or if there is a data is changed, or transaction is not done properly, then you may not get hash 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is what there is an integration, there is integrity available. It's a little bit of similarity which can be used. This I'm specifying for the organizations who may think about how to use a blockchain solution, or an organization who may be interested in how to start working on a blockchain solution to ensure that the blockchain maturity model is implemented. Other integrity is the governance approach. Of course, there is a latest governance document available, which is a guideline, and it talks about shareholder, stakeholder, interested party. So, wherein there is a real-time change which is going to happen among the organizations, and you can see there is a good amount of circles are available: black, gray, light gray, dark gray, and white. So the governance outcomes are the black one, which is available outside. So governance outcomes would be ethical behavior, effective performance, responsible stewardship. So this is the outcome, and it is having a primary governance principle which talks about multiple things. Why am I explaining this? This is nothing but a part of blockchain. Okay, so blockchain is trying to talk about ethics, trust, transparency. So these are the few which are very, very important. And these governance models are also enhancing the blockchain solution world. Fine. So far we have been seeing the standardization. Now we have gone into a part called as BMM assessment. What goes into a BMM assessment? It is nothing but the assurance and trust. The purpose of BMM assessment is assurance and ensuring the trust on the product which is going to be used. So in blockchain maturity models assessment, We have a specific requirement document that is a blockchain maturity assessment document itself, which talks about the completeness about how we are going to perform the assessment, and which is also available in the website. You can always go through the website and understand more about that. Just for a glance, I can say the assessment requirement shall be agnostic to the selection of any blockchain solution, applied to the full stack of the technology from the blockchain to the applications built on top of any blockchain, evaluated in the context of the opportunities, constraints that exist from the solution. When you are trying to understand on the full stack covers on-chain and off-chain. Okay, so there are two concepts available, so that also are there. And assessments are conducted by a qualified team of experts, and that achieves consensus in the outcome of our assessment result. Of course, it's a consensus mechanism we follow when we are trying to have a team of members who are going to assess this particular assessment. The assessment results are intended to provide value to the recipients of the assessment results. So basically, the assessment results are ensured to have considered in a part of way, we can say that the results have to add value. Okay, so of course, the assessment results are adding value. If you could have a talk with our previous assessed partners, you can always understand how the results are really encouraging them to go ahead is one important point. Assessment methodology, of course, we have a very simple assessment methodology which talks about, we can say, planning, self-assessment, assessment team review, assessment conference, then rate and deliver findings. So basically, you can find there is a difference of terminology which I'm using. Instead of appraisal, it's assessment. So you that is the fastness, or that is the speed of blockchain technologies development. Okay, so initially we started with appraisal, but over a period we found that appraisal is not possible. We changed it to assessment. So, and we have gone into the assessment terminology. So the BMM assessment program is not a pass or fail. It's basically an assessment which is meant to improve the blockchain solution. Okay, and other thing is assessment team is not only external, it is external and internal. So wherein we call this particular approach as collaborative process approach. So where the collaborative approach considers the input from the internal members and the considerations or the confidence from the external members, and tries to come out with a outcome which is to be ensured that we are going to give a right product to the society. So that is very, very important, where the humanitarian requirements are considered that, yes, people who are going to use the solution needs to get the real time and correctness of the solution, and should not be taken away from what they need. The assessment teams, of course, we have a very, we cannot say a stringent rule. It's basically a requirement required when you are going to assess a blockchain solution. Basically, even though the blockchain product is a product, we cannot, it is not one part of coded language. Okay, so it's multiple considerations which are being considered in this particular point, and here we are using technical, legal, digital asset management, and an industry domain competence. So these are the competence which are being used, and it is being conducted by the lead assessor. And of course, all the qualifications are governed by GBA. We are also ensuring that these qualifications are being ensured from the start till the end of the assessment. And then comes the certified professionals. Of course, we are having a good amount of qualification rounds, and also we certify professionals to become BMM professionals or BMM advisors. And we start with basic individuals like consultants, assessors, lead assessors, then BMM trainers. So we have a set of requirements what are required. Of course, it's available in the documents which are displayed in the website. Even then, we have a small, I have just given a small listing over here. You can, I can say something like for a lead assessor, I'll just quote for a lead assessor. It won't take much of time. So individuals who have met the requirements of a BMM assessor and have participated in at least 2 assessments as a team member and led an assessment observed and evaluated by a GBA certified lead assessor. So already we have completed few mock assessments, and also we have completed some live assessments, and we have almost come to a stage where we have a bunch of certified lead assessors. So the team is ready. So it's just as we get more and more assessors, we need to keep on qualifying lead assessors and assessors, and we need to go ahead. And apart from this, we have the roadmap of BMM's travel. So we started in 2020. Draft of BMM was initiated April 30, 2022. We released the first release. And then we had our release of Banking and Financial Management System Supplement, which happened in 2022. Then in 2023, we also released the Voting Supplement, and we also released the health related supplement. So in 2023 there were 2 supplements which has been released, and in 2022 we released 1 supplement. And of course we executed our first assessment in April 2023, and we have completed almost 3 assessments as of now. And we have multiple number of BMM qualification trainings which are available in the website, which can be always taken from there as online. Mostly we have online sessions, and we also have in-person sessions, which are very rarely happening nowadays. After COVID, it's a strength given by the internet facility to ensure that you can always deliver online programs. So you can always take up the online programs and get geared up to become a BMM professional. And coming into 2023, of course, we are not stopped with the version 1. So we have already started working on the version 1.1, which is basically ensuring more and more improvements and more requirements. Then the release of other supplement requirements, of course, is going to happen. And BMM and supplement presented in the UN IGF BASDC which is happening now. Okay, so that's what we have planned, and we have achieved the 3rd point, and of course the 2 points would be happening soon. And it's great to be here, and I hope my presentation would have given a brief approach and overview about the BMM's travel, where we started and where we are going to go. These are a few downloads which can be taken as a link. You can always, if you go through gbaglobal.org, that itself is sufficient. But even then, sometimes you may, if you are a new user, you may not be able to really catch up the documents so easily. So that is why I placed the links directly for the 3 documents and also the blockchain maturity supplement. So if you go through that particular the last link, you'll have multiple lines above. You have to scroll down, and you will find the supplements also available inside the website. So that is all from my side, and I take a pleasure in thanking GBA for providing me an opportunity to be here, and the UN platform which has been given us to apprise about blockchain maturity model, which is basically would be the revolutionary model which is available as of now. And I hope if any other models are available, we are surely willing to integrate our model, and we need to ensure that we are going to provide completeness to the society. Thanks a lot for this particular time and effort which you have put in visualizing me and my presentation. Thank you, and over.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Cooper. I'm with the GBA Talk Show, and we'd like to welcome you today to the Internet Governance Forum, Blockchain and Assurance Dynamic Coalition, the introduction to blockchain technology for global leaders. We are here at the GBA virtual booth, and we welcome you, and we are here to answer any and all of your questions during our time with you. So you can contact us today at the gbaglobal.org. There is a QR code, and if for some reason you don't want to use the QR code, you can just type in gbaglobal.org. The Government Blockchain Association is a global association that has over 4,000 members, and the GBA members work in over 500 government offices around the world. They consist of both individuals within the government as well as businesses and thought leaders around the world. Today, the presenters are both myself, Jacqueline Cooper, Eric Guthrie, and Allison Moffett. So my background as an attorney is also one as an educator, and I'm also an author. And I believe that education is critical in our world because the technology that we are talking about today is evolving, and we definitely need to help the next generation of those that are going to be working in this space. I'm the founder of the Blockchain Legal Institute, and this is a centralized library for the decentralized resources that we find within our world. So definitely welcome, and visit the Blockchain Legal Institute so you can find a variety of resources in artificial intelligence, Bitcoin, Ethereum, blockchain use cases, you name it, we have the information, and it's evolving. I'm also the author of the Bitcoin Cinderella, which is a blockchain adventure series. It's for families, and it covers a variety of topics within our space. And all three of us are co-chairs of the GBA Legal Working Group. And with the variety of backgrounds that we have, we're able to discuss and lead and assist in the development of the blockchain maturity model and the legal issues that evolve in our space.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I am Eric Guthrie. I am an attorney that's working in the DC area. I've practiced law for over 25 years. I'm the author of two books, two award-winning books. The first one is called Diversify or Die, which I wrote in 2016. It won 2 book awards. And the author of Blockchain or Die, of course, very relevant to this topic, which I published in 2019, that became an Amazon #1 bestseller 5 times and winner of 3 book awards. My website right there on the screen is blockchainordie.org. I'm also the president of Better Me, Better We, where we are a global training and consulting company of trainings as blockchain technology continues to grow and expand. I'm the director of training programs for the Government Blockchain Association. I'm a partner in the Cogent Law Group. And as Jackie said, I'm also a co-chair of the GBA Legal Working Group.
Hi, I'm Allison Moffett. I'm also an attorney in the DC area. And I practice in the fintech and blockchain spaces, and I accidentally stumbled on this world and really, really enjoy it. And part of this is I'm working with the GBA, co-designing the digital asset management course, and I'm an assessor for digital assets and legal for the blockchain maturity model with the GBA. And I'm an attorney with the Cogent Law Group and also a co-chair of the GBA Legal Working Group. So today we're going to talk about the fundamental blockchain legal issues, and we're going to focus on a high-level discussion about the global blockchain legislation and the regulations and the need for legal industry standards.
So blockchain technology, we're going to be describing it in 3 different ways. And so who would like to go first?
I will. So I always start with, it is a better, it's a more secure, it's a more efficient way to share and store data and any type of information. As I said before, came upon this almost accidentally, and really, I come from a data analyst background. And when I discovered blockchain, I can't explain the euphoria that I felt, because it is an efficient way. It's a way to securely store information. And with that, it causes quite a few legal issues.
So I'll hop in. Being both a lawyer as well as an educator, I sometimes have to explain what blockchain is to children. So sometimes the definition is very simple. And for those who are young, I explain to them that blockchain can either be like Legos, or what's even better is thinking of it like a train, because every car in the train has a certain number of seats. And then when that car gets full, you have to go to the next car in order to find a seat. And so blockchain is similar to that, in the fact that there might be a certain amount of information that's stored on each block. And when that information and that block is full, the information is going to go to the next block. Again, there's different variations of this. For the adults who I talk to, what I really enjoy about blockchain is the idea that it is decentralized, and the idea that it is connected to nodes or computers, and that information is transparent, and that once it is put into a block, it is what we call immutable, meaning that it can't be changed. And there's a variety of different types of blockchains, both public, private, and hybrid. And more information to come depending upon your level of understanding. Eric, how do you describe blockchain?
Thanks, Futaki. So I describe blockchain with common things we do every day in our lives. And whenever I train to the blockchain uninitiated, I have these 5 icons I use to describe blockchain technology. So if you understand how a house is bought and sold, how money is transacted, what a padlock does, how a checkbook works, and how a cashier works. There's no icon for a cashier, so I use a shopping cart. I can describe to you how blockchain technology works in less than a minute. So we have houses that we buy and sell. And when we buy and sell houses, we get what's called title insurance that passes good title. So if there is a problem with title, if someone has some type of lien or encumbrance on the title, good title will not pass. It will stop before it's passed in the ultimate sale. So making sure we know what's going from buyer to seller, buyer to seller, buyer to seller is an important part of this story. Now, let's take out the house and let's put $1 in its place. When $1 is transacted, right now, it's going through centralized resources, but in a decentralized world, we have to know how it passes. So when it goes from buyer to seller to buyer to seller, buyer to seller, we need 2 things. We need security, and we need a way to track that dollar. Well, the padlock is security, and things like the public key and the private key to make sure that there's double locks on our transactions is the first way to describe the security. The second way is on the checkbook ledger. Now, for those of us that still use checkbooks, there are ledgers that we used to use to put in the money coming in and the money going out. Okay, so imagine that dollar going from buyer to seller, buyer to seller, buyer to seller is put in a checkbook ledger. But here's the catch: it's not a private checkbook ledger. It's a global checkbook ledger that everybody can see. That way, if someone tries to change the numbers, if they take a pencil with an eraser and try and erase it, the global community with access to that ledger will stop them. And they'll say, you're trying to commit fraud and you're trying to game the system. Now, you may ask, well, how do we process these transactions? Well, imagine you go to a supermarket and you're buying things for your house. You're buying food, you're buying drink, you're buying everything you need to run your household. Well, how do you process that transaction? Through a cashier. The cashier is the person that makes the transaction go from in-store to the next place it's going to go, which is wherever it's going out of the store. So the cashier is the real-life version of a miner. And the miners are the one that mine transactions and make sure that the process is moving forward and transactions are being verified and they're being put forth from buyer to seller. So those 5 icons,
The house, the dollar, the padlock, the checkbook ledger, and the cashier are how, in a big picture, how blockchain technology works. Now, let's kind of bring this home. Blockchain technology has 5 properties. They're decentralized, it's a distributed ledger that has a safe and secure ecosystem. Mining is used to validate transactions, and transactions are immutable. So basically, all of our definitions that we gave from 3 different perspectives have all these 5 properties. And that's how we define blockchain technology. Now, this is a very basic level. There are much more in-depth ways to discuss blockchain technology. Some of them are through decentralized, centralized, or hybrid blockchains, which is more involved. And we may get to some of that. But at its core, that's how we define blockchain technology. Back to you, Jackie.
So the topics for discussion today, we're going to be focusing on 3 different areas. Fundamental blockchain legal issues, that is the first topic, and I'll be starting us off on that. And then we have 2 other major areas that we want to talk about. But for those that are listening or watching our conversations, if you have questions, reach out to us. I mean, that's why we're here. And also become a member of GBA. You know, this whole conversation is evolving, and we're here to support the businesses. So fundamental blockchain legal issues. The one thing that you have to think about, depending upon what part of the blockchain are you in? Are you a company that is just starting, thinking about navigating over to blockchain? Are you already within blockchain? And are you an individual that has an idea and you want to create? So there can be a lot of different layers to the legal issues. One of the things that you always have to think about is if you're a company and you haven't formed yet, is how and where are you incorporating? And within that framework, where do you want to incorporate? You know, if you're in the States, what state do you want to incorporate? If you're or do you want to incorporate in other parts of the world? So there's going to be different countries that you're going to need to be thinking about what their regulations are. Some of the areas around the world are very pro-blockchain formation and use, both within the products and services, and some have more restrictions. So you need to be aware of that. Even if you incorporate in one country, if you're doing business outside of that country and you're doing business in another community, those laws are going to impact you. So for example, if in the United States and you are going to be doing business in the EU, you're going to need to know about their privacy, their, the AI and anything else that they might be navigating legislation-wise, because you might need to be involved and comply with that. So some of the generic areas that you're going to need to be thinking about is definitely regulatory compliance. You're definitely going to have to think about data privacy. Again, different countries have different rules with that. Intellectual property, you're going to have to think about, again, how are you navigating that area? Consumer protection, token classification, if you're going to be using a currency, whether it's a utility token in the United States and SEC, smart contract legality. So those are some of the areas that I was going to say will start you off, but in fact, they're heavily layered. Taxation and crowdfunding. Again, those are different areas that all have legal implications. And depending upon how you're fundraising for your company, what the product is that you're selling or the services that you provide, there's always legal overtone to it. So Allison and Eric, what would you like to add to that? Since I know that both of you are involved with both the clients as well as research and also education.
I'll jump in. I think one of the most important pieces before you go too far down the road, start to work with an attorney, start to map out what might be an issue. And that can actually help when you're developing the technology. And you can guide developers, you can guide the business strategy to make sure you are complying with the laws. And one of the ones that will overlap with almost everything is anti-money laundering and know your customer. So that's just something you always have to have in the back of your mind, because inherently blockchain provides avenues to both make sure you know your customer and make sure that you are following anti-money laundering, but also if you're not doing what you should be doing, there are opportunities for bad actors. So mapping out your legal obligations before you go too far down the business development is very important.
Well, you guys didn't leave much for me to say, so I mean, you guys covered a lot of stuff.
Sorry, Eric.
That's okay. It just makes me even think even harder. So if you guys see smoke coming from my head, that's why. So this is what I'll say. I mean, 100% agree with my co-counsels here. Here's what I'll add. And Jackie mentioned, you know, knowing your country's laws. You really should research what your legal requirements are from a legislative side and from a regulatory side. Now, some countries are more heavily regulated and have more laws than others. The US has probably the most stringent, most involved laws and regulations involving blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, UK probably being second, or the EU probably being second. But every country has varying levels of laws. And I mean, you can research that on your own for general knowledge, but I concur with Allison. You need to get an attorney, especially if you're one of the more heavily regulated countries, or you want to do business in a heavily regulated country. So what does that mean? Let's say you want to have a security token or a cryptocurrency, and you want to, you know, open it up to the entire world, which includes selling to the United States. Well, maybe your country is not heavily regulated, but once you engage a U.S. citizen in sale or some type of, you know, institutional contractual relationship, now you're in a jurisdiction of the SEC. So you really do need to know not just where you're located, but where your client and your business could end up. And you have to be compliant with those laws and those countries as well.
I would also add, and I don't remember if we did talk about this, but taxation is critical. You need to be thinking about that. And, you know, as Allison mentioned too, you also need to definitely think about the licensing and regulation. And just like you mentioned, Eric, you know, there's a lot of different levels to this. And that's actually why the Blockchain Legal Institute was created, is to be a centralized library for, you know, around the world, both from the state perspective to the global perspective. And it's definitely a resource library to start where you're researching, and then to take it the next level when you actually talk to your attorneys as well. Because it is important as a consumer to know the critical questions to ask, as well as to comply with. So anything else on this topic? Otherwise, we have 3 other topics that we're going to be discussing.
I think we're ready to move on to topic number 2.
I'm ready for that. But if there's any questions about that, we're going to have our emails on the last slide. So stay tuned. So don't leave yet, because if you want to contact us, that's in the last slide. So the next topic for discussion is a high-level discussion about global blockchain legislation and regulations. Now, I have had clients in training all over the world, and in writing my next book, the second version of Blockchain or Die, I've done a great deal of research in global legislation and regulations. And here's why. Because when I wrote Blockchain or Die, the first edition, in 2017, and when it was published in 2019, there wasn't that much out there really from a global standpoint. A few countries were really leading the way, but not very many. Now, it's a much higher bar, and much more information and much more legislation is out there when it comes to blockchain technology. So I'm just going to give you 3 examples of countries that are really leading the way in 3 different regions of the world. So it really works out very well for a UN conference. And then we'll chop it up as, you know, with our tri-co-chair team here on this call. The first one is Estonia. Now, so our first stop on our journey is in Europe. And the reason why I bring up Estonia is because they're one of the first countries that actually had some type of blockchain adoption in their legislation and the way the government is using blockchain technology. And let me pause and say this before I go any further. One of the last vestiges for technology to be used is by governments. they're usually the slowest to adopt, and they usually take things very, very slow because with governments, the stakes are higher. They have to deal with citizens. They have to, deal with their constitution, their own laws, their own finance, their own banking systems. So they really want to make sure what they're doing is being properly implemented, because if it's not, it's not like a small business where you can try and fail and not have much of an impact. If the government process fails, it impacts the citizens greatly. So what we have here are some countries that have found ways to do it on a smaller but still important scale, where it's not going to have that much of an impact if it does falter in some way or hit some bumps in the road, because technology always hits bumps in the road. So back to Estonia. Estonia implemented what's called an e-residency program back in 2008. Yes, I said 2008. And they had it so any person in the world can apply for a residency in Estonia on their blockchain. Okay. Now that's very important, because it was one of the first ways blockchain technology was used on a government from a global scale. Now let's jump to another part of the world, United Arab Emirates. So now we're in the Middle East. The UAE has been a leader in blockchain technology, and they initiated what's called the Smart Dubai Initiative. Now, the Smart Dubai Initiative, it has 6 components: smart economy, smart living, smart governance, smart environment, smart people, and smart mobility. But here's one thing about the UAE Smart Dubai Initiative that I love. And if you heard me speak before, you've heard me say this a million times. Blockchain technology won't work unless we have user adoption and user interface. You can have the best blockchain product out there, even as a government. If nobody adopts it, it's going to fail. So when people adopt it, if the interface is very poor, again, it's going to fail. So you need user adoption and user interface. The one thing I love about the Smart Dubai Initiative is they made an app. They made a Smart Dubai app. And those 6 initiatives I read are in the app. So you can actually go, I have the app myself. I don't live in Dubai. I've been there, but I don't live there. And I just downloaded the app myself, and I can view it as a guest. So it's a great way to learn how to build an app for something that could be used by your own government or your own company. That's stop 2 on our journey. Stop 3 is Singapore. Now we're in Asia. So the Singapore government launched Project Ubin, UBIN, in 2016. And it's a way to transact secure transactions in the Singapore government, in their financial system. So this is really exciting because it's one of the few countries that's really kind of putting it deeper into their financial system as a means to make it more efficient and more secure. So those are the 3 countries: Estonia, Dubai/UAE, and Singapore. So I'm going to kick it to my co-chairs for discussion.
Well, first of all, that's incredible that those 3 countries are engaging with the blockchain space and trying to build out different products. Are you seeing other state or other countries that are trying to follow along, or are they watching and learning, or are you seeing much yet?
I'm seeing a lot, and I just mentioned the 3 because I could spend a whole hour myself on this one topic. I mean, Australia is doing things.
I was just about to mention Australia. They have a blockchain roadmap that is very intense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bermuda was one of the first to really get engaged in the blockchain space, more on the crypto side, but also, on the blockchain side as well. And the Marshall Islands were also, they were one of the first ones to pass some laws and actually have their first cryptocurrency. So, I mean, there's many countries that are doing many things in this space. There's some that are doing e-voting. I mean, I didn't really go into Estonia as deep as I could, but Estonia has an e-voting program. So now, and we know here in the U.S., voting is a very heavily contested, civilian exercise. We're supposed to have our rights to vote. Oftentimes it's contested.
well, what if voting could be on a blockchain where it's as transparent as it can be, because it can't be fully transparent for protect your identity and your right to vote. But let's say that we could audit it without having to go through all the rigmarole we went through. You know, if it since 2000 with Gore versus Bush, right? You know, we could have a more secure voting system if we implemented blockchain technology in that process. The issue is politics.
So one of the things that I just want to mention for those that are listening, try not to be confused between blockchain and cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies are built on blockchain, but blockchain does not have to be a cryptocurrency. So you have blockchain use cases, such as what Eric was talking about in terms of voting, because you're using the technology that's underlying it to help you with achieving a certain goal. Cryptocurrency is a currency that might be adopted in different countries or communities, like El Salvador adopted the Bitcoin currency on the Bitcoin blockchain, but that there are many different types of blockchain. And so again, it's important to understand that there's a not so subtle difference between the purpose of the blockchain and then the product or service that might be built on the blockchain. And then there are different types of entities. So there are DAOs and there are other entities that might use blockchain. So again, as you're doing your research for whatever the project is that you would like to explore, that's why it's important to understand that there's many layers to this, and laws impact and affect all of them.
And with the countries that don't really engage with blockchain and or cryptocurrency, but specifically blockchain here, how would companies and products, how do they navigate this?
So there were, last count, there were 9 countries that outlawed cryptocurrencies. That doesn't mean they outlawed blockchain technology, to Jackie's point, but it's really a country by country thing. And if you're a business in a country and your country is either made it illegal or frowns upon it heavily, you have to consider a bunch of factors, when you're starting up a blockchain business in that area, in that country, especially if it involves a token. Some countries that have outlawed it, I'm not going to mention them, or passed legislation that made it very difficult. They just moved to a different country, and they just set up shop there. That's one of the things about being in a global economy, where you have a very strong digital presence and strong digital options. You don't have to stay in it. You don't have to move a building or a skyscraper. You just have to move your server or just move your IP address, and you're somewhere else within, a couple of hours. So, you have options. But again, to the point you made earlier on, be sure you consult an attorney before you make that kind of decision.
And Eric, I think you made an excellent point when you said, if you're going to tokenize something, well, there's a difference between a token and a cryptocurrency. So you really need to work with several people before launching and before even going down that road. And the other piece to this is with countries that do not differentiate anything related to blockchain, you've got to go in and look at how your product fits into the laws and how the regulatory framework impacts that specific entity or the token here. And this token might be different. So you've got to really map this out early.
You do. And I mean, Alice, you made a point earlier about KYC, AML, know your customer, anti-money laundering. One of the most common denominators in the regulations that are being written and the laws that are being passed is protecting the consumer. And that's a global issue, right? So a lot of there are companies out there in any technology. I mean, there's scams in for every currency out there as a fiat. The currencies are no exception. That are designed to take money from hardworking, honest, good people and put it in their illegal pockets. Now, so there are laws that protect that, right? But you want to make sure that your company knows those laws So you're not doing anything that could be seem untoward in the compliance with those laws. So we can't stress it enough. Talking to an attorney in your country or the country you want to do business with. I've interfaced with attorneys in other countries on global blockchain projects because they needed a U.S. perspective for their company to do business in the U.S. Right. So this whole global legislation regulations, it could be a multi-country discussion with attorneys in each country to make sure that compliance is global, not just based on one country.
I would add to that too. Again, a lot of I do the talk show interviews for the GBA as well as interview for the Blockchain Legal Institute, and there are many companies that I've interviewed who are doing business. But right now, for example, HR companies. There are companies that might be hiring or looking to hire people within the blockchain industry. They need to understand some of the legal implications too, because of the background of the people who they're hiring for these companies. And when, on the surface, when you start a company, you have a product or a service and you have the framework, but then you have the tech side. And then you have the marketing side. And there's a lot of different layers to this that as you start to navigate, as you were talking about, Eric, in terms of multiple laws and Allison as well, where if you're just operating in one country, then it's a little bit simpler. But most of the companies these days are global. So it is really important for you to look at what are some of the regulatory and compliance areas. And it can happen in a way that you wouldn't even think that you're, impacting, from the HR side or some of the other sides. So again, it is important to have a multidisciplinary, diverse team that can actually help advise you in a way that will keep you legally in compliance. So have we covered everything in this area?
There's one more thing you mentioned, because you don't realize what you just said. I just spoke at an HR conference last week in Chicago. It was an HR Connect conference. And I just spoke about blockchain technology in HR.
Yep.
And the 3 points where I mentioned, and there's many more I could have said, but I only had an hour like this one. So I mentioned 3 points like this one. Blockchain technology can dramatically improve your recruiting. It can improve your compensation, and it can improve your supply chain. So let's talk about number 2 for a second. Improve your compensation. If you have a global company and you have to pay salaries in many different countries to many different people, you have to go through a lot of different laws and regulations, as well as, institutional exchanges to get the money to the people. But let's say you were paying them in a cryptocurrency. You wouldn't have to do that as readily because it's designed to go through those systems. So that's one example of how.
As long as the countries in which they're receiving it is allowed. So again,
it's legal, correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. That is a very strong assumption, but I'm glad you pointed out, yes. So the moral of the story is that, people wouldn't think blockchain technology and think, oh, well, this is going to impact HR. Because when I got in front of that room and gave that Save 5 Icon speech that I gave to you guys in the UN conference, they began to realize, before they said, this is not going to apply to HR. Afterwards, they said, you know what? This is something that can really impact HR. And I tell them, not just HR, it can impact everything. Like the internet impacted everything in the early 2000s.
Yep, no, it does. So what's our next topic? And again, everyone who's listening or watching this, we're covering the surface of what it is that needs to be explored. We're here to kind of have you critically think about questions that maybe you've already thought about, but need to answer to, or you weren't sure that those were even questions until we raised them. So what's our third topic? You're on mute.
The need for legal industry standards. And just, again, on a really high level, simple approach, blockchain technology is borderless. So as we've just been covering, you have different rules and regulations all over the world. So if you're trying to build a company that is going to operate globally, it's pretty challenging. And so, and it also cuts off access to certain parts, because as Eric had said, if you're upset with how the legislation is going, you just pick up and move, because the company is more important than the country in the company's eyes, so they can adjust. And blockchain also provides unique technologies that they have many applications. Again, going with HR, going with any type of the supply chain management to, I mean, the uses are truly endless, and the ways that companies go about using blockchain are really endless. And so for the technology and the industry to be successful, you have to have users and products that people can understand, and they need to be able to understand how the technology works, not necessarily the nuts and bolts, but how your document goes from, as Jackie was saying, one train car to the next train car, and how you can be sure that it's safe. You can be sure that it is the verified, accurate information. And from the legal side, we really need to make sure that we have standards, and that if it's not just somebody saying, hey, this is the right data, I'm putting it on the blockchain, that there's ways to authenticate, there's ways to validate data, and there's ways to ensure that when somebody says that they are taking anti-money laundering precautions, that they're real. And so at the GBA, we've done some work with the blockchain maturity model, and it's an assessment, and it's multi-level, so there are 5 levels, and that can help companies from white papers to ones that are fully in, that have been around for years, and go over to make sure that they have everything properly set up and documented. So that's one of the big things that we as lawyers really, really emphasize. Document, make sure your processes are documented, make sure your data is documented, make sure that everything is clear.
I would add that when you think about your company, it's the structure, it's the people, and it's the service. So all those areas you have to think about. Do you have, like you said, Allison, do you have everything in order paperwork wise, or if you're green on the blockchain wise, but you also have to understand the technology behind it. Even if you were not doing the tech side of it, you have to understand enough about it so that way you can also see where are the problems. I'm a Bitcoin miner. I use the node. I am not a techie, but I wanted to get involved with that area because in order for me to be able to kind of understand the terminology, I have to endure the struggle. So again, it's all part of the process. Eric, what other things do you think that we need to cover in this topic area?
So first of all, the blockchain maturity model is really an exciting evolution for blockchain technology, because everything has been happening in individual silos. There hasn't been a consistent standard or a consistent, comparison between, companies either in same or different industries on how we can create a model that really works for the world when it comes to accessing, blockchain applications. Well, the blockchain maturity model has, it took 2 years to develop, and, they're developing a cadre of experienced assessors. Allison's been on a few. Jack and I have both been trained, and we're starting on our first one actually right now. So we really have a system where we've been trained, we've been mentored, we've been kind of spooled up on this information, and we focus on the legal side. But there are other components of the BMM, as we call it, the BMM, that provide a great deal of insight for your blockchain models. So, and this is the other thing that's really important. It's always good to get an audit done, right? I mean, when you have your books, you get your books audited. A lot of organizations get audited by the government. There's technological audits. They even hire like ethical hackers to make sure that their code is properly being used and has less security issues.
So why not do something along the same lines for your blockchain product or service? I mean, blockchain enterprise solutions, could use audits as well. And this is not really an audit per se. I'm just using that term very loosely, but the assessment can really point out where your blockchain enterprise solution could use some stronger efforts, or where it can perhaps pivot to be more effective in how it's implemented. So we encourage you to consider the BMM as part of your blockchain enterprise solutions process and system, because we feel that it's going to make it a better product.
You're
So
right.
we're coming from the legal angle, but there will also be a digital asset manager, an industry specific expert, and somebody coming from the technology side. So with those 4 prongs, while we're focused on the legal side, the whole process encompasses many pockets that you will need to think about.
Yeah, and you're right. There is definitely a need for legal industry standards, both for lawyers to understand as well as for the blockchain businesses who are developing to understand. Because like any other business, if you many businesses succeed and many businesses fail, and the purpose of the BMM is to ensure that you succeed, because it allows you to reflect. And I know I've mentioned it within our group. Being a teacher, we get reviewed annually, and then and there are different frameworks for the review. So this is very similar to that as well, and it's important for the creators of the business to reflect to see how can they make improvements, and where are the successes and where are the needs for next steps.
And off that, the assessments I've been on, I don't think there have been any attorneys from the company side. So we work with employees of the company, founders, to go over the documents, to go over the processes. And we are able to work with non-lawyers to go over the importance of the documents, to go over the importance of the structure, and to map out if they've thought through different elements. And that, I think that is, just tying in with what both Jackie and Eric are saying, so important to every piece. If you've got a white paper, if you've got a company that's had a product for 2 or 3 years, but you haven't gone through a process to understand if you have extra liabilities that just haven't popped up, but they might pop up if you go to a new jurisdiction, or if somebody starts paying attention.
Yeah, the final thing I'll say is, this is still a very new, young, emerging industry. So a lot of attorneys don't have experience in this industry. So you need to gravitate to the ones that do have years of experience and have dealt with multiple clients. And you would get that with a BMM assessment, or dealing with the Cogent Law Group. So be mindful of the fact that you don't want to go see a malpractice attorney for your tax issues, right? You want to find someone with experience in the industry you're dealing with. In this case, it's blockchain technology.
And as Eric was saying earlier, things have been siloed in the past. With the legal elements of blockchain, they cannot be, because the overlaps are so intertwined with the technology, with securities law, with regulatory, with compliance. Everything is meshed together, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen. So it's very fun.
But I was going to say, it's lots of fun.
As we've talked about multiple times, the idea that it's borderless. The technology is borderless. It doesn't mean that the uses are borderless, but the technology is.
What's our next slide? How to contact us. So there's a QR code, or you could just type in gbaglobal.org. We have our emails here. For myself, it's jc@bli.tools. For Eric, it's eric.guthrie@gbaglobal.org. For Allison, it's Amaffit, AMAFFITT. In case
a lot of double L's or double letters.
Yeah, in case you're listening to this, at cogentlaw.co. Again, we are here to answer questions and support. We also encourage you to, if you're a blockchain company, to connect with GBA, go through the BMM process, because it's definitely one that will support your business growth. And you'll be able to get a certificate to the different levels that your company is on. And that in itself is a standard that you'll be able to show around the world that you have achieved. So any last minute thoughts, Allison or Eric?
Thank you for listening to this. We appreciate your time. We're all very excited about both blockchain and the BMM. There's a lot of very neat things that are coming up.
It was an honor to present to you. I'm speaking for all three of us. And we really look forward to helping you in any way that we can. That would be even a larger honor for us, because we really want to see this technology be successful. And we really want to see your government, your company, your organization be successful as well. So we're here to support you. You have our information. Please do not be afraid to contact us. You know the 3 lanes that we all practice law in from the way we've been speaking. So reach out to us and we'll do our best to put together a team to help you.
For sure. So everyone, on behalf of the GBA, thank you so much for allowing us to present and share. Reach out to us. Let us know how you're doing, where you are. We would love to visit. We'd love to support. And thank you so much. And have a great night, guys. Thank you.
Different chunks. And in this section, we've been talking about blockchain and legal certifications and qualifications. And so we just played the video on the subject that Eric Guthrie and Allison Moffat put together. And but I have them in studio with us now. We also have Mike Henson, who is on the floor and live in Kyoto, Japan. They are busy talking to people at the booth, so he may pop in, and if so, we'll engage with him. But I want to take a minute to let Eric and Allison say a couple words about their journey in terms of how'd you get here, right? You guys are both very instrumental in developing the legal and digital assets for GBA. But tell us your personal story. How did you get involved and connected and get to the point where you were working on all this stuff? Allison, why don't you go first?
I guess I got connected with GBA through the firm, Cogent Law Group, and I don't completely remember how I got hooked up with the legal working group, but I'm glad that I have. And Eric has obviously done a lot of education in the space, so it's been great to learn from him. And Jackie, she is excellent at putting together high quality information and presenting it in an efficient way. And through the BMM, what we are seeing is how many areas that the law impacts with a digital asset, with blockchain, with any type of new company that's trying to launch. And so this has been an excellent exercise and a really interesting and engaging process. We are continuing to develop pieces to this because, as I believe we said in the video, we're trying to make everything as it's a global resource. So that is a continuous work in progress.
Excellent. Well, so I know you and Eric both work for the Cogent Law Firm. So here's my first real question. What did you think of Eric when you first met him?
What did I think of Eric when I first met him?
I think I'd actually read one of your books before we'd met. I'm trying to piece the timeline together. So obviously, I was like, "Oh, big blockchain nerd, gotta." I was the one reading the book, so who's the bigger nerd? Eric has so much energy and positivity that like, oh.
He does.
But it's really great to work with Eric and to learn from him, and to see how he goes about teaching about blockchain and the law to people who either know what blockchain is and are trying to get companies off the ground, or people who have been working in the space for years, or people who don't even know what the word blockchain means. And he's able to communicate the different ideas to a variety of people. And so that's great for me to watch and learn.
Well, you really touch on a great point, and that is that we've got some incredible people who have come together to build out the legal components of the BMM in terms of the requirements, but also the training and certification. Eric, tell us a little bit, because you introduced yourself on the video, but tell us just a little bit about the folks that are involved, right? We've got a pretty amazing community. Tell me a little bit about this community that's putting all these resources together.
So when I first learned about GBA, I was very lucky because I was working in Roslyn, Virginia, and the first meetings were right across the street from my office at, I think it's called the Eastern Foundry or something like that.
Yeah.
So this goes back to 2017. So I've been involved with GBA for a very long time. Matter of fact, I'm probably one of the oldest active members. And I would just walk right across the street and go to the monthly meetings. And I met you, and I met Tom from the Coach and Lawyer Group, and a lot of other folks there. And I realized pretty quickly that this is a very special organization with very special people. And what was special about it was that nobody was there to try and get money from anybody or try and like sell their products and services. It was a learning community. We all learned from each other. We were all very giving with each other. And, that's pretty rare. So, I said, I want to be part of this. And, we had a discussion that became the director of training programs. And, to tie it into your question, Gerard, GBA is the kind of organization where the question is not what can GBA do for you, it's what you can do for GBA. Because the more you give, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the more you get out of your involvement and your, activity with GBA. So becoming a working group leader, becoming a chapter member, becoming a sponsor, those or becoming an actual business, member of the GBA, it all pays back in dividends way more than you think it does, if you use it properly. And use it properly by being engaged with the GBA community, like this group here on this call. Yeah. So, my answer to anyone listening to this video, this presentation is, if you really want to join an organization that's really going to help you take your blockchain knowledge to the next level, take your blockchain product or service to the next level, take your blockchain company to the next level, GBA is one of those organizations that can do that for you.
Well, that's awesome, because that's really what we're shooting for when we put the organization together. Let's pivot a little bit to the BMM and the work that you guys are doing. Right? Can you describe just briefly, Alison? Why don't you go first? Why are you doing what you're doing with regards to putting together these legal credentials? Why are you doing this?
There are a few reasons. One, tying in with Eric was saying that there's just an opportunity to really help shape some different areas of this field, because it is very undefined. And at least my experience with a lot of clients, they might have a great idea. They might even have a good business team, but they don't necessarily see the bigger picture and how the law fits in and how their company and their potential is truly impacted from day one. And so if we can help provide some guidance and some roadmaps, that's wonderful.
Awesome. Eric, when tell me a little bit about when you started going down this pathway. Why did you do it? What was it that compelled you to start putting together the concept of these legal qualifications? And you did that before the BMM really got off the ground, right? So walk us through a little of your journey about what was it that motivated you to do this, and when the BMM started to surface, how did you kind of transition into that spot?
So when I first learned of cryptos and blockchain technology, I realized that this was the paradigm shift of our generation. And in the 90s, I missed the internet paradigm shift. And I said I was not going to miss another one, because a lot of folks that got involved in the internet, even from a legal perspective, they ended up becoming very successful because they were one of the first ones in. And, you know, I said to myself, I am not going to miss this opportunity. So I approached it from different avenues. One, I decided to invest, you know, so investing in 2017 was obviously the right move. I decided to add it to my professional abilities and to add to my professional cachet of experience. So I did training, I did legal work, I did consulting work, and all that leads into a bigger picture, which includes the blockchain maturity model, because, you know, as an industry like blockchain technology evolves and becomes more powerful, becomes more pervasive in the business and legal community, standards will need to be created, not just from a business side or legal side, but also from a regulatory side. And the organization that has the wherewithal, the insight, as well as the follow through to create those standards on a global level is the organization that will be a leader in blockchain technology in the future. And that's what the BMM, the blockchain maturity model, is really poised to do. It's already doing it. And, you know, we just have to, you know, make sure that people understand that this is extremely important for their organization and for their blockchain enterprise solutions. This will help them take it to the next level. The outside look of all the people that are on this call and part of the GBA and part of the, most importantly, part of the BMM assessor group, that is where they can really create more successful and more impactful blockchain enterprise solutions.
Excellent.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a drop the mic moment. Allison.
Yeah.
Allison. So you've participated on at least one assessment, right? Maybe more. Why is it important for somebody on an assessment team? And maybe just take a minute to talk about what a BMM assessment is, and then why is it so important for somebody on a BMM assessment team to have the kind of legal chops that's necessary to do an evaluation?
Well, if you're looking at the BMM, the assessments, I always say you're opening up the hood and you're looking inside and you're trying to understand what's going on. And you're looking at the documentation, you're looking at the processes, you're looking at the details that don't necessarily come up when you're discussing a project, when you're discussing a company. And I'm using the word project because the BMM can be utilized for a white paper all the way through and a company that's been operating for years. So I've participated in one, been an assessor in another. And so it's a great tool to help companies see where they may or may not have some areas where they could develop a little bit more, or where they've done a great job. And from the legal side, the law touches every part of the company, from their formation to how they've set up the documents, how they've set up the contracts, and in order for a company to be successful in the long run, you've got to have standards, you've got to have baselines that are met, and the BMM can help a company see where they have met those, where they need to, where in the future they might have more obligations. And I think the legal portion is incredibly important. And from the lawyer's perspective, you need to have a fundamental understanding of what blockchain is and how it fits in with a company. and how it is being used by the company, because there are so many different types of blockchains, there's so many different uses. And so we've got to be able to look at a product and make sure that they are doing what they say they're doing, and they're doing it in a way that is compliant with all the legal obligations.
Eric, let me ask you, I want you to dial back to when you first took the BMM course. Actually, you took the BMM course not too long ago, wasn't it? Just in the last couple of months?
Yes.
What struck you about the BMM when you went through the course? I think you and Allison actually went through the training together. So, Allison, I'm going to ask you the same question after Eric, steals all the thunder. But Eric, what was it? What was it that was sort of your takeaway or your aha moment from going through that course?
There were a few. I said the first one was that it was very well put together. And as a trainer, I'm very critical of, the trainings that I'm in. And I'd say that no training is perfect, but I'd say that the blockchain maturity model training added a great deal of value to my knowledge of how to assess both legally and non-legally blockchain enterprise solutions. And that's saying a lot because, writing a book, and now I'm writing my second book, and I've tried to train hundreds of people, both legally and, non-legally as well. I come to the table with a great deal of experience. So that kind of training is very valuable to anyone that wants to take the time to, devote their resources, their time, and their money to take the training. And that's no small feat, because if you look on websites like Udemy and other sites, there are 10,000 literally blockchain trainings out there. But when you go look at them, they're not really worth the time and effort. Is just someone trying to make $1 off of you sitting through their training, and what you get out of it is not nearly as impactful and nearly as valuable as sitting through the BMM training. The other thing I'll say is that we had some great discourse. We had some great conversations during that training. So I always say training is a three-legged stool. The trainer teaches the students, but the students also teach the trainer, and the trainer creates the environment where the students learn from each other. If a training has all three of those three-legged stools, then you have really put together a really good training. And that's what I experienced in the BMM training.
Allison, what were some of your takeaways from the course?
So our training had 4 lawyers in it. Is that right, Eric?
I'd say so, yeah.
I think so. So yeah. I think we were a little lawyer heavy, which was actually really wonderful for me, because I think we all we might have bored some other people at the training, but it was a great way to bounce ideas off of each other and see how we each saw how the law fits in the BMM. And then what Eric was talking about, I hadn't heard the three-legged stool metaphor, but I think it's a good one. But the idea that you have quality material, and I have, especially when I first got into the space, so that's 2018 or so, I was taking a lot of different classes just to see what's out there and to try to learn. And you do quickly start to suss out what's real and what's not. And the practical application of the BMM is what separates it in my mind.
Well, yeah, I think your training course had the two of you, Mike Henson, which is he's connected into the Zoom room with us, but he's on site physically in Kyoto, so he may pop back in. And then I think Jackie Cooper was.
Yep, she was.
Yep. So share with us a little bit about the work that you guys are doing with Jackie Cooper to put legal resources together for BMM assessors and to sort of inform the BMM assessment. Eric, why don't you go first?
Okay, so as part of the legal working group, the three of us have really been working closely together, as well as other folks that have joined our group, to really figure out how we can add more value to the BMM and also bring our individual expertise. I mean, fortuitously, we each have different areas of law that we practice that we're bringing into this experience, which is very important because, you know, it's not one size fits all. You know, blockchain law, if you want to call it that category, it can consist of, you know, internet, intellectual property. It could be real estate. You know, it could be regulatory interpretation and you know, and guidance. It could be healthcare. It could be communications. I mean, it could really fit so many areas of the law. And I always tell attorneys that I can guarantee you that the area of law you practice is going to be impacted by blockchain technology, which means that you need to understand the fundamentals, be able to spot the issues, apply the law, and then use that to service your client. And that's the one thing that's great about, you know, the BMM, because it gives the room for that to happen. Because clients are going to come to us from many different industries. And we all want to be able to pull from real estate, from healthcare, you know, from corporate law that may be supply chain or contracts or, you know, identity management. All of these areas are potentially areas that are going to be very impactful when we do a BMM assessment.
So let me take that and pivot that over to Allison. So Allison, you participated in an assessment, right? What was that like? What, you know, as a lawyer kind of coming in, recognizing that everything touches the law. Yeah, just to give us a little bit of feedback on don't mention the name or anything like that. Well, I guess you can because they've successfully achieved their rating. Yeah, but just tell us a little bit about the assessment you were on.
Yeah, so I sat in on one where I think I was a legal observer on one, and then another I was coming also from the digital asset management angle. So though it's slightly different perspective. Now you can't turn off issue spotting, if you will, for a lawyer, but the two ones that I have sat in on or participated in, they both brought up very different issues, and the companies had mapped out what they needed to map out and had documented what they needed to document, and they were approaching. They had sought solutions for any sticky or gray area.
What industries were the two assessments?
One was a voting digital, or it's a company that uses blockchain for votes, and then another is a financial services. And so the keys and where the legal, I don't want to use it in a negative way, but the legal issues that could pop up, they were very different. And so the BMM gives an excellent view and an overall approach to how to look at these different issues. And then with the legal working group, the idea is that we can help any lawyer who has gone through the training and who steps in to be able to look at everything, as Eric was saying, and not give legal advice, but to point out where there might be issues with everything from corporate law to securities to IP. And I'm not an IP attorney, but I can understand the issues well enough to point out where you might need more information. So that's one of the things that I think the legal working group is really doing a good job of focusing on.
You know, I think there's some working groups that really ought to be informative in helping in other areas, right? Because law is one of the things that touch all the areas. So one of the folks with us is the land titling working group leader, right? And Bobby is they're actually developing the land titling supplement to the BMM. So I'm curious, Eric, let me start with you, and then Allison, if you want to add on. If you were going to give any advice to Bobby, who's working with her working group to develop a land titling supplement, what are some of the legal issues and concerns that you think might be applicable in land titling, property transfer, issues with ownership, things like that?
So that's a great question, and this really brings in one of the oldest legal issues, which is jurisdiction. Land titling is going to be different almost anywhere in the world. So, because even in the U.S., you have different land titling requirements based on states. So the first is to create a overall comprehensive approach that has the flexibility of being able to use in a global blockchain enterprise solution, but it also has the ability to be specialized based on the jurisdiction you're working in, right? And then after that, you have to be able to flex and flow with regulations that may change as legislatures and regulatory bodies become more engaged in how they're going to be regulating and auditing and investigating these blockchain solutions, because you're holding a great deal of information on people's identities, their property addresses, their lot numbers. And that's the kind of information, if it goes in the wrong hands, your life can become very problematic. But also the rewards, the benefits are fantastic. Like, for example, we look at Haiti. Haiti had the major earthquake in 2010. And because of the earthquake, a lot of people in Haiti were just submitting, the buildings were destroyed, the paper records were destroyed. So they lost the ability to keep track of a lot of their property records. So a lot of people were submitting claims on houses and lots that weren't theirs. When you have 50 people submitting for one lot, 49 are probably, trying to scam the government to give them a improper deed or title to that lot. Well, if the land records were on a blockchain solution, a blockchain enterprise solution, no matter how many buildings were destroyed or how many paper records were destroyed, it would be in a solution that would be immutable, and it would be something that would be verifiable, which means that the government could tell in seconds that this one person is the true owner of this lot, or this group of people are the true owner of this lot. And that would make that solution extremely valuable in that circumstance. And that's just one example in one country.
Alice, do you have any thoughts on that?
I always approach this. I actually come from an oil and gas background, so the challenges that come up with service rights and mineral rights, and so even in the U.S., where you have fairly well documented, usually you have fairly well documented land titles, but there are nuances that blockchain could really make more efficient. So.
Allison, you may not believe this, but we literally were talking about that several hours ago today. Yeah. Right. I mean, I think you're eavesdropping in on our conversation.
I was an analyst in the space, so I'm kind of obsessed with how inefficient things are.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We also got a couple other folks in the room with us. We got Vince, and we have Alejandro and Bobby. Alejandro, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Vince. I'm not sure if you are can talk. Are you in a place where you can talk right now?
Yeah.
All right, Alejandro is. Vince, yep. Are you or Bobby? All right. So let me get to Alejandro first. Alejandro, you've been involved in a couple of assessments. Give us sort of your takeaway on what those experiences were like, and then talk a little bit about the need for different types of skills on an assessment. So yeah, there's four required skills. So tell us about what your experience was like, and then the skill sets that are required for an assessment.
Well, maybe it's a kind of issue for me because I was a PricewaterhouseCoopers consultant. So the way that you approach the information and start by popping different things that you need to be aware of, it's easier. And with the BMM, it facilitates the way that you can do it. But you need to be wide open. But there are some things that you cannot get. For example, the last one that was with Michael, with Mike, excuse me, and as he's a lawyer and knows about the BMM and blockchains, he detected things very fast. So he said, I cannot give you advice, but you have to be aware of this, and that. So there was just total things that we need to approach. So the way we have it, it's really great. Also, when we have to deal with digital asset management, which is quite different, because you need to be either a lawyer or an accountant with a specialized view. And even though I'm an accountant, I am not that keen in that information or how you see things. And then once we have everyone their own opinion, their own opinions, we just gather them together and start just evaluating what everyone says. And then we find if that's a valid comment or not, and if it's a strength or an opportunity. We don't like to name things as a weakness. We find opportunities because the main idea of the BMM is to help them go further. It's not that I approve or not. It's how we can improve the solution and make it better and make it more mature.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, we are just about out of time. Does anybody have any parting thoughts or comments that they want to talk about with regard to the BMM or the blockchain legal credentials?
Yeah, so I'll say this. If you're watching this video and you're trying to figure out, should you be involved with the BMM, or if you're an attorney, how do you get involved? The first step that I always give to anyone is to take action. And the best way to take action is to contact us. Because, we've been doing this for quite some time now, and there's no need for you to try and figure it out on your own. The best thing you can do is to reach out to people that can really provide you with some answers, some next steps, some recommended action items that will give you the experience, the insight, and the resources that you can use to, take your professional career, your legal career, your business, even your clients to the next level, right? I've recently had a client come to me and said, I've been approached by someone to do a blockchain enterprise solution, but I'm not sure what to do. And, so we're engaging in conversations to see how that's going to proceed. But the first thing is to have the conversation. After that, hopefully you'll find the value you need and you continue to have more discussions and engage in more actions.
Yeah. And if you want to get in touch with us, the easiest way to do it is to send an email to bmm@gbaglobal.org, or you can go to the GBA site under resources, click on BMM, and there's a variety of ways to connect with us there. All right. Well, that's about it. Allison, did you have anything you wanted to share? Are we good?
I think we're good. Thank you all for letting us join the booth.
Thank you for being here. For those of you that are in our time zone, you'll know that it's now like 1 a.m. So we've got some real troopers that have been with us for quite a while. I kind of feel like it's a Jerry Lewis marathon, like with his television. Call in. We're now at $1.25, right? We're trying to get to $1.50. So, all right. Well, you guys have a great day. We're going to go ahead and go to a commercial break for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. And the next thing on the topic, the next thing on the schedule is generic BMM. So you guys have a great one, and we'll be back. We'll be back broadcasting in about 15 minutes.
hopefully you're finding this opportunity to actually network with other GBA members to be of value to you. I know that I personally do. It is nice to not only see all the new faces that are a part of this particular conference, but also the friends that, or people who've become friends that I've known now for a number of years. But for our next topic, we have a discussion between two people. This is Mark and Stacy are going to sit down to discuss the proposed accounting standards over crypto assets, the current state of crypto accounting, and the Fair Value Project. This is a discussion on crypto issues in crypto accounting. Please.
Test.
There we go. Oh, now it works. So accounting is not something you normally see people talking about at blockchain or crypto conferences. So hopefully we won't be putting you to sleep. But I'm really excited to be sitting down with Marcus Veith. He is the partner in charge of the blockchain and crypto assets practice for Grant Thornton, assisting a lot of Web3 companies. Myself, I work as a forensic accountant with HKA, commercial damages, disputes. But my second job, like most millennials, I have two jobs, right? My second job is teaching at the University of Maryland, where I teach in their Masters of Accountancy program, a course on blockchain and digital assets. So educating the next generation of people. And I just want to make a brief plug that I'm putting together a crypto night for crypto accounting. If you are wanting to recruit accounting students or young interns, find me and I'll exchange information with you. I get a little nervous when I first sit down on a stage. So.
Great. Thanks, Stacey. So, again, Marcus Veith, pleasure to be here today. I'm a partner at Grant Thornton. Grant Thornton is like one of the largest accounting firms globally. We do audit, tax advisory. And how do I get to crypto as an accountant, right? My background is banking. I was trained as a banker, worked as a banker, audited, advised banks, and then suddenly in 2014, our firm had the great idea, one of our leaders at our firm had a great idea, hey, why don't we work with a crypto company? And there was like some personal relationships. One of our senior leaders was good friends and former colleague with the audit committee chair of that company. So that was at a time in 2014 when none of the large accounting firms would have been willing to work with crypto companies. So we made a concerted effort. We said, look, how can we address the risks? How can we get comfortable with what everybody considered like a risky industry? So we found people in our forensics practice that have blockchain experience. We set up our own fully synchronized nodes, which also set us apart from other firms, smaller firms that use like public block explorers to look up transactions. So we maintain fully synchronized nodes of all the blockchains that we support. And I had to get from zero to hero in a year because I didn't know much about crypto and blockchain. But we've grown the practice. We've worked with some of the largest companies that are out there. I mean, of course, the last year was not an easy environment with some of the cascading event, right? That first took down Terra Luna, then 3 Arrows, and then like the crypto lenders, and then culminated in FTX. So from that perspective, we are committed. Grant Thornton is committed to the digital asset space. We did, of course, a risk assessment, risk refresh, and again, we're committed to the space. We're not exiting like some other firms are doing, but of course, we have also rigorous standards and protocols that have to be met if we onboard clients.
Absolutely. So you mentioned 2022 and the regulatory the lack of regulation and the lack of standards, and one of the things that I cover with my students is that people don't want to talk about it, but accounting often underpins the ability to have good financial information, and that good financial information enables all our markets to work. And in the blockchain space, you often have people saying, well, we have blockchain, right? And so we have all the ledger, we have all the transactions on the ledger. But as was pointed out in one of the earlier panels, most Web3 companies do not have their accounting on a blockchain. The accounting still happens in traditional ledgers off-chain. And so fortunately, there's been a lot of innovation around like how to get that information, with crypto subledger account software in terms of getting information from a blockchain into a general ledger, into financial statements. But one of our challenges has been we didn't have an accounting standard, right? There was no guidance on, well, how are you supposed to report this? And, as accountants, we love rules, right? We love rules. And so without rules, it's kind of like, well, what are you supposed to do? So one of the things we wanted to discuss, obviously, here is the FASB, which is the Financial Accounting Standards Board. They are the entity in the United States that promulgates generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP. So US GAAP gives us all of the rules on how to account for different things. And they are now in the process of creating a standard for fungible crypto assets. And we wanted to talk about that exposure draft that they've put out. And we're expecting we'll have an accounting standard for crypto assets by the end of this year, which is pretty great. It's going to be a big jump for helping more traditional entities and other people who've kind of stayed away from crypto feel a little more comfortable about entering the space. So the FASB standard, it has opted for fair value, and I know that you've long been in favor of fair value. Most people have been in favor of fair value. Any comments on that?
Yeah, no, thank you. So just taking a step back, right? For the longest time there was no guidance, and I think just 2 or 3 years ago, the FASB had on their agenda again accounting for digital assets, and it was voted down as not being a pervasive issue. Yet, you don't have clarity. So when we entered the space in 2014, right, we had to make do with existing standards, and back in it, I mean, nowadays you also have to keep in mind the EICPA has a digital asset working group. I'm on the audit side. Some of my colleagues on the accounting side, where basically best practice and guidance is being put out, and so back in 2014, right, we had to say, how do we account for it? And we kind of like compared it and analogized it to inventory. So if your business model was that of a broker-dealer, we said you could get to like, as a private company, to fair value treatment. However, then over time, as the EICP working group was moving forward with recommendations and putting audit and accounting guidance together, it became, and also the SEC made it very clear that as a public company, you have to apply cost basis method, so you could not account for your inventory at fair value. That's kind of caused initially a shift between private and public companies. And then again, 3 years ago, when the FASB said, oh, we're not going to pick up a project, but then like over the last 2 years, they changed their mind and started to survey accounting firms. And we also had informal meetings with the FASB where they surveyed all the large firms and said, hey, what clients do you work with? What are the challenges from an accounting perspective? Fair value, does it make sense? Does it not make sense? So we, of course, had a good conversation, and then finally the FASB decided to put forward an exposure draft to move the accounting on a fair value basis. There are certain exceptions, right? So I think you mentioned already,
right,
it has to be fungible.
The standard excludes wrapped coins. It excludes NFTs,
Yep.
non-fungible tokens, and it excludes native tokens
Correct.
for the issuer, from the issuer's perspective. And I think we were going to talk about why would it exclude those things. I mean, non-fungible tokens to me seems like an obvious one. So for anyone who's in the audience going like, fair value accounting, what does that mean? Fair value accounting, in short, is also sometimes called mark-to-market. And what it means is that on my financial statements, I will record something called an unrealized gain or loss, meaning that I haven't sold this stuff yet, but if I were to sell it today, this is what I would realize as my gain or loss. So you get to put that on your financials, right? And that's useful for if you have so that's the kind of accounting that's used for stocks and investments and securities. And it's used because it helps the stakeholders and the people who are reading those financial statements to understand that where your business is. And it also allows them to see well, maybe you bought something really cheap, but now it's really valuable, right? So it can help them to see the value, the actual market value of the company's assets. Yeah. NFTs, they're excluding because NFTs represent claims, enforceable claims on underlying assets. Is that correct?
No, I think the reason why NFTs are excluded are because they're not fungible, right? Because one of the requirements in the exposure draft is that the asset has to be fungible. And an NFT is a unique type asset, right? One Bitcoin is like another one, right? You can have two Bitcoin that are the same. We can exchange them as the same value, same type.
Yeah, a question then is, how do they account for things like art or other tokenized items that are not cash related or currency related? So how would you deal with things like that?
Right. No, thank you. So, I mean, just taking a step back, thank you for explaining the fair value concept, right? Like in a securities environment, securities are typically, if you're a trading firm, right, accounting at fair value, right, ups and downs, you record the change in your income, in your P&L. Digital assets so far, and specifically when the SEC came out and said, as a public company, you have to record them at cost and measure them for impairment. It means, let's say you buy a Bitcoin at 100 as a public company, but that recommendation has been now translated also for private company. And I'm just talking about where we are currently before the exposure draft comes into play, right? So cost basis means you buy a Bitcoin at 100, and then the price goes up to 120, doesn't do anything, you keep it at 100, but a price goes down to 70, you have to write it down to 70, price recovers to 100, you keep it at 70. Like cost basis and impairment measurement means down, 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 but never up, right? So you could have there's been debates, right? You have a flash crash one night, price crashes down and it recovers almost instantaneously, right? There's a widespread belief that you would have to mark it down to the crash price, but you cannot mark it up. So the question that you ask, most digital assets are considered for accounting purposes intangible assets. And the accounting standard or the accounting practice for intangible assets is the cost basis, right? So now that the FASB has come out and said, we want to change this, and digital assets have been, I don't want to say carved out, but certain ones that are fungible, you will be able to market them and recognize, right? Like the Bitcoin you buy at 100, on a going forward basis, the price goes up to 120, you mark it up to 120, you take the 20 into income, price goes down to 70, you mark down, you take the 30 or the 50 as a loss, and then it recovers again to 100, you mark it back up, right? The ups and downs would be reflected in the P&L.
Mark-to-market.
Yeah, but the coins that you're describing, I don't think they meet the fungibility or also the goods and services requirement, which is another aspect. You would have to continue to account for them at cost basis as an intangible asset. And again, NFT, the reason is they're not fungible.
My personal opinion, and I need to clarify, it is my personal opinion, it's not actual guidance. Most NFTs are tied to an underlying asset, and there's existing accounting guidance for most of those types of assets, whether it's a real asset or if it's some kind of digital object, it's an intangible. And so, we don't have guidance on NFTs, probably in large part because you don't really need new guidance for NFTs because of that connection to an underlying asset or service.
If I may, please, I have 2 questions / comments. So,
are you going to give me that money?
Yes.
That's
There are two $20 bills. Question: are they fungible?
Yes.
Can you trade one for another?
Yes.
Well, they have the unique numbers.
Exactly.
identified.
They are not fungible. They are what's called degenerative. They have unique ID numbers. So let's keep that in mind. And the second,
but still, a $20 is a $20 rate.
Well, it can buy the same amount of goods and services, perhaps, but you can't necessarily exchange one for another unnoticeably, right?
I can load it on my debit card or use a credit card, and then the dollar is fungible.
Cash.
Yeah.
And then the second question, when you talk about mark-to-market, you are assuming that there's liquidity depth enough for you to actually be able to sell. How do you deal with that? Thank you.
That's very interesting that you bring that up because I have been working with crypto CFOs. It's a group of finance and accounting professionals, and we've been crafting a response to the exposure draft questions, right? And that came up a lot in our discussions. And so we have, in our answer, we're going to ask the FASB to address illiquid altcoins. We are asking that they require illiquid altcoins. So either, look at market depth or your tokenomics if they're overly restrictive. We believe that there needs to be some kind of a disclosure about illiquid altcoins. You need to separately disclose them, and you should only, in our opinion, report them on your balance sheet at the realizable value. Right, exactly. So in that case, you would also be, there's an accounting standard about, levels of fair value. And so that would be a level 2 or a level 3 input if you have like a really shallow market depth and the quote you get on, I see some of you like holding your heads like, oh, this is getting really technical. But if,
as long as we're not quoting the standards, right?
Yeah.
You see it.
So if you go to a like coin market cap and you look at the price and you see that plus 2%, minus 2%, and if it's a really low number, like let's say it only takes, $3 on a really obscure coin, right? $3 means you can move the buying or selling $3 means you can move the market by 2%. You can move the price, by 2%. So if someone was to, let's say, have $1,000 of it, and they wanted to sell all of it, as they sell, the price is going to start tanking. And so they're not actually going to get $1,000 for it. They might only realize as they sell it, maybe $600 or $700. And if there's tokenomics laid on top of that, and they have like 30% fees that they have to sacrifice when they sell, then you're looking at even less that they actually realize. That should not be put on, in my opinion, should not be put on a balance sheet as I've got $1,000.
And it's interesting, right? That question, that point, the FASB left out the fair value specific guidance from the exposure draft, because saying, well, if you look at the guidance that covers fair value basis accounting, or that explains fair value and how fair value is determined, there's already existing guidance, right? So you don't need to embed guidance in that digital asset accounting exposure draft. They refer to the existing standards, right? And as you said, it depends on, but it's the same with security, right? Like the same standard will govern securities and digital assets from a fair value perspective, right? So if you have a less liquid security, sometimes you have to take discounts, when you know that like a sale will move the market or other aspect. And it will be the same thing for less liquid coins. So they kind of like left it, I don't want to say ambiguous, but purposely left that aspect out of the exposure draft. One thing I also wanted to mention, what is excluded, and why I like tokens with enforceable rights are excluded, and unfortunately there's no clarity on what the definition is of what's an enforceable right. The other challenge that exposure draft is also recognition and derecognition has not been defined, right? Like when do you recognize, when do you derecognize, right? They're also deferring to other standards. And that goes back with the own tokens, right? Because own tokens, utility tokens typically come with like an enforceable right. That's the
You're talking about native tokens?
Yeah. That's why partially they have been excluded. Yeah.
We've been kind of speculating in our group about whether or not native tokens are excluded for the issuer. They're not excluded for a third party. If you buy a native token, you still would follow this accounting standard, right? But if you're the issuer of a native token, so we've been speculating, and I'd like your thoughts that perhaps the FASB is looking at this as a kind of modified equity in a way for that issuer. It's almost kind of like their stock shares or like a form of crowdfunding.
Yeah, thank you. Not want to go into like a conspiracy theory here, but I mean, own issue tokens have proven problematic over the last couple of months, right? You think of FTT tokens.
FTT, yeah, right.
That's what the FTT token was. It was issued by FTX, was an equity-like instrument, and the idea was the better FTX does, or the better people thought FTX does, the higher the value goes up, right? And I mean, if you think about it, right? I mean, I open a company, I issue my own token and just sell it and record revenue, right? I mean, that's also the model for some other coins, and that's why the FASB is also reluctant to say, yeah, not saying, look, we endorse companies creating their own token and recording revenue, because that's not how it works, right? You create a token, you sell it. Should it be revenue or not? That's also another debate.
It acts like equity in a sense. So, you would account for it in a different way, because you can't just say, like, I'm creating money out of thin air, which, unfortunately, that's like probably 80-90% of the cryptoverse.
And that's also the Ripple case, right?
You are, well, you're taking fiat in return for your created
But it's also what Ripple
stuff.
is doing, right? Ripple has sitting on billions of dollars of Ripple. I think you were first. Yeah.
Sorry. I had a question. How is it creating equity?
So because the coin is tied to the reputation of the company, right, and how well the business does. And so in that sense, it's not, by the way, there's no standard, there's no rule that says it is creating equity, but it's acting like equity. It's acting like stock shares behave, right? It's acting like bonds behave. Like the FTT token, for instance, its value was very much tied to how FTX and their reputation.
Okay, so if it's acting like equity, is it acting like a security then, or is it a commodity?
Now that's a legal determination.
Because a token, again, in my personal opinion, is more commodity-like. But I mean, if you are going to be defining that has a whole nother area of.
And being an equity does not make it a security necessarily. That's a legal question.
I know.
And I've worked on articles with the Journal of Accountancy and the AICPA, and it is not the accountant's place to make legal determinations. Okay? Limitation of liability.
I mean, just in response, right? I mean, it's the right point to say it's a legal determination, right? I mean, if you just follow the statements made by Chairman Gensler, right? In his mind, everything but Bitcoin
Everything is a
may be a
security,
security, right? And there's also, of course, always reference to the Howey test, but there's no clarity, right? If you ask the SEC, they says there's clarity. If it's not a Bitcoin, maybe want to register, right? It's again, it's a legal determination, not up to the accountants, and it's an interesting topic. I believe you had a question, right?
Yeah, one point of contention, and then a question. So the point of contention is that those two $20 bills were fungible. Latin for fungi, separable into many parts. There's 20,000 units in those, or there's in those things. So you can separate in the dollars and in the pennies. But so the question that I have is, so if I get stock issued to me from my companies, I'm an advisor to multiple companies, I get stock, I can fill out an 83B and take that election, pay taxes on that initial stock price. Am I able to do that same protectionary mechanism in reference to taxes when I get coins early? And then also too, how do I remain compliant when with AI trading large sums of tokens daily?
Sir, I know some very good tax accountants that I'm going to put you in contact with, okay?
Right.
You are talking to a forensic accountant and an auditor.
Right. I mean, the one thing I can say is every time you sell a crypto, it's a taxable transaction, and in theory, right? Let's say if you go and buy a coffee with Bitcoin, in theory, it triggers a taxable event. In theory, right? I know there's just currently a proposal out on.
Well, if you're not treating crypto like money, then it's a lot of legal definitions that the regulation needs to work out how they're going to define something. And once they define something, then we'll have better rules. In the meantime, you let me know if you need that tax accountant, okay?
So I have a specific example here, and it's actually one I have to deal with. You missed one class of tokens, and those are semi-fungible tokens, where there are a certain number of identical tokens which are fungible, and they aren't changeable with others. And specifically what these are imaginary playing cards that are used in a game. They have no backing whatsoever. They're just intrinsically valuable. They can be valued thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. So when you're doing profit and loss statements, how exactly are you doing cost basis on that? Because what I've always done is just the cost to acquire.
So for a semi-fungible token, I'm addressing this in the next Journal of Accountancy article that's introducing a digital asset taxonomy, which I'm proposing for here's how we should think about digital assets universe. Semi-fungible tokens, what I've looked into and seen of them, they're always tied to some kind of a digital object, right? It's a playing card.
It's a playing card.
So it's not a fungible crypto asset. It would not be covered by this particular. I know you're going to disagree with me, but
with a bunch of others that are identical to it, semi-fungible.
So I consider these to be NFTs, and they are. It's a combination. The whole collection has a combination of both single-use NFTs and reusable NFTs, which are two categories that I've come up with, honestly. Where the fungible tokens in that collection, if you buy it once, you spend money on it, and then it doesn't really have resale value, then it's
there's a market. They have a constantly saleable resale market, and it is liquid.
But I would say the coin you described, right, without knowing further details, I don't think it would meet the definition for the fair value for the token that are subject to the fair value treatment and exposure, because you have that goods and services, right? There might be an enforceable right. It sounds like, right? Because if it's a gaming card or something, there's something to it, right? It's not just like, oh, it's a token, it goes up and down, but why would I buy the token?
Right, each card is has different value, and they're not all equal to each other, even though they might be identical. It depends on maybe the design, who owned it.
Just became virtual. That's exactly what it is.
So it's a type of NFT. And you would account for it based on your cost for it. You would probably account for it as an intangible asset.
Yeah. I know we were going to talk about the
unofficial, just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we were going to talk about the cost base. Is it okay if I address it now, or there?
Well, we've got 2 minutes left. I don't know that we're going to have time to talk about cost basis, but were there any other questions? Yes.
Well, first of all, thanks for the GBA for having this topic featured here. My name is Greg Johnson. I'm with Rubicon Crypto and New York University. I would argue that if you do believe in conspiracy theories like Choke Point 2.0, that the audit function and the lack of audit capability is one of the most pressing crises that our industry is facing. What advice would you give us as mouthpieces to the industry to go forth as a kind of a, where do we go from here? How do we raise better awareness? What's the solution, in your view, to this constriction of audit capability that is strangling the industry silently? Thank you.
I saw a meme that showed Sam Bankman-Fried and it said, "Don't be this guy, do your accounting." So
I have that sticker.
My advice would be don't use QuickBooks for a massive company. Hire an accountant. Hire a CFO. But there's also lots of crypto subledger software that is already built to handle blockchain data and to do all of the accounting pieces for you. So just don't neglect. I know it sounds, it's dull and it's tedious and it's not exciting. There's lots of rules and it can be kind of stifling, but just don't neglect that piece of it.
Again, right, I'm part of the AICPA Digital Asset Working Group on the audit side, and we're currently putting an updated guide together. And one of the recommendations will be that accounting firms that audit crypto companies should have their own synchronized nodes. They should not use block explorers or even rely on third parties, right? I mean, that's something, as I said, we did that's the route we went from the beginning when we set up our practice. We said that's the only way for us to get comfortable from a completeness and accuracy perspective, because we noticed our nodes had sometimes different values than if you look up the node on a block explorer.
Are you developing CPE credits as well in a category of those to kind of advance things?
We do, yeah. I mean, we do training, yeah.
All right, so even though the clock has said that it's 0, can you give me 5 minutes on this clock again? Because I'd like to actually have a few more questions. I think this has been very interesting because we've had a lot of engagement from you, the audience, with the panelists. So if there's 3 or 4 more questions, Eugene, you've had your share. So
maybe the back.
Well, you can. I'll take a question if he'll give me the $20.
Wait. You can have one of the 20s. I get the other 20.
See, I gotta, yeah. Oh, sorry.
It was a contribution. Yes, please. Wait. Where's the microphone? I'm sorry. We'll get back to you, I promise.
Yeah, I'd like a follow-up. Could you go into a little more detail on the differences you saw between your own nodes and the Explorers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just full disclosure. I'm an accountant. I'm not on the blockchain technology team. We have like our forensic teams that runs the nodes, and right, our nodes, I guess we sync them up, right? So they're live. And my colleague told me that when they looked at the value in our nodes versus what they saw in public block explorers, there were sometimes differences, because we had the challenge when we had like some clients that were giving us values and we had differences, and then it became clear that they looked up on public block explorers versus what we saw in the nodes. So I cannot give you the details. If you're interested, I can connect you with my colleague and we can have a conversation. But this is a real, I don't want to say issue, but something we've experienced, because it's like a timing lag, right? It's a timing issue. It's not like, I'm not saying like public block explorers have made up numbers. That's not the case. It's like a syncing up to the live data issue.
Well, you would always have that when you have to have the sync between any of the nodes, because you don't know which block your particular node is on, and if there's a correction to the the extension of the chain. So, yes, go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. So I don't know at all if there's any accountability or the interactions between the IRS and the SEC and so on and so forth, DOJ. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good.
go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
So in the wake of the FTX contagion, the Celsius network meltdown, the CeFi meltdown in general, the people have lost their life savings. And for some states, for example, they're still being demanded to pay taxable income on both principal and income generated within the tax. I am one of those people. I went from riches to rags. I'm now homeless as a result of the state's inability to recognize that a tragedy occurred. And now lawfully in the 4th district, what happened is they legally owned, whatever that means, the property, the rights, the usage of our tokens. And so we are angry at the SEC for not having categorized them so the tax code can keep up. What do states do who don't recognize federal, let's say, capital losses in order to offset their gains? And what can be done from a federal level to provide relief for people who find themselves on the street as a result of New Jersey's Bureau of Securities' gross oversights as to their evaluation of how they were generating income, validating the fraudulent claim that they had made, which had convinced me and many others prudent in investing to invest in that Celsius network. Thank you.
Well, first off, I'm so sorry to hear that's happened to you and the struggle that you're in. Well, yeah, but still, that is a difficult position to be in. Those questions are currently getting settled within the courts and between those different agencies. And I mean, we're just as much spectators as you are to see how it all plays out and falls out. Obviously, the accounting standards entities, we're doing everything we can, and those crypto accountants and people who are knowledgeable of it, we're doing everything we can to try to have good standards, fair standards that are going to bring some more transparency to the area. And hopefully hopefully all of this mess will result in much more clearer pathways for justice and for people to get what belongs to them, and for the blockchain records to be treated as valid and proof of ownership.
I mean, just one thing to add, right? I mean, in the course that, I mean, I attended a couple of restructuring type events or conferences, right? It's the interesting question that nobody had probed before is like, when a company like the one you were a user of files for bankruptcy, right? Do you have a claim to the coins, or do you have a claim to the company, right? An unsecured claim. Right, of course, then everybody throws out a frame, not your keys, not your coins, right? And I think we're going to see probably, I mean, we've seen a big push to self-custody, right? That, no matter what's, sorry, just add my perspective, right? I think from a regulatory perspective, if we get comprehensive regulation, we're probably going to see a similar movement what we see in Japan, right? Like, you got to split the trading, the market making, the custody, settlement in different entities, that if something goes wrong, that the activity is more treated like, like a true custody or security business. That you say, look, company goes bankrupt, they need to have the customer's coins safely and not commingled, right? The commingling is also an issue. And sorry, just one last thing that I wanted to say actually at the beginning, what people don't recognize, or oftentimes, I mean, many of you probably know, but if you think of like a crypto company, right? Large crypto exchange, 95% of the transactions do not hit the blockchain. It's all within the internal ledger system, right? When we audit like a large exchange, some of my colleagues said, oh, every transaction is on a ledger. I was like, no, you have on-off-chain reconciliation, but 95% of the transactions just, that makes a crypto company that everything is a crypto company more like a traditional CeFi than a what people think is a blockchain company.
Yeah, hopefully what comes out of all of this is there's more consumer protection, because we definitely need it, to encourage people to, yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. The court-appointed examiner, Ms. Pilar, former DA, and she proved the commingling. We pushed her in the direction of showing that there was, let's say, prospective embezzlement and where exactly to look. Exactly to look. And so there's a criminal enterprise being represented as if they should have the protections afforded by Chapter 11, while people are literally by their own states being driven to homelessness, to right now as we speak. So all I'm saying is, and I'll finish on this, who here has spoken up and said a thing? And I'm just going to say we are available to make some noise. And noise ought to be made because this is some of the most gross injustice in my lifetime, and it made me lose so much faith in our regulatory apparatus. I invested based on New Jersey Bureau of Securities and their evaluation of their books. That's why I invested in Celsius Network, which shook everything.
We actually have to be moving forward. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad to be up here with some very important people. This is the team that is assessing on the blockchain maturity model. So we have my pen and, oh, Eugene, I haven't met you yet. Hi, Eugene. And we have Frederick DeVoe and Paul Dowding. We have a wonderful group of experts that have trained and created the blockchain maturity model. And myself, Lori Souza, one of the reasons I'm involved in this is that I'm an educator and started educating in crypto and digital assets in 2019. And one thing that I really liked about this movement, which is a movement we're all involved in, is that it brings in a transaction of trust, the ability for it to be built into the transaction. And so being part of the blockchain maturity model allows us as the movement to really bring in the reputable people in this movement in blockchain and weed out the bad actors, because there's a lot of bad actors. And so, and really rely on that transaction of trust. So I wanted to say that, and Gerard said it's so much better up here on the podium. But anyway, we have some great questions. We're talking about how do we introduce this blockchain maturity model to the financial and banking industries. And so with that, I think everybody has lots of things to say. And the first thing I wanted to ask is, when a banking and financial company is seeking a blockchain solution, then why would you explain to them why a blockchain maturity model assessment is important?
What was
And go ahead and just do a brief introduction.
I think the audience is sick of me by now. I keep on showing up on the stage. What I'd say was particularly looking at, we know the potential of blockchain. Obviously, Bitcoin's been around since 2009. This is now 14 years. I think blockchain really rose in its awareness in sort of 2015 with the advent of Ethereum, Hyperledger, R3-Corda, digital asset holdings. So the problem is I think people were buying the potential without being able to really assess what was the fundamental abilities of these solutions. And so I would say you've got a lot of variation within the financial services. I think when we did the supplement, we actually identified between our working group 24 different use cases. And I'm sure there's many more, but how do you assess credit cards versus fixed income derivatives? So you've got to be able to separate the different categories. So it's a complex industry with multiple variables, and the BMM acts as a way to gatekeep your suitability and capabilities of your solution. And I think that's really important. And to not put too fine a point on it, there's been a lot of headlines in the last 7 or 8 years about financial service companies using blockchain, but really they're still not beyond the proof of concept stage or very small scale implementations.
If I may, Paul, to add to that quickly, I think we want to look at the big divide that exists between the advances in technology, like the best possible solutions in science that various bright minds around the world are coming up with, and their adoption, their mass adoption among people that use everyday goods and services. And so merchants in the space, like banks, financial companies, they face risks, and they do not want to risk their jobs if they do a wrong move in the area where they're not experts, right? When they're choosing between one financial solution or platform or another, what do they base their decision on if they don't have their own personal experience of 15 years, since Satoshi Nakamoto, or even better from Scott Starnetta's incredible work. So what do? You rely on experts primarily, right, in education, in science, in mass adoption of any technology. So this is why this BMM
could be very, very helpful for all parties in this discussion, right? For entrepreneurs and engineers and developers who come up with great products, what do they do with them next? Nobody has marketing budget in the millions to go around the world and offer their solution. You have financial regulators. They want to regulate. They want to know what are the guidelines that they are to apply when evaluating something their members bring. And of course, the user, right? Am I installing this wallet? Is my money going to be gone or not, right? So in many ways, for a merchant to have a BMM stamp of assessment, let's say, or having passed an assessment is a major, major risk reduction and helps adoption of technology. Thank you.
And if I can add to that, sometimes it's easy to fall in the trap of just looking at the technology and being able to have the BMM that has 11 elements that are not necessarily directly related to the technology. So looking at the governance, looking at the infrastructure sustainability or the resilience, it allows also by the institutions to make sure that the technology is going to be integrated within their existing institution and not just looking at technology, but how it's going to impact the rest of the institution.
Hi. There are multiple number of answers for this. Why? Okay. So that's why all are speaking on that. வணக்கம் எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா? Anyone understood? No, right? So that's the purpose of BMM. So blockchain is little bit of in an understandable stage or status. So when you want to understand, if you could understand commonly a simple language, then automatically it can be understood by everyone. Simple and smart is very important. So that is the whole interest of BMM, blockchain maturity model, which can educate the user, the acquirer, and also any kind of investor. So that is the purpose of the building this particular blockchain maturity model, to bring in a common language across the whole industries. It's not only for financial industries, it's for any industry, basically. And further down, to ensure the domain expertise, we have the supplements. So this is one of the thought process. Thank you. And the initial thing was nothing but it was Tamil language, and it is hello or hi, vanakkam. That's it. Over.
Yeah, that's a very important point too. And probably along with the next question is, what are some of the factors that are preventing large-scale adoption of blockchain in the financial services industry?
Okay, I can maybe start with that one. Lack of true scalability at the moment is probably one reason up there. If we can imagine, for example, a solution that requires 100 million users to log in simultaneously, there are two blockchains in the world that I'm aware of that will not crash immediately. And that's a brand new kid on the block, SUI, and our favorite Everscale, which both are multi-thread, multi-shard architecture. So one of the threats is that when you scale up, is your infrastructure going to be there to support? And I'm sure the gentleman will add many more.
Well, there's quite a few. Fundamentally, it's performance, functionality, and ease of adoption, which is really held up. And part of my career was to represent a New York Stock Exchange floor broker, where we were selling direct market access to high-frequency traders and algorithmic execution. So you're dealing with transactions that are coming in at the millisecond level. So that needed to be our litmus test for what we were going to be accommodating. So in certain cases, you need that level of capacity throughput, as well as dealing with 9 million trades a day on the New York Stock Exchange. So if you're really going to try and digitize that market, you've got to be able to handle that scale and scope, which gets to performance. In terms of functionality, and this is a shocking one for us, where we included double entry accounting and transacting periods. So if you think about it, although the legacy world is old technology, it does consider the future. And although blockchain is new technology, it only considers the past, because it's an immutable record from today backwards, but that's it. So if you can't record future dated payable receivables, you have no view into the risk, accruals, or projections that you need to record in your ledgers as of today.
So that's, part of what we looked at in our solution. So the functionality is limited to sort of fully paid bilateral transfers, which is what a Bitcoin transfer is. So without that functionality, and in its good forms and sometimes in its less than good forms, leverage and obligations are a big factor in all the financial transactions. They're all future dated payable receivables. So if you're not recording them, you're lacking that functionality. And then ease of adoption is really around that these digital networks tend to be walled gardens. They still need to interoperate with legacy infrastructure because you're not going to transform a market in a day. So that's the legacy world and why it's struggled, I believe.
And they must interact with each other, which is another huge problem, right? Very few do with each other.
Yeah.
I would also take a look at, again, like governance, right? I mean, since we are talking about a network at that point, we have multiple nodes with multiple institutions that now not only, want to transact with one another, but on a similar platform and everything. And so, again, having things like a BMM that is going to have like an element specifically looking at how this is governed is a good way to making sure that we're not forgetting about it. Yeah.
You have to repeat the question.
Okay, so what might be some obstacles in the financial sector implementing blockchain solutions?
Obstacles for implementing blockchain solution, of course, everyone has to learn about the blockchain maturity model. Okay, so that's a very important role, and wherein each of the banking solution is now driven by one segment of their own process. Okay, so the process is separate and the product is separate. When it comes for the blockchain maturity model, so it tries to educate everyone with the process and product. So that is the whole concept of blockchain maturity model, which is going to really bridge that particular gap. Over.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember the slides that Gerard had on the screen here earlier, but it did share the elements that we have in the blockchain maturity model, and there are 11 elements that we assess in. And so with that, all of the elements are important. That's why they're included. But with the banking and financial services, of course, we need an additional supplement. Maybe we can discuss that right now on what are some of the additional items we need to look at in an assessment when assessing a solution, a blockchain solution for the financial industry.
Well, maybe I'll start on the backbone side. Sort of for financial industry, there are several critical parameters that must be addressed by any platform, any solution, any app. Again, scalability and ability to process a massive amount of transaction has been talked about before. Network finality, or in finance terms, settlement time, is also very critical, right? If it takes longer than a second, maybe 2 seconds, it's not acceptable in the financial industry unless you're dealing with like muni bond issuance. But on a high frequency, high volume trades, they're just not acceptable. There's many other technical level issues that have to be looked at, like network resilience, and what happens if it has happened in the past, a particular like ISP provider has been taken out of service, right? You like a certain area geographic loses connection. Do you have enough nodes? Do you have enough validators outside of that affected area to continue like uninterrupted supply of support, etc.? Gentlemen.
With the BM supplement of banking, we have around 23 support functions, so which are going to be playing the role of the elements, and that particular criticality would depend upon the use case also. So when it's going to be a use case driven blockchain application, then it will be driven with respect to that particular applicable maybe requirements. Okay, so there is a very good matrix available in the supplement. It's available on the GBA website, and you can always download and understand more. I'll leave it to Paul for further.
Yeah, so when we came to the banking working group to look at this, we sort of said, what are the use cases we wanted to identify? And then what would be the requirements against each of those use cases, because they all have sort of unique. But we found some of the requirements kept on repeating themselves. So in the end, we pulled up a matrix to say use cases versus requirements. So we identify 23 use cases, and I'm going to get this wrong. No, 24 use cases and 23 requirements. Now, having gone through my assessment, I wished I'd kept it down to about 5.
In fact, I would like to say one thing. He wrote his own fate. When we came to the assessment, then only understood. Oh, right. So we have written something more where it can be questioned.
What was I thinking? No. So here is the matrix. I brought it because although Eugene challenged us to remember 12 words yesterday for our passphrase, I can barely remember the 11 elements sometimes. So I've got them here for my. But just to understand, we looked at, institutional banking, private banking, community banking, micro lending, credit cards, debit and prepaid cards, central banks, CBDC, capital markets, structured products, exchange trade derivatives. So there's a lot of different elements. And part of it is when we said you had a requirement, the requirement, when we talked about scalability or high capacity, high capacity wasn't applicable to some of the use cases. So you wouldn't get assessed against that requirement in your supplement. Scalability was not about how big are you, it's how big do you need to be for your use case, and does the solution meet that requirement? So that's where we felt like the process got to a more meaningful stage. And again, to reiterate Gerard's point earlier, the goal here is not pass-fail. The goal is to work with the solution saying, if this is the field you're entering, then you need to consider these requirements and make sure you do it. And we, at the level 1 assessment, particularly at the idea stage or the documented stage or even proof of concept, getting this kind of feedback at the point where you can potentially redesign or adjust your process is, invaluable. So that's, I'd make that point.
Perfect.
I just wanted to see how many here are members of the GBA by show of hands, almost everybody. So one of the opportunities everybody gets with this blockchain maturity model is to go out to the people that you're talking to who are considering blockchain as a solution and asking them when they're deciding, has their company been rated or with the blockchain maturity model yet? And so that really brings in the maturity that they're looking for when selecting a solution. So everybody in the GBA gets that opportunity to share this information.
May I ask a quick question in the educational field then? What are your thoughts about, promoting BMM and BMM-like services among broader audience?
Another reason I'm with this team, and this is from the Standards and Certifications Working Group of where we did a lot of the work for the BMM. So with education, I have found that we're out there fighting the resistance. And so we can use very simple terms, which I tend to use, and there's still a lot of resistance, a lot of the naysay, because we're in a paradigm shift. I was sharing this earlier. And a lot of people like things the way they were. And to change into something new or change into a new way of doing things, we went through the same thing with the advent of the computer, with the advent of the credit card, right? So really bringing it to very simple terms is what we need to do. And, one of the things I share in teaching is, when the computer first came out, or when you got your first computer or a new computer, did you ask, well, how does this work when I plug it in? How does the electricity power up my computer? Nobody asks that. They just plug it in because they trust that the electricity is going to reach the computer. So the same thing with blockchain. We do get very detailed down into the technology because you're innovators and technologists, and so that's your language. And so now the education is to keep it in very simple terms, and even in that language, there's a lot of resistance. So I think really, somebody touched on it yesterday on stage saying, let's keep it simple when we're explaining. This is transparent, it's an efficient, all the characteristics of blockchain.
Yeah. Instead of DeFi, you can call it DCEN. That was a good explanation. So
yes, thank you.
Terminologies are very, very important. So if you start speaking in a very different clinical terminology, then a patient may not understand. Okay, so we need to be very careful in demonstrating that and ensuring that it is emphasized. And of course, taking to the levels. Okay, so there are different levels. There are users, investors, maybe organizations who are trying to explore on this. Everyone are aiming to reach some place, right? So, but everyone need not have to understand the whole technology. If everyone wants to need to understand the whole technology, then they will be confused. So it should be in such a pattern that which is required, that has to be understood. That is why we need to have it simple and smart. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, if I may add,
Oh, we do have a question. Sure.
Yeah, so Lori, brilliant panel. Thank you. Robert Levin. So I have a question about the outreach. Have you written a marketing strategy to reach out to the top 100 college campus blockchain societies and start an ISO committee to apply for a global standard like ISO 9000, which is famous in hotels? Could you explain your marketing strategy to incentivize our members to participate in the marketing and sales pipeline?
That's a great question. I think Gerard does a great job of making sure it's loud and clear on the website. And so then it's really all up to all of us to really look at the information that's on there and take it out.
But also some steps have been taken, I must say. For
Wonderful,
example,
thank you.
For example, like what Dina was describing earlier, this Internet Governance Forum, right? What's a better way for a very broad population to get exposure to those issues than from the words of guys on the top, right? They understand. There's a lot of trust, I must say, in like UN as an international organization and some of its specific companies and organizations inside. There's a lot of trust, and to capitalize on that trust, I think benefits the humanity enormously. So what, Gerard, you're doing is exactly right, and thank you, Dina.
I would just say we're also at the very early stages where we've done 2 of these level 1 assessments. So part of that process is to validate the team that will be effectively going out into the world as assessors, and also to validate the process. But we've, and I think in terms of the collective work sort of shepherded by Gerard, has included all the proper documentation to understand the process, to track it, to record it, but also the associated training materials. And that's taken a huge amount of effort, particularly on Gerard and the team. Video recording each of the detailed documents and then having a quiz and test afterwards. And I set myself some difficult quiz questions, I think. So, when I went to the training, I was thinking, what was I thinking? But again, that's part. I think once this starts rolling out, then we'll have a greater audience to put, to sell it to. But certainly, I think the coordination with the UN is going to be a fabulous, publicity.
And that's for the for education. But I think also the group is, one way is like trying to start thinking the BMM as like security, right, by design and not just afterthought. And so there is a lot of thing that we're learning as doing the assessment of like, okay, are there like base documents or little checklists or little templates? Or there is a lot of things that actually, even when we start saying, okay, I want to make a blockchain-based solution, where we can start by asking some of these questions because they're gonna show up, right? Okay, what is the governance? How am I thinking of the sustainability? All these things like that. We can start answering them as we are ideating basically the solution. And so then it's already done. It's like by design, we're already there. And so creating some of these starter kits, maybe document and stuff, could probably think that we may think of doing as well.
Coming to your second question of members, what is that we are going to do with the members? So for members, already we have done a lot. Just the opportunity is there in the website. You need to pitch in if you have not pitched in so far, okay? So what are the opportunities? First opportunity would be you can become a consultant for the BM to other organizations who are going to implement. Second one, assessor. Third one, again, assessor. In assessor, you have one more designation called as lead assessor. Other one is BAPs, so business assessment partners. So like iBlockchain of Sari. So if you are having a good organization who would like to partner then of course you can always, you are welcome in that. So by which you, all the members are getting the benefits from individual member to the organization member. Over.
Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, we have some more questions too. So let's start in the back there. Hi.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Loman. I'm a GBA member. The last question was about marketing. This question is about pricing. What would the cost be to go through? Yes, this question's about pricing. What is the cost to go through the blockchain maturity model assessment process? Is it a fixed cost, or is it based on the complexity of the business at hand?
Our estimation centers at the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'll walk to the front.
Gerard Cresson.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Well, look, this is a tough question because it's a brand new model, and quite frankly, we're still figuring it out. So I'll tell you where we are right now. Do I need to get on stage, or can I speak from here? Okay, no, it's a camera issue. Yeah, so let me tell you what we've done so far. The real cost is just labor, right? So if you're going to get 4 people to spend 4 people like this to spend some time, you got to pay them, right? So, but we're doing everything we can to keep costs down. So the very first step in the process is to do a self-assessment. Download the model for free, right? And essentially put together in fact, we can give you a template, or you can just create a little Excel spreadsheet and just do a compliance matrix and say, okay, well, the model says this, how am I doing? To keep your costs low, I would essentially, instead of getting a whole team, go to the website, grab a consultant, say, hey, would you help me? Would you give me a couple hours to kind of walk through this? I think I got it right, but would you just help me? We do not want people to spend a lot of money on this, right? And so what we've done on some of the early assessments is folks have volunteered their time because we have an incentive, right, in order to get more adoption. But right now, the only cost that we are planning or anticipating is the time you would need. Now, in Paul's case, because he was very well prepared, he'd done the self-assessment, right? But even with that, it took us about 16 hours, right? So I would say the very first step would be do a self-assessment. It costs you nothing. And then, reach out to one of these folks. We're gonna do listings by industry, right? But you might want to have an assessor that's in your geographic area or location, whatever. Walk through this and say, hey, here's where I think I am, right? Let them tell you how close you are, and then we'll put a team together. The assessment is going to be somewhere between 2 days and 4 or 5 days, depending on how prepared you are, because there's a series of things that have to happen. There's an initial documentation review, there's a conference where we go back and forth, we have to draft the findings, we then review the findings back with the solution provider, we work out any details. So it is a collaborative thing, and you can put your own internal people on the assessment team to keep the cost down. But there's a percentage. I think you can't have more than 1/3 of the team be from the internal company, because we need to maintain the objectivity. But couple days labor of several people is basically what the cost is.
But isn't it a potential revenue source for the GBA?
It is. There's 2 things that go on, and they relate with each other, right? So if the demand is high and the resources are limited, the price goes up, right? Right now, the demand is essentially just bubbling up. Right, so if you want to get an assessment, get it now when the demand is low, because your costs will be lower, right? The price will go up essentially as it becomes more.
Can I just add one point just to Gerard, just to reassure you? Yeah, it did help that I'd been part of the process for my own assessment, but the 16 hours also was the 11 elements and the 23 financial services requirements. So the actual BMM as an 11 assessment was probably the first 5 or 6 hours, 4 or 5 hours.
But Gerard, just the member of the audience and the GBA member raised a very important question, which you recall, we discussed on numerous occasions. How do you automate, right? How do you involve artificial intelligence in the process instead of going and looking for experts in 1,000 different domain areas? And how do you make the system flexible enough that it's self-sustaining? Let me assure you, the demand you've identified is not going anywhere. It's only going to grow. So I think we have to prepare for massive interest. Thank you.
Yeah, that is down the road. We have talked, eventually we'd like this process to become a DAO, right? But Eugene's trying to have that be tomorrow. I'm saying, hold off, we gotta slow down a little bit, right? So whoa, Eugene. But yeah, we do want it eventually to become, so the pricing model, like I said, is evolving. But right now, if you do it, it's essentially just for the labor hours, yeah.
And there was some more questions.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for this. Something that Gerard said in his presentation I thought was really important, which is that usually these assessment things are, not legitimate. Like if you take the mobile phone industry, there was a data privacy assessment thing that everybody in the industry got aboard, but it was really just a way to avoid people looking at data privacy. And now we have the SIM swap cases, right? And that's what makes this so important, is that it's being put together by it's not like a Microsoft certification. It's like a independent certification. And it's extremely useful and extremely good for the industry, I think.
One point, since we understood the selection of certifications, we are not even using the word certification. So that is one of the important things which we are trying to do. What we are trying to do, we are trying to improve the application which is being talked as a blockchain solution to recognize to the external world. Okay, so that is the whole interest what we are trying to do. And in fact, this is an opportunity which has to be taken. So if you are holding an application, please ensure to proceed further from the self-assessment.
But also certification assumes some kind of liability on the part of the certifier, while assessment is much more of an opinion, right?
Of course. And one of the things that a word we're using is a rating. So has the blockchain provider you're looking into selecting, have they been rated with the GBA? And so what's their level of rating? There's 5 levels of rating that a blockchain solution provider has the opportunity to go through 5 different levels of an assessment. So it's pretty comprehensive.
Yes. I was just going to say quickly on the question, obviously, if you're a solution provider, this is obviously a good way for you to get a validation. And if you've got a solution buyer that may be interested in sponsoring your assessment, that's another alternative. But the other point to make for the GBA members, and certainly those of you who are in the sort of consultative or service-driven roles, the point of us, the generation of the training, was also that you can be trained to be a consultant. So you can advise clients on assessments, or you can be trained to be an assessor. And so therefore it's an opportunity for you to sort of generate your own business as well.
Go ahead.
Hello. It's amazing what you all are doing. First of all, I've been going to these conferences since maybe my first meetup was like 2011, so Ethereum didn't exist yet. And what I wanted to say is it's wonderful that you're letting the audience interact with you all, so it's fantastic. But one of the things I'd like to contribute, if it hasn't considered, because I haven't gotten through all your documentation, I'll read all of it, including the other gentleman's book that he presented yesterday. But do you have a reassessment process for each of the supplements? And if you don't, just consider that. And then also for each one of the assets, because what I found over the years is that, when you assess me today, I may make adjustments based on my environment, based on the competition, based on the requirements of the consumers and those that use the assets that we create, right? And so what happens is you assess me today, but 3 years from now, I've evolved and I've transformed. So you have to revisit that. And so that certification, you have to revisit it from time to time. And then that also applies to the individuals that'll be working on behalf of the GBA and spreading the good news so we can proliferate as, a blockchain community.
Great point. Continuous process. Yeah, I fully agree.
In fact, for your kind of information, there are 3 documents. One is the BMM requirement, other one is the BMM overview document, then comes the BMM assessment requirement. As ma'am said, estimation, of course, over a period, seeing the demand, we will be releasing the estimation process also. So everything is process driven. Of course, few informations on the reassessment or the revision of the standard, that everything is covered on the assessment and overview documents. So if you go further down and take down the information from the blockchain, that is from the GBA website, you will get more informations which will really answer plenty of questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and what's built into the assessment is that a company could go through and pass a level 1 assessment, and then when they're ready to move on to the next level, there's a level 2 assessment. So, yes.
Ann Werner, I'm the general counsel of Algorand. Could someone speak a little bit about the technical side of things? I was kind of surprised to hear a statement, I think it was you, Eugene, that said that there are only 2 that can have the scalability. Algorand does 6,000 transactions per second. Time to finality is 3.6 seconds. So I think, you know, there are some developers or some thinkers
Sure.
Who have gone out to solve the blockchain trilemma, which is simultaneously to be scalable, secure, and decentralized. And I know Algorand has solved that, so I was just kind of surprised by those statements.
I understand. The ongoing world record is about 55,000 SEPs. It's not TPS even, it's SEPs. There's only 2 networks in the world that kind of work close to that. 6,000 is a major achievement. Congratulations. That's probably about the same as Visa and MasterCard. So those are incredible technical advances. You need very special, of course, speed connections. You have very special nodes written in Rust language only at the moment. There's a whole bunch of technical stuff you can work with. The network finality under 2 seconds is achievable today. It has been demonstrated as well. And when it's sub-second, it's perfect for financial world. So technically speaking, it's happening. But again, proven speed record over open network, not in your lab, is far and rare and in between. If you've got the data to support, talk to me, please. We'll publicize. Thank you.
And then on that, I don't know, Jordan, did you have a slide with the 11 elements that we assess on? Just so you can see all the other elements that we do consider.
And also there's a third
in addition
element.
to the scalability.
A third element to network finality and latency is cost, right? How much is your transaction cost?
The three things are security, scalability, and decentralization. That's the blockchain trilemma. And we've actually added a 4th, which is environmental.
And cost.
And we're carbon neutral.
Yeah, it cannot be prohibitively expensive to run nodes, right? So cost is important.
And what's nice is this is a framework so that companies can actually look and check the boxes on each element and see where they are. So it's all of it's on the website, which is very nice. And I think the 11 elements are on there. There we go. There they all are.
If you go through the requirement, it will be very good.
And this is why Paul was very well prepared in his assessment, and it still took 16 hours. So
I'd say 4 or 5 for these ones.
yeah. So these are all of the elements. You have access to what we're looking at in each category, and there's, again, 5 levels
Now,
for.
if you could go into the blockchain maturity model, can you press the model? Resources? Documents?
Documents, there they are. See, it's all there.
Just down. BM requirements. Sorry, I thought it's touchscreen.
So, yeah, there's a lot of information on the website.
Can you open that?
I was just going to say that the key thing about the assessments as well is it's not, there's a couple of aspects to this. We had to step back and say, does this work for public as well as private permissioned, and all the different types and protocols that are out there. So rather, and again, we've emphasized, this is not pass-fail. This is suitability in terms of as a blockchain, as a solution. And when you sort of dive into sort of individual criteria, you find you're trying to argue a point which is not really relevant to the assessment. You want to say, is this blockchain against those elements mature?
Yeah, if you see the level 4 requirement of production, you can see some even level 3 also. So level 3, no single person or entity may have administrative control of the hardware for more than 50%. So this is where the specification starts, okay? So unfortunately, I'm not remembering because I'm a highly confidential person, okay? Cannot remember all those things. So everything is there, and it will be changed more also. So there will be a very good amendment happening around, and already the person is behind me. So Eugene already has a huge list of requirements which has to be incorporated because he is directly from the product.
We very much appreciate what GBA has started doing. I think Gerard and the team identified a true market need, an interest of people of getting something from this organization, and that's wonderful. But we're thinking ahead in terms of when this interest will be massive. This wonderful panel of experts, no matter how little they sleep, they still have physical limitations as to what can be done. Please don't argue with that, Paul. But we're thinking ahead and what can be done in the future. The earlier we start, the earlier we get there. Thank you.
Yes. And feedback, of course, you all the GB members who are here have to give their feedbacks on this model, okay? Because then only it can be improved. Otherwise, without the feedback, without the suggestions, nothing can be marching forward. So we always request your support.
Can I throw one thing in real quick? Jordan, if you can go back to the documents webpage, at the bottom of that webpage is a document feedback form. So I know a lot of you coming out of this thing they're going to go and read the documents. If you have any thoughts, ideas about how we can make it better, we would love to hear from you. And we have a process for doing that. So if you go to the gbaglobal.org page, under resources, you'll find the blockchain maturity model. The documents link that you saw at the bottom there, you can upload a document, you can provide your comments. All of that stuff goes to our team. They sort through everything, and then we review that regularly. So we would very much, it's right there at the bottom of the page. So if you think we're, not on the right track or whatever, absolutely we want to hear from you. And if you've got solutions that you think the world ought to know about, please let us know, because when we rate an organization, the next thing we want to do is tell everybody in the world about that they had passed that rating, because it's good for us too. So we have a whole marketing communications team to do that.
Can I just add something as well, just to sort of say, within the GBA as members, I'd encourage you to join these working groups, and don't be intimidated by the. Yes, I'm in the financial services, so I've been audited. I have to be compliant, but I'm not an assessor expert. So I joined this team obviously to add some perspective on blockchain technology, but I was learning about how assessments are done and the standards and the approach. I joined the voting working group because although I may be an active voter, I know very little about elections, but it was a way for me to inform myself about that use case. So again, and we've had people in the groups who participate to listen and learn, and that's fine, there's training. So again, the participation is not about, hey, I've got something to bring to the table. It's you can learn, and you'll be amazed at what you can contribute just as a generalist. And again, that's a way to participate in making this process better.
You have a question?
Yes, so Charlton Woodyard, CEO of Aviated Ventures, a social impact ecosystem, proud GBADC member. My question is more so about the BMM being a platform, as you just spoke about, Gerard, for companies that pass the BMM certification to work specifically with companies that are looking for such solutions that have such credibility. So is there an ecosystem of companies, both a part of the GBA and externally, that are financially prepared to support these companies after their investment in creating these solutions and in investing in being vetted by the BMM? Is there a jet stream to kind of push these companies into it? Gerard just alluded to it, but have you organized such agreements or?
Sure, let me say one thing, then I want to turn it over to Dino. And by the way, this guy right here, if you don't know Charlton, get to know him. He's a phenomenal human being. Yeah. And we got to be really fast because I'm sure we're over time. The government of, the national government of Mexico election body is about to put an RFP in June. My understanding is that they're going to put a BMM requirement out for their election, right? Because they want to do a blockchain, they want technology, blockchain-based technology, but they want it to have been BMM rated.
That would be an incredible testament. Incredible.
Yeah. Now, we have talked to people in government, at the GSA, and a number of other people. We're telling them, please do not put a BMM rating requirement in the solicitation in terms of achieving a particular level, but we would encourage you to use it as a framework for the RFP, right? We are still evolving, and we don't want to mess up that government acquisition process, but this is a very informative, educational. If you say, hey, you have to have been rated and submit your results along with the proposal, I think that's fine, right? But don't say you have to hit level 1, 2, 3, because they're going to do stuff like saying, well, you have to be level 5, right, without knowing anything about the model and imposing all of these ridiculous requirements on something. So we're trying to take this slow. Eugene is exactly right. When this thing catches, it's going to catch fast. We're actually right now trying to make sure that we have the training materials in place, that we have trained, competent people, that we have business relationships around the world. We're working with Perkins Coie to help protect the intellectual property. This is not something we want to rush. It is desperately needed. We have to make sure that we build it strong, because if we go fast and we haven't built the foundation, this thing will collapse and it'll be the end for all of us. So with that, now, Eugene, Dino, you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Gerard. Just to add a comment that complements what Gerard just said, but also that was subtly introduced by Eugene. There is a very important distinction in terms of roles. When we're talking about assessment, we fundamentally, during assessment, it kind of like a compliance assessment. You have a set of requirements and you check whether the condition, the evidence that exists in the solution being assessed meets those expected requirements. However, there is another profile. There are two profiles. There are the assessors and there are the advisors. So going back to what Eugene was saying, there is what is called in the world of auditing a risk-based audit as compared to a compliance-based audit. So the advisor is actually a profile that can advise an organization to predetermine whether there are any risks that may prevent their solution or their organizational process to meet those requirements. So this is a system that needs fundamentally at least two sets of expertise. Those who are expert in assessing and those who are expert in advising in whether there are risks, and if there are, how to mitigate those risks. So I think this is an important distinction because it requires two different type of individual with two different type of expertise and preparation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to finish my thing. Yeah.
We're going to go.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Dowding, co-founder and head of design for Alpha S Core and our differentiating platform Tapestry X. Today, I'm going to explain the banking and finance supplement to the Government Blockchains Association's blockchain maturity model. In conjunction with the UN's IGF, the Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition has adopted the Government Blockchain Association blockchain maturity model. First, a quick reminder of the blockchain maturity model itself. The blockchain solutions are assessed on 5 layers. The first one is that some portion of the element is documented or implemented. The second layer is that it is documented. The BMM element description have been incorporated into a solution documentation package. The third level is that it's validated. It works as a proof of concept, that there's adequate evidence that the solution demonstrates that it functions as intended. Fourth layer is that it's in production. The solution is capable of an operational deployment. The fifth layer is called optimizing, and this is where it's maintaining a continuity of their operations with consistent and reliable performance over a long period. Now, looking at those 5 layers, the solution is assessed against 11 elements. Distribution, where we're looking at concentration risk of hosting from homogeneous to heterogeneous.
Governance, so that there's effective management of key components of the solution. Identity ensures that controls are in place for identity and access management. Interoperability, facilitate the ability of blockchain solution to share and use information and other assets with other legacy or blockchain solutions. Performance, ensuring that the transaction volumes and speed are suitable for the use of the blockchain. Privacy, ensuring that the solution has adequate encryption and protections of personal identifiable information. Reliability, assurance that adequate controls address and mitigate the resolution of disputed forks, blocks, errors, or fraud. Resilience, ensuring that the continuity of operations during unforeseen events, limitations, and failures. Security, assurance that adequate controls address and mitigate the end-to-end security risk of the solution. Infrastructure sustainability, ensuring that the availability of all resources required to maintain the capabilities and satisfy requirements throughout the life of the solution. And lastly, synchronization, assessing the means for the network to achieve consistency and completeness for finality of the distributed and Government Blockchain Association maturity model, and we have the version listed there. So there's the blockchain maturity model, which can be used for all solutions. But we realize that within particular use cases, and in case the Global Blockchain Association has looked at banking and finance, voting, identity, and healthcare, each of those use cases needs specific supplemental requirements to be reviewed as well. And this is the banking and finance supplement. So the banking and finance supplement group identified a spectrum of use cases which have unique or differentiating products, services, and functions. Against all the use cases, the working group defined a set of requirements against which the use cases can be assessed. But please note, these requirements represent peak requirements, so will not all be applicable in all the use cases. And again, like the blockchain maturity model review, it is a collaborative process where we're looking to help the solutions identify that they can meet the requirements or what they need to do in order to do so. So looking at the use cases, and these are many and varied, but I'll go through them quickly. You've got a value transfer business, which deals with any type of, points or value or credits in any kind of transaction. Individual banking, like your own banking, personal banking with your bank account. Private banking, which can involve family trusts or other investments. Institutional banking, where you've got big companies interacting with the banks themselves. Community banking, which could cover credit unions as well as local banks. Micro lending and payments, which is obviously a very prevalent topic for emerging markets. Credit cards in general, and debit and prepaid cards. Central or national banks have their own use cases, and separately there's central bank digital currencies. There's capital markets, which is the issuance of debt and equity and trading and investments in those products. There's structured products, which are around asset-backed securities, exchange-traded derivatives, and then there's over-the-counter derivatives. There's retail investing, institutional investing, and then governments obviously have their own banking and finance needs. And then there's supranational bodies that also require that kind of facilitation, including the UN. Then there's now the new world of cryptocurrencies, centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, NFTs, peer-to-peer distributed apps. So looking at the supplemental requirements of all those use cases, and the idea is that you should be able to find yourself a solution in one or more of those use cases. Let's look at the potential supplemental requirements. So that you should have auditable records. The solution should generate ledger reporting to meet the general or use case audit requirements. Credit and risk management, transaction data, payable receivables. The solutions ledger reflects the underlying transactional obligations to measure credit and risk exposure. This again may be applicable to certain specialized use cases. Clearance and settlement reflect the settlement finality of executed transactions for digital assets controlled within the network. Process clearance and settlement, where applicable, include transfers, trading, financing, and lending transactions. Confidentiality. The transaction on the shared distributed ledger shall be anonymous and confidential between counterparties and any network intermediary. Digital securities issuance. This is the issuance and control of securities that are only perfected in the network which they hold. And this covers certainly the crypto and DeFi world today, but eventually legacy assets may be issued purely as digital assets, not as electronic or even paper as they are sometimes today. Distributed ledger records. The solution requires that ledger is distributed among several nodes. Distributed settlement. The solution requires that any settlement of a transaction is recorded without the need for a central authority. Double entry accounting. Use double entry accounting standards to record transactions on a mutable ledger. Produce one-to-one reconcilable transaction and balance records for any downstream ledger. Fractional reserve accounting. This is related to banking. The solution should approvably reflect the loan assets versus the liabilities and reserves that bank them and show the money supply increase. Future dated transactions or obligations. The solution shall record future dated payable receivables in the mutable record on the date it was agreed and reflect on the date it will be settled. High capacity. The solution meets the capacity requirements of high transaction volume use cases. Identity verification. The solution shall comply with applicable Know Your Customer and Know Your Counterparty regulations. Interoperability, legacy infrastructure. The solution shall include the capability to bring value into or deliver value out of the network. Interoperability with other networks. The solution shall have the capability to transfer or reflect tokens of assets between networks operating in the same blockchain DLT protocol. Interoperability with other protocols. The solution shall have the capability to transfer or reflect tokens of assets between networks operating in different blockchain or DLT protocols. Lending, payables, receivables. The solution shall have the capability to reflect current date or future dated obligations of loaned asset transfers as journal entries within the immutable distributed ledger. Real-time settlement. The solution shall achieve settlement finality upon the first recording of an executed transaction in the distributed ledger. Reconcilable records, internal trial balances, and balance monitoring. Regulatory reporting and monitoring. The solution shall record the data to report and monitor and regulatory reporting monitoring of the use case or jurisdiction. The solution is scalable. The solution shall be linearly scalable, vertical, and horizontal for transaction processing. Tax audit accounting. The solution shall records data in formats to generate cost-based tax laws. Third-party legal responsibilities. The solution shall be capable of executing powers of attorney to authorize or confirm transactions and to indemnify the network and participants from errors or fraud, either caused or erroneously approved by any third-party validators within the solution. Transactions and balances. The solution shall generate bank statement or asset custody reporting. And so here we see a matrix. Down the left-hand side is all the use cases I described, and across the top is all the supplemental requirements. And as you can see, we've actually got three classifications. The R means it should be required for the solution to be approved. A requires the assessment should be in the assessment process. It likely is applicable, but may not be. And then there's others that we think are not applicable in certain use cases. But the idea of the assessment is the first part of the assessment is for the solution to agree the use case is applicable to the solution's intended utilization. And then from the BMM supplement matrix as a guide, the assessor and the solution will agree the applicable requirements. And then the solution will be assessed as meeting or not meeting the requirements. For any requirements deemed not to be met, a series of recommendations for remediation will be made. And again, this is part of the collaborative process. So thank you for watching. If you want any more information on the BMM, you can go to the Government Blockchain Association website or contact us through the IGF's Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition. Thank you.
That you need to know about. Are you involved in the blockchain and Web3 space? If so, listen to this. There's this awesome thing called the blockchain maturity model that you need to know about. It's designed for individuals and organizations to evaluate blockchain solutions by leveraging their expertise in blockchain, Web3, and digital assets. As the interest in blockchain solutions is growing among governments, enterprises, investors, and donors, they're spending money on various blockchain projects. But there's a catch.
Just like the internet bubble, many of these projects end up failing. So the challenge here is to find a reliable and trustworthy solution amid all of the overhyped vaporware that's out there. And that's where the BMM comes into play. It's a framework created by the GBA, a nonprofit organization with members in 500 government offices around the world. And the model is showcased by the UN Internet Governance Forum, Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization, as a way to help assess blockchain solutions and achieve two very important goals. It provides a roadmap for solution developers to create and maintain trustworthy blockchain solutions. It gives confidence to potential customers, investors, and other stakeholders looking to invest in blockchain projects. The BMM is already being used by various public and private sector organizations in different industries. Now, here's the exciting part. The organizations implementing the BMM need experts to help them with the process. By joining the GBA, taking the training, and becoming an authorized BMM consultant or assessment team member, you can play a vital role in enhancing the trustworthiness of these solutions. This not only adds credibility to their projects, but it also gives you a chance to earn credentials and income. If you'd like to learn more, shoot an email to bmm@gbaglobal.org or check out the links in the description below.
My name is Paul Dowding. I'm co-founder and head of design for Alpha S Core, and we've designed our own layer 1 protocol called Tapestry X. I've been an active member in the GBA for a little 3.5 years. When I first met Gerard in a presentation in New York, he said governments are notorious for being slow to adopt a new technology and notorious for being difficult to deal with. And with this new technology, blockchain, he was trying to help with that. And I thought that's something I could get behind. So I followed him and then joined when the conferences started. There's been impressive events. And since then, have attended many of them, as many as I can justify within our expense budget. He's also been gracious enough to offer me speaking engagements where we've worked together on different initiatives. I joined the Standards and Certifications Group, which generated this blockchain maturity model. I joined the Banking and Financing Group, and that led to me leading it now with this financial supplement. And as I'll say here later today, I'd encourage you, if you join the GBA, to join the working groups. But, although I'm an active voter, I don't know much about voting, but I thought it was an interesting use case, and it's certainly something that could benefit. So I joined the voting group as a layperson, and it's taught me a lot about the business, the voting, and so if you see these groups, don't necessarily think that you have to join as an expert. Please feel free to join to learn, and also offer the perspective of the layperson. That's what I tried to do with the voting group. Anyway, today's presentation, let me share my screen. So our focus today is evaluating fintech blockchain solutions with the GBA blockchain maturity model. And what I'm going to cover is why the blockchain maturity, why is there a banking and finance supplement? We'll look at the blockchain maturity model, but that's just in very summary. That's not the main goal of this presentation. The main goal is to look at the banking and finance BMM supplement. And we'll look at, as an overview, we'll look at the use cases that we believe, allow for a broad spectrum of what you're going to be bringing solutions to, and then the requirements. And we'll explain the difference between what is the blockchain maturity model assessment and the supplement assessment process. And then we'll provide some more information and next steps, about how you want to proceed from here. And we'll open it up to questions and answers at the end. I'd ask that, because we've got a lot of ground to cover, and you'll see why when we get into the slides, I really am covering this at a summary level. There is a plan to have a full training session for this supplement, but this is really just an overview to give you a flavor of what we were trying to do and what we're trying to achieve, and how you can benefit as a solution provider, as a solution buyer, or just an interested person. So looking at the BMM, the blockchain maturity model, why was there a blockchain maturity model? Well, there's a plethora of blockchain solution types, public, private, different use cases all over the place. So how does a buyer, assess them? And how does a solution provider, articulate its own capabilities?
And so the BMM was sort of born out of this idea of, regardless of the solution, can we provide an objective way through the GBA for these solutions to be assessed? And then why is there a financial supplement? Well, when you look at specific use cases, there's either specific requirements across these use cases which don't necessarily fall into the general categories of the blockchain maturity model. So again, we've got a plethora of these use cases, and we wanted to know how we could provide an additional support because depending on where the blockchain is being implemented, there may or may not be different requirements that have to be met. And that's looking at the series of requirements applicable to some or all the use cases. And this happens to be relevant. Our timing was not deliberate to coincide with various industry events and recent headlines. But if you look at a lot of the solutions, especially in the crypto DeFi world, could we possibly have known about some of the issues? And we believe, we would have seen certainly FTX as a centralized non-blockchain solution, which had various risks associated with it. But when you look at some of the other crypto and DeFi protocols, you find that they're more centrally controlled than they appear to be at first. And those are sort of things that we look at when we're doing these assessments and reviews. So it's timely that it's here, and we're hoping that through the assessment process, the GBA can help the industry show sort of best practices and make a viable assessment. So looking at the BMM, the blockchain maturity model, the solutions are assessed on 5 layers, and this is the blockchain maturity model at the sort of higher level. So you're either an initial use case where you've got some portion of the element documented and implemented. You're just really at the start of your process, but you want some form of assessment. Again, this would be very early stage. Then we move to a documented solution where we require a documentation package for the assessment by the GBA, and you've got all the documentation to support it. So again, this is pre-implementation, pre-coding. It's just saying if you want to assess at this level, we can look at your solution. And then validated means that you've proven it in some proof of concept. The solution demonstrates that it functions as intended. And then level 4 is the production. So it's viable, it's working in production. And then we have a final stage, which we call optimizing, where you're maintaining continuity of operations with consistent, reliable performance over a long period. And this means your use case may be applied to the same use case in multiple instances or multiple use cases. So looking at those layers, we actually assess it on 11 elements. And again, this is still the main blockchain maturity model. So you look at distribution, and this is assessment of risk. And an easy example would be, you may be decentralized in terms of your nodes, but if you're all on one, cloud provider, that cloud provider could go away, and so there's this concentration of risk. Governance, looking at how you effectively manage all the key components. Identity, that there's controls, if necessary, to maintain confidentiality or security in terms of logging in and out. Interoperability, the sharing in information with legacy infrastructure or other networks of the same protocol or other protocols. Performance, meaning capacity, throughput, speed, and that they're suitable to the use case that they're looking at. Privacy, again, looking at the encryption and security around personal identifiable information. Reliability is that the assurance that the controls address and mitigate the resolution of disputed forks, blocks, errors, or fraud. So this is the reliability of the protocol to produce an accurate distributed ledger. And resilience is that you're showing a sort of, you've got fault tolerance in terms of nodes going down, but you've got continuity of operations. Security, again, this is about access and where you may have concentrations of risk, or you've got preventative measures to protect the network or the individual nodes. And infrastructure sustainability, which is ensuring that the resources that are required can keep going throughout the lifetime of the solution. And then synchronization. And often people talk about consensus or other things, but different solutions have a way
The really common thing is that you're synchronizing the data between the nodes. So how is that consistency and completeness, finality sorted through? So in the BMM, this is a very quick overview. We take a solution, you're assessing it at which level it's at, 1 through 5, and you look at these elements and you rate it 1 through 5. And then the overall rating is the lowest rating that you've got, but you've got a spectrum of ratings across these 11 elements. So that's the BMM as it stands generically for any app, any use case, any solution, and that's what we started with. So now this is the focus of what we want to talk about, is that if you're in the blockchain for fintech, banking and finance, here's the supplement. So the need for a supplement came out of that standards and certifications group and defined the original BMM, that we recognized that there was a need for other use cases to be considered, and there may be specifics within particular use cases. So we identified the spectrum of use cases which have unique or differentiating product, service, and functions. It could be adapted in the future. We've run it past a bunch of people and we've kicked the tires ourselves. But the idea is that when you're looking at a solution, we're hoping that you'll see, yes, my solution is in this use case, or it could be applicable to 2 or 3. But the idea is that they're aggregated in some logical form that it's relevant to where you're implementing it, both for the buyer, the seller, or the interested party. And against the use cases, we defined a set of requirements against which the use cases could be assessed. So unlike the BMM where it's doing layers against elements, we're just saying, okay, for these use cases, we believe these requirements are necessary or could be applicable or not applicable. And then it's just an assessment of do you meet the requirement or not. And again, we don't want to make it pass-fail. The assessment is a collaborative process. The idea is to help you justify the capabilities that you do have and maybe identify areas of remediation if for any reason the requirement isn't met. And I'm sort of saying this, the requirements represent a peak requirement, so will not be applicable in use cases. And we certainly expect, and although we've sort of given you a first cut at what requirements we think are applicable to use cases, there's a process between the assessor and the solution to decide what is applicable. So looking at the use cases, and again, this may vary in terms of your experience, but we're just trying to break the entire financial industry and all its myriads of forms into sort of simple buckets. We ended up with 23. So we've got the idea of a value transfer business, and this may be, interest where people are actually, have rewards or, other forms of value being transferred in a simple form. Individual banking is like your retail banking. Private banking is where you're dealing with more wealthy people, so you can get involved with trusts or other investment vehicles. Institutional banking is usually between the big banks themselves, the big corporations, the big investment funds. Community banking is where there's more local banking, can also include credit unions. And then you've got into more esoteric use cases like micro lending and micro payments, where it may be implemented. Credit cards obviously is a big thing, and then we have debit or prepaid cards. Central and national banks, because they're looking at blockchain, and CBDCs are there. So we've got CBDC separate because there may be central bank initiatives that go beyond CBDC. Capital markets, which covers a huge amount of issuance and trading of debt and equities. You've got structured products where you're dealing with things like asset-backed securities. Obviously, from the financial crisis, people became aware of mortgage-backed securities, but there's various types of asset-backed securities that tend to have their own unique needs. You've got exchange-traded derivatives. These are the official exchanges that trade options and futures. But you've also got what we call OTC, or over-the-counter derivatives. So these can be derivatives that are agreed bilaterally between two parties and aren't necessarily transacted over an exchange. Retail investing, again, that gets into the whole world of mutual funds and other investment types, registered investment advisors.
institutional investing, where it could be pension funds, insurance companies, foundations that are investing through fund managers and their custodians. Governments, have a huge amount of money that they collect and distribute. Supranational bodies. Now, this gets into the likes of the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, the Bank of International Settlements. And then we go into the new world, the cryptocurrencies. How do they work as far as being a financial, banking and financial service? The central exchanges within crypto, and then you've got the DeFi or the decentralized exchanges. NFTs, everyone's become familiar with those, non-fungible tokens in the digital world. And then you've got peer-to-peer distributed apps or DApps. So across these, and I'm covering them very broadly, we're trying to find where it's meaningful so that your solution may apply to multiple use cases, but or you may find a subset. So we could delineate this further, but this sort of covers the sort of spectrum of use cases that we're imagining people are putting their solutions into. So against those solutions, what are the types of requirements we need? And the requirements are sort of built into sort of three main categories. There's a bit of a repetition with the BMM in terms of looking at what our blockchain functionality in terms of distribution and other performance requirements. But then we get into, there's the regulatory side, the accounting and audit side, the ability to account for positions correctly. You've got tax audit accounting, fractional reserve accounting. There's other aspects of this which are there. And then you've got some of the interoperability things. So those are sort of the general buckets, but we'll go into the specific requirements. You've got to have auditable records. You are going to be providing a distributed ledger to a financial use case. So it should generate ledger reporting to meet the general use case audit requirements, or at least the data to read write to that. Credit and risk management. These are in alphabetical order, so they're not necessarily logically put on. But when you're looking at something, it's ironic that most people forget that the registered exchanges for cryptocurrencies don't actually use blockchains for their own ledgers. They use normal general ledgers, and that's partly because the blockchains, some of the blockchains are out there, they haven't been able to meet the requirements of that industry.